Welcome back to the Papa Beat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we're going to talk about RuneScape. We all have specific games that hold a special place in our hearts, right? I mean, for me, it's basically just Magic the Gathering and League of Legends. And they both make me very sad. I'm like, I don't know if I want to include this, but if you went back and looked at my search history of things I've said during League, yeah, they probably wouldn't be good. I guess that's special. I feel like I like the idea of games more than actually playing them. I like Silent Hill, but I don't really ever like actually playing Silent Hill. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense to people, but that's how I feel. But for many people, they spend their formative years playing one of the most popular MMOs of all time, RuneScape. This game has stood the test of time, evolving over the years to develop its own unique community and culture. And today, thousands of people still play the game consistently. It's one of the pioneers of the free-to-play MMORPG genre and has inspired many games that came after it. At a time where new games come and go like clockwork, it's fascinating to see how this relic can still be talked about frequently in the gaming space. And it's because of this that I want to take a deep look into the game and see why are people so obsessed with it. My first exposure over to RuneScape was I was in my friend's basement, very dirty, and his friend. I didn't have internet growing up, so I would get like little spurts of things, and this is one of the spurts of things where they were arguing over who would log into their account, and they were like kind of having a measuring contest on like armor, and I think one of my buddies had like dragon armor, which I think at the time was like, it was a pretty big deal. But then I was like looking at the game like, whoa, this is insane. I just like that I could right click somebody and then I could follow them, and then I could type stuff just like, you're gay, and it would pop, the little text bubble would pop up, and I was like, that's about as far as I got. I had to kill the rats at the beginning, but that's about it.
I think the rats killed me.
I didn't understand there's a whole hierarchy of an ecosystem and a financial aspect with gold and trading and markets and stuff. Going into the market on a busy day was like having a panic attack. There were so many like text bubbles popping up. I could barely take it. It was too much for my fragile, tiny mind. Let's take a look at how this game came to be. Because in 1998, Andrew and Gower Paul, two brothers from the University of Cambridge, developed a browser-based MMORPG named Devious Mud, or Multi-User Dungeon. It was a bare-bones isometric game written in Java that would slowly morph into the game we know as RuneScape. RuneScape, now developed under the company name Jagex? It's like a racial slur, doesn't it? Jagex was released in 2001 to an overwhelming response. It anticipated a player cap of 2,000 slots to be more than enough, and ended up struggling to find server space to fit all the players that rushed to register. They worked around the clock, updating the game to add new content and fix issues that would arise with the non-stop stream of new incoming players. And during the early 2000s .com bubble, many internet-based companies soared in value because of the belief that these internet companies would be the future. And they were right, to an extent. I'll put all my money in Enron. Well, eventually, the bubble burst, leading to the intense budget cuts that resulted in RuneScape's website ads being cut down dramatically. This, on top of rising server costs, meant RuneScape was on the verge of shutting down completely. To combat this, they eventually introduced paid memberships too, leading to a whopping 5,000 people joining within the first few days of its launch, a move that ended up saving them. The game would still be free, but paid members got access to new exclusive future content. You think that they were like in those early days when it was like the Wild West, do you think they were ever like, you can f this game?
Oh yeah.
If you pay for it, you can have sex in this game.
I bet you like that's like what you'd hear at school. Yeah, you know, if you pay the $5 membership, you can
I paid $5 and I got a finger a dwarf. I gotta finger a lizard person with my dragon armor. The next big major update was in 2003 with the release of RuneScape 2, featuring a graphical overhaul and brand new mechanics that greatly enhanced this experience. RuneScape 3 released in 2013, along old school RuneScape, a separate version of the game that resembled the 2007 version of RuneScape 2. Are you following along? Hello? This was a time where the game seemed to be at its peak, as well as being the version with a combat system most players preferred. Old school RuneScape, or OSRS, is easily the most popular version of the game today. So that's where we're at. That's if you didn't know what RuneScape was, and if you still don't know, I don't know I'm supposed to tell you. One of the most iconic things about RuneScape is undoubtedly the existence and mechanics behind the wilderness.
Look at those graphics, man. I remember playing this and
I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. I feel like honestly that's what the charm of it is. That it's like an aesthetic choice. If it was all realistic like Guild Wars, who still plays Guild Wars? There's gonna be some asshole. In RuneScape, there's a portion of the map dedicated to unrestricted PvP content between players. People who traverse this area to fight bosses and collect valuable drops can be obstructed by players, which is, you know, meaning that players can come over and kill you. And, you know, which can be incredibly frustrating to many as you lose most of your items upon death. Yeah. Okay?
World of Warcraft don't do that.
World of Warcraft doesn't do that. Blizzard's too scared. While some think wilderness PvP is insufferable, others find that this constant stress that this Wild West environment brings to the game is what makes it so unique and exciting. It's like Escape from Tarkov. It's like when I play, it matters. When I traverse the wilderness, it matters. Player killing, or PKers, are people who seek out players to kill in the wilderness for items, money, or simply for sport. There's a whole community around the idea of PKing, with some people going to elaborate lengths to fool people into entering the wilderness only to be killed immediately. Those are sociopaths. If you're, even in a digital world, if you are going and making time to like lure someone in somewhere to kill them, that's like it's the same as basically being like, my son's killing cats. It's like a new age Jeffrey Dahmer. One man furiously explains how he had weeks of progress destroyed due to the constant abuse from gangs of PKers, which is exactly the kind of post PKers want to see. He is feeding them. PKers have become so infuriating to players that they would have to start searching for protection rackets, where high-level players would be paid to follow them in game and protect them while they went around about their business. How cool is that, though? That kind of turns, that's like a legitimate like fantasy story.
Yeah, like hiring like a Kingsguard or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Wilderness Guardians, one of the most well-influential clans in RuneScape history, was created specifically to combat this issue. They've even organized multiple real-life meetings across the country. That's how real this shit is, dude.
It's like a literal White Knight.
It's a literal White Knight expansion group inside of RuneScape to like defend honor and justice. Wait! Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Breaking bad habits can be hard, so why don't you let Fume that over yourself, off meat, or skin. This isn't the only anger-inducing part of the game. In RuneScape, there are many ways to screw over other players. So let's talk about some of the classics. We wanted to set up how people get frustrated, because now we're going to slowly dive into some of the ways that we're taking the meter and just kind of going. We're going with it, right? Sometimes we just start immediately with like a baby death and we have nowhere to go. So I'm ramping it up for you. RuneScape scams, guys. Which one is price manipulation, aka the RuneScape pump and dumps of the time. You think that these people doing big like Bitcoin and crypto and pump and dumps work? I mean, this shit's been happening in RuneScape since the dawn of time, dude. People would artificially raise the price of an item in the Grand Exchange, which is the in-game trading system. That's the one I was telling you. It's a panic attack, whatever, just to sell them off and make a massive profit in game gold. Not even in real life gold, maybe sometimes, because you can trade stuff, or there's transactional stuff where it's like, I'll buy gold off you. But this is just people being like, look at my digital gold. And you can also go to another scam, was begging, because in RuneScape, beggars are simply low-level players that pester others for gold and items. Some are more experienced and will dress and act in ways that make people feel enough pity to willingly give them better items. I just want to say dress in game. And I don't know if psychologically they're just like, look at her, I feel bad.
Oh, yeah.
When this fails, beggars will follow high-level players and constantly harass them until they leave the world, or give them something just to end the confrontation.
I used to beg in WoW at the crossroads. Never worked.
I don't know, what would you beg for? Is it just gold? What would you get with the gold?
I needed gold to pay for my mount.
Can you just do quests for gold?
Well, back in the day, it was, I don't know, maybe I just sucked, but it was hard to get gold.
I could see you being a person where it's very much just like, I don't want to have to do the quest. I just want to, can someone just give me gold so I can get my pony? Another scam was armor trimming. Inexperienced players are unaware that you can just trim any armor set you want to add decorations to it. Because of this, people will offer free armor trimming to low-level players and trick them into handing over valuable armor for this service. As soon as they receive it, they log out the game and you won't see that ever again. Shit happens. Or we could talk about the double money scam, a type of trust trade in which players claim that they will double your money by exploiting a supposed glitch. The new player gives them gold, only to soon be traded twice that amount. After the victim buys into the scam, he trades a ton more money, only for the scammer to log off. It's a classic bit.
I put in 811K and I got his 4.3 mil, and he has no idea that he just got scammed. I mean, yay, and he's gonna say, again, can you double me again? Because this guy is an idiot.
Total, I'm telling you, these are sociopaths being made, and these are children doing it. Kids are smart, dude. They're devious little. Aren't they? Jesus Christ. I gotta delete that. Or we could talk about free membership scams. Experienced players will trick people into thinking that if they give their login credentials, they'll buy them a free RuneScape paid membership. And as soon as they buy into this, they get their account stolen. Throughout RuneScape's long history, there have been infamous groups and events that have cemented itself in the gamer's lore. One of the most well-known examples is undoubtedly the Falador Massacre. Like this, dude. I like how we could talk about RuneScape in the same way that you could talk about American history, like medieval history or something. Like it's like the Boston Tea Party or the Boston Massacre, that kind of thing. This took place in June of 2006, and it all began after a player named Cursed You became the first person to level up his construction skill to level 99. To celebrate, people started flooding into a large home to congratulate him and party. From here, something strange and unheard of occurred. Because there were approximately 800 people in his home, the game started to lag aggressively. It got to the point where Cursed You had no choice but to kick everyone out of the house. Everyone was ejected and sent back into Falador, a city that is considered a safe zone where PvP is not possible. Somehow, due to a bug, players that were thrown out of the house could engage in PvP with any player in Falador. Oh my god! This resulted in a massacre where players began abusing the bug to take out as many people as they could and steal their valuable loot. Because people thought they were safe for the celebration, many had incredibly valuable items equipped at the time. And at one point, a player had lost one of their party hats in the carnage, an exclusive item from 2001 event that later became one of the most rare and most valuable items in the game. Some of these items are worth thousands of real life dollars, okay? Can you imagine it? He's like, that was my kid's tuition. Out the door! My retirement was a goddamn hat! In the end, the bug was fixed, but there was little that they could do to return people's lost items. Rolling back the game would affect too many people that were not affected by the carnage. It's awesome. Literally reads like a piece of like, doesn't it?
Yeah, you got kicked out of a party and everyone got drunk and killed each other.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh my god, kick him out. People, the guy's house party goes too crazy, kicks him out, and everyone goes into a town and just murders everyone. I will say that people, I bet you anything, the guy first got to get to level 99 construction skill, and the people that were like murdered in that, I bet you they still talk about it to this day. I bet you that's a deep wound. Seems stupid, like, you know what I mean? His car's wrecked and he like has perspective though. He's like, it's okay. I've been through worse. That kind of thing. And not all historic moments in RuneScape were as negative as the Falador Massacre. In fact, some were insanely wholesome, like the Order of Cabbage. This is gay. Anytime I talk about positive stuff, I'm always just like, the Order of Cabbage, word. All right. The Order of Cabbage was a RuneScape cult that spawned from the mind of Black Bane, a user that decided to actively collect cabbages, an incredibly low value item. From 2003 to 2004, he had picked 100,000 cabbages and started noticing people joining in out of pure curiosity. Eventually, he created the Order of Cabbage, recruiting around 20 people and dressing up in identical robes as they continued picking in groups. Over time, as the cult became more publicly known, hundreds of people had joined them. Together, they would create organized cabbage picking patterns to clear fields as efficient as possible. The little diagram is so stupid. Not only that, but they even started an annual event called Help a Noob Day, in which members would give free armor to new players and help them around the game. Entire fan sites were created, as well as pieces of lore written out to explain the backstory of the cult, which became essentially their Bible. Now, 37, Backbane looks back on this time in his life and gives some takeaways from the whole experience, saying, quote,
"Don't try to change the world. Start with making one small change in your life and commit to doing it every day."
I think he said that on his deathbed.
It's like, did he die? Jesus Christ. It's almost like an Abe Lincoln quote or some shit. It's like after he got shot in the back of the head. That's, it is very wholesome. Does that, you know what kind of does though? Which is, this is up. I want to say this is a good thing. All that. But I just want to say too, I feel like if people heard that and they were like, we're trying to get in the game, they'd be like, help a noob day. Dude. You know what I mean? People, things survive when it's hell. That's how games survive. That's how people get hooked in for the lulz. I don't know.
I wish they massacred the cabbage cult.
Yeah, I see if the Falador Massacre had the cabbage cult inside, that would have been, even more tragic because it's such a wholesome thing.
Like peaceful monks being slaughtered.
Yeah, monks slaughtered at a monastery. No! For many kids playing the game in their youth, RuneScape was a major part of their social lives. And because of this, it's not uncommon for people to have had experience with RuneScape romance. This is where I'm at, boy. This is what I like. I have my own. I'm not gonna name it, but he met his wife on an MMO RPG, one of my buddies, and they're still together this day, and they have 2 beautiful kids. How crazy is that? It was more common you think. Back then too, I remember even back in the day, the whole thing was if you were a guy talking to someone, you're like, you realize you're getting scammed by a guy, right? You know what I mean? No one believed it. Nowadays, I feel like it'd be normal. If you're sitting there, oh yeah, I met her online. I feel like it's way more normal than it used to be. And like in the early 2000s, fuck.
Well, there's only like 2% of women playing video games back then.
Exactly. Angels. Saints. Many people have made posts reminiscing about how they met their first romantic partner in RuneScape, which ranged from short and innocent to an elaborate means to rob them of their gold. Regardless, people have long since used the game in order to meet women, to the point where there are even full-on guides that explain the methods of doing so. These guides cover the best locations to find women in the game, the proper fashionscape that will attract them, which is a term that refers to characters dressing in their fashion, and how to seduce women, right? These are other men, other guys in your category being like, trust me, this is what you're supposed to do, okay? In most cases, however, the women players that the players think that they're getting with are actually men in disguise who want your gold and valuable items. That's just the dawn of time. It is what it is. Catfishing is a big issue in online MMOs like this. According to one woman, she was 14. She was duped by a man that she was e-dating for a whole year. His name was Cody Jones, a supposed 16-year-old bad boy surfer from California that she was introduced to by her RuneScape clan, which is awesome. I love the idea of like one of those like sprites walking over and it's like, what's up, I'm Cody Jones. I love to surf. I'm from California. Oh. He was introduced to her as the little brother of their clan leader, John. They would become so close that after a year of dating, her mother let her fly to California to spend the day with him at Disneyland. And when she arrived, suddenly, Cody and members of his family, who were also in the guild, stopped responding to her. After a long stretch of radio silence, she received a text that read, "Hey Amanda, it's Jess. Cody's in the hospital. He tried to kill himself with a bottle of pills. He won't be around for a while."
Whoa.
I just want to say, poor little girl. Can you imagine? Mickey's just like, you want a picture? You want a picture, little girl? And she thinks she's like, Cody, what happened? A year later, Cody explained that because he lied about his appearance, he felt ashamed and tried to take his own life. He told her that he was actually 3 years older than her, and both eventually agreed to meet up for real. He looked nothing like his photos. He appeared far older and had 2 hearing aids. She tried to see past his appearance, and they ended up kissing that night. The more time they spent together, the weirder things got. He would outright refuse to let her see his ID when she asked about it, which that's already bad. When you're 14 or 15, you're like, can I see your ID? To have that, no. I ate it. Or he'd be like, what? Huh?
How old are you picturing? Like, do you think receding hairline?
I'm picturing a guy in his early 40s that is like, has had some genetic issues, whatever. So he's like maybe balding or the hearing, that kind of thing. I'm thinking early 40s. I'm putting my bets on early 40s. Eventually, she confronted him about it, only to find out that Cody was actually John, the clan leader, and was actually a 30-year-old man operating multiple fake accounts. He had lied to her for years, even forging hospital documents to trick her into thinking he'd attempted to take his own life. That's some like Catfish 101 type shit. Hey, I have this really cute friend I think that you'd be interested in if you want to talk to him. Yeah, definitely. Hey.
I'm John's bro, Cody.
I'm John's little brother, Cody. I'm young. I'm bad. I feel bad, man. I feel bad for the little girl. And also, probably since then, once again, learning experience. Next time she's in a game and she sees like a dragon guy come up to her, she's probably just like, no. She's like, I only play Madden now. Another thing that people reminisce about in regard to RuneScape romance is cyber sex. Some people have discussed innocent examples of cybering in RuneScape, like having one character stand on top of another for a few seconds, which is all the boys need. Yeah. Which this seems fairly harmless, right? Some people took things to the extreme, though, in an attempt to make it a large profit. It was revealed that RuneScape had an active cyber sex market, and one player noticed that a specific world in the game has a high population of characters soliciting cyber sex through alt accounts. I like how it's literally Shinjuku, Japan. It's just like a red district. So, I like how RuneScape has their own red light district. He claims that there are loads of female accounts who also use the game as means to sell graphic videos of themselves to other players for gold. Through conversations with other informed players, he discovered that there were entire clans filled with prostitute accounts that would trade insane amounts of gold for these services. And it gets much more dark considering the odds that minors are reaching out to these prostitute accounts and having actual conversations with people far older than them. Also too, it's probably men. I would assume a lot of them are men getting just like videos off the internet and selling it in that kind of way, but still it's just like such a gross, weird role play behavior, that kind of stuff. But I bet you anything, a fair amount of like of age people were just like, yeah, what else would you do? Would you spit on my back? Turns this character around and the little text bubble pops up and it's like a star spit star. Believe it or not, there are many cases of people committing crimes within RuneScape that have led to confrontations with the police in real life. I just want to clarify that. Yeah, I just want to make sure you didn't think that it was like little characters in the game like, halt! Joshua Brandon Paloa was arrested at the age of 19 after making death threats against someone over RuneScape. At one point, he claimed that he would level his local high school in Mississippi and that he couldn't wait to, quote, blow brains out of skulls. Some guy who goes to high school during the exchange and stuff still. Transfer all my gold out. Transfer my gold. Days after, he was arrested by the FBI and he pled guilty and was thrown in jail for 6 years. That's a hefty f***ing... I wonder if there's more elaborate, if like it was something where 6 years is just crazy. I just wonder how elaborate it got. If he just said those two things, they're just like, come with us. Who's joking? That kind of thing. Or did they sit there and they found some shit in his car? Or I don't know, you know? And this isn't the first arrest to happen because of RuneScape. In 2013, a 19-year-old Kyron Benham ran into trouble after scamming his friend out of his gold. They had both been arguing for some time, and Kyron decided to get back at him by sneaking onto his computer and stealing the gold that he had been collecting for 6 years in RuneScape. The next morning, he left the home after stealing 2 bottles of liquor. Surprisingly, things escalated to the point where Kyron was arrested and brought to court. Where the gold had no real-world value, he had still gained unauthorized access to a friend's computer and had stolen their property. As punishment, he was ordered to pay 116 euro or 135 bucks USD. But the judge would just be like, what is it? Yeah, he got on my computer, Your Honor. He saw all my pictures, my Microsoft Paint drawings, and he talked to my elf priest, and he took all my gold. My dragon armor and my dragon armor. Especially 2013, he'd be like, I don't care. You're both gay. Order. You've both 6 years for being gay. Gold farming is the act of collecting large sums of in-game currency to then sell for real-world currency on second-hand markets. You go, you get a bunch of gold in-game, and then instead of having to work for it, you can be like, I'm just going to pay $5 for X amount of a bunch of gold. And that's how people farm that shit and make money off of it. For years, people have used this as a means to make consistent earnings. Because of this, there were cases of RuneScape bots flooding the game to mindlessly farm gold. RuneScape has long since established harsh rules against real-world trading. Because of this, they rushed to take action. I mean, it got so bad that up to 8,000 accounts were being banned weekly in 2007. The gold farming movement grew to a massive scale in areas like China to the point where the government had to officially ban the practice in 2009. I feel like I remember back in the day, like early days of eBay and stuff, I feel like I remember seeing like, oh, RuneScape gold, and you could buy stuff on eBay. Because I think you'd buy it and then they would like send you a link or a thing to where you could log in and get it. There's something about the RuneScape 2007 era that has a chokehold on so many people, with one man even asking for advice on Reddit about whether or not he should leave his fiancée of 8 years because she doesn't approve of him playing RuneScape endlessly. He states, and I quote, "Since COVID, I'm starting to think OSRS is better than having a family." Awesome. One man admits that during a 9-year prison sentence, he'd struggled intensely due to his inability to play RuneScape, which I can't see people being like, if you play games every day and then you take that from someone, it's gotta be like crack. It's gotta be like heroin. Stripping someone off heroin and start shaking and stuff. Like time would probably be so up. He thought about it every single day, even writing a novel from the point of view of his old account that he'd share with his prison buddies. Awesome.
Read this, guys.
This is right. This is Klondor. It's like that thick. Like, what the fuck? He's like, I see it in my dreams.
What it's like on the outside, boys.
Here's what it's like in heaven. The second he got out of prison, he immediately bought a membership to old school RuneScape. Quote, yeah, he bought the membership before I bought a steak or had sex. Awesome. RuneScape is a game that many people hold near and dear to their hearts, and it's easy to understand why people find themselves becoming so enamored with it. This game's been around for over 2 decades now, so there's copious amounts of deep lore and nostalgia that appeals to a wide variety of people. It's accessible, comforting, and one of the most dedicated communities of any game out there. So just want to say, if you're getting into RuneScape, go at it. I mean, it's proven that it's a good game. It's not the flashiest game, but I will say, I feel like one of those instantly recognizable, you're either going to get hooked right away, or you're going to be like, this looks horrible.
The leveling system's very addictive. I'm gonna chop some wood. Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's also kind of turn your brain off, and like you could be chatting with friends. I don't know. It's a classic game. Haven't talked about it in a while. It was nice going down this road, but you know, don't gamble your life away and don't threaten to like school or some shit like that. You think you'll be all right. So until next time, guys, we will see you in the next one.
Apple wannabe and Lord of the Edgelords Razer is having a lot of problems with its laptops, including some that are $5,000. The problems include broken trackpads, unstable operating systems blighted with busted bloatware, Synapse software causing significant drops in frame rate but also being required to get full performance, customer support that tortures consumers by making them spend hours troubleshooting defective devices, and more. While Asus remains the #1 complaint in our inbox in terms of companies, Razer is also pretty high up in that list, and we started digging into this back when we received a tip from laptop reviewer Just Josh a couple months ago. We've broken Razer's laptop issues into a couple key areas, kind of like how they've broken their laptops in a couple key areas. And we're gonna be walking through those today, from evidence all over the internet to try and understand what's going on, and more importantly, help inform people who might be considering a Razer purchase, especially a laptop, so you know what you're walking into. Before that, this video is brought to you by the Lian-Li LANCoil 217. We recently reviewed the LANCoil 217 on the channel and found that its thermal performance is overall competitive with other top cases. The LANCoil 217 combines a set of larger 170mm front-mounted fans with more standard-sized internal case fans for high airflow. The front of the case offers the ability to rearrange the fans to offset them towards either the CPU or the GPU, with wood accents along the case to give it a unique look. Learn more about the Lian-Li LANCoil 217 at the link in the description below. So here's why we're here today. First of all, we've experienced some of these issues ourselves on this Razer laptop that I bought for work use a little while ago. This year, Razer launched its new Blade laptops, and those include the RTX 50 series GPUs, and they have a lot of problems. Some of these are on NVIDIA's side, a lot of them appear to be on Razer's side. But since we don't really review notebooks, they haven't really been on our radar that much. Speaking with Josh from YouTube channel Just Josh Tech, however, we discovered how problematic Razer's laptops can be. In Just Josh's review of the Razer Blade 16 recently, Josh complained about poor performance, stability issues, trackpad issues, issues pertaining to Razer's Synapse app, and more. He said this.
Oh my God, guys. Razers are consistently the buggiest laptops of any that I've tested, and this one, it is really bad. Overall, Razer needs to get their act together. This is completely unacceptable on a laptop at this price.
And for reference, that laptop is one he ended up purchasing for around $4,000. Now, as a result of these criticisms, and from his tip that he sent us earlier in the year, we decided to try and carve out some time at some point to dig more into what's going on by just scouring all of the various forums to see which kind of complaints map and nest together. It's like either, depending on which side you're on, either the psychopath thing or the crime scene investigation thing, where you have the corkboard and all the red strain, and except all of them just go to Razer. All of the red strain it goes straight to Razer. It's not really, doesn't really have a whole lot of different paths it takes. It's all just straight to that logo. So we come through the Razer subreddit, Razer's official forums, and our emails, and various laptop reviews on the web to see how prolific the Razer Blade issues are. We focused on the company's newer 50 series equipped notebooks, which released this year, and ended up coming across a litany of user-reported issues across a wide variety of areas. These issues primarily persist across Razer's terrible software, the Synapse app, the trackpad just breaking, external display connectivity, performance, failure to wake from sleep, and crashing, and plenty more. But we're going to start with the trackpad because it seems to be one of the most prevalent and is, in theory, easiest to identify here. In a Reddit poll with 106 total votes, 41 users say their Razer Blade 2025 laptop had issues. Now, of this poll, 24 users reported that their Blade 2025 laptop had, quote, other issues. So not only is this a real issue, but it's one that we've even experienced with our one-of-one Razer laptop ever purchase. This is the first one I bought might be the last one, other than for reviews. Now, diving into specific complaints, we found a mountain of identical issues with the trackpads. User FoldQuick6368 wrote on the Razer subreddit, quote, "My friend and I both got the new Razer 165090s and both had the same exact experience. For the first day, it worked flawlessly, but then within a day, weird issues started cropping up with the touchpad. It'll get into intermittent states of being very sluggish, randomly clicking when you're trying to move it, and cutting in and out. It happened exactly the same way for both laptops. Updating drivers, Windows, restarting, reformatting, etc. None of it fixed it. Changing precision touchpad sensitivity or click settings also did not do anything," end quote. Now, corroborating this, Reddit user skin1337, which is an excellent number to use for a name, echoed the criticism and added, quote, "Just picked up the 2025 Blade 165080 last night, having the same exact issue. It'll work perfectly fine for a while, but then suddenly the trackpad has a mind of its own, ignoring inputs, reacting sluggish to my tapping, freezing altogether. Literally experiencing the issue right now as I'm typing this," end quote. And it keeps going. In the same thread, user Toponer127, it's just like being teleported back in time, I don't know, about 18 years at this point. I guess that's just what you get with the Razer laptop community. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be roasting the Razer buyers right now. They're having a hard time. I guess I'm also one of them, so. Anyway, Toponer127 added, quote, "I get the same issue with my 2025 Blade 165080. I find sometimes I'm able to get out of the broken state by repeatedly trying to use physical clicks and two-finger taps on various parts of the touchpad," end quote. On Razer's forum, a user wrote about how the touchpad stops responding on Razer Blade 16-2025 notebook, and Reddit user PM Me or Table Saws, and check your inbox, we've sent our table saws, wrote that the third time was the charm with the Blade 16, quote, "Pre-ordered the new Blade 16, trackpad issue, returned for refund. Bought another one, trackpad issue, returned for refund. Bought one last night, and if there was one tiny thing wrong with it, I was done with Razer for good. It's perfect," end quote. User The Zest wrote that his unit was replaced twice, both units with defects, making for 3 defects in a row before getting a retailer-issued refund. So going through this, we started scouring all the different user reports to try and see if anyone had done troubleshooting such as reinstalling drivers, trackpad or touchpad drivers especially, reformatting, anything like that, toggling on and off Synapse and other software, to try and see if this is a software or a hardware issue. We found this post from Reddit user TeslaV25, writing that driver updates, quote, "do not fix the issue," end quote. But importantly, this user also added another key aspect to our report. Quote, "Razer support is being really slow to respond and I can't get a hold of a solid answer," end quote. And that is gonna come up more in our last section about their support. Now, there was another post we found from Reddit user "Don't mention my name, please." Oh, wait. Is that the name I'm not supposed to mention, or is there a different name that name's referencing? Anyway, "Don't mention my name, please," says that Razer is aware of the issue and said Razer is investigating it. 2 months later, on June 28th, Just Josh conducted a poll on the Razer subreddit to ask, quote, "Is your trackpad still broken?" With 44 total votes, 10 voted that it's still broken, though they tried to contact support. 1 voted that it was broken without having contacted. 4 said their issues fixed, and 29 voted that they didn't have any to begin with. Now, for our part, we've done some basic troubleshooting on this older Blade laptop as well. That included reinstalling drivers, putting in a different SSD with a new OS, and also taking it apart to inspect the trackpad and then putting it back together, and the same issue persists. So at least for this one, we think it's a hardware level defect. And based on what we're reading online, it seems that this is true for a lot of these that we're reading about. Now, up next is Razer software, which has been problematic for at least 10 years now. We last talked about Razer Synapse back when we tested some of their peripherals. I think we were still operating out of the house at that point. Razer Synapse has best been known for being bloatware, but it also claims to offer some functionality, like changing RGB lighting or modifying what your peripherals do, what the buttons do, things like that. On April 10th, Reddit user Ivan6953 noted that Synapse 4 caused a 50% degradation in FPS performance in the game Control on his 2025 model Razer Blade 16. This laptop was equipped with an RTX 5090. He wrote, quote, "I noticed that whenever I tried to play Control on the new Razer Blade 16, my FPS would stutter and hitch like crazy. I tried to get to the bottom of the problem, but couldn't figure out what the cause was. I was blaming NVIDIA drivers, actually. Moreover, the problem I was experiencing wasn't present when using the controller. Only when moving the mouse would FPS just melt. I tried to find the cause, and it was Synapse. Having Synapse launched causes the GPU utilization to instantly go down upon any mouse movement, resulting in FPS loss. Closing Synapse gets rid of the bug, but you have to have Synapse launched, otherwise you are limited to 120 watts on the 5090 laptop GPU," end quote. To support this claim, he even embedded a video into the Reddit thread where he played Control without Synapse enabled and got frame rates hovering around the 50s, high 50s or so. With Razer Synapse open, however, performance would occasionally dip down into the low 30s. Now, we don't have a 5090 Razer laptop, but that last part about needing the software open, but also the software causing the problem, that is worth looking into. So we did find some reviews of this particular model, and those reviews corroborated the same thing, that they needed the software open in order to modify the performance presets. Razer eventually released a new VBIOS, but it didn't fix the issues. The Redditor provided an update stating, quote, "No change. Synapse still affects FPS on mouse movements in some games. Control, League of Legends, Dota 2, Phasmophobia, Ghost Watchers. Some games still freeze and crash, like Control and Monster Hunter Wilds," end quote. But again, just one user report's not enough, and we did look around and we found a lot of people saying the same thing, and that is also not Synapse's only problem. Previously, Just Josh Tech posted on the Razer subreddit that the software caused double typing issues and gave examples of how it made him type hour with 2 R's and please with 2 P's. In his video review of the Blade, Josh stated, quote, "People have reported that there are some issues that cause Synapse to clash with your mouse if it pulls above a certain frequency," end quote. In a separate issue in another post, Reddit user Zane Callius' post corroborated some of the previous user Ivan's feedback. Quote, "When Synapse 4 is running, it causes a lot of games to stutter, most notably League of Legends, Cyberpunk 2077, and Marvel Rival. When I exit all Synapse apps, that fixes it," end quote. Another user reported some strange Synapse behavior, saying that a Blade 16 with a 5080 can't use the keyboard functions to switch performance mode. The user identified that these only work with Synapse open and manually selecting a mode being the active window, saying, quote, "While using the shortcut key makes it appear active in Synapse, it doesn't actually apply the change," end quote. Another user responded to say how they had similar issues, also noting that manual fan curves are broken, performance profile switching is broken, and that Synapse has to be not only open, but again, the active window. And if those issues aren't strange enough, there are, of course, worse ones. Reddit user Zippy Apple wrote that Razer Synapse can't even detect his Razer laptop, and that all settings go back to factory defaults. UltrabookReview.com's review of the notebook echoed a lot of the complaints around Synapse that we found on Reddit, this one through a review. The reviewer called Synapse, quote, "buggy," end quote, noted double registration of key presses, matching what Josh saw, and referenced stuttering in games, like what the Reddit user saw. The reviewer wrote, quote, "However, it's important to understand that you can't run the laptop at higher power without Synapse, as it needs it for the higher power profiles and settings. So even if you install a fresh Windows copy on your unit, you'd still have to install Synapse as well," end quote. Ultrabook Review also noted some of the performance issues that Synapse brought, highlighting dropped frames when Synapse is open and reinforcing user complaints that closing it resolves the issue, but eliminates other functionality of the laptop. Speaking of performance issues, while digging around, and basically what we were doing was trying to categorize what are the key problems here, one of the key problems that we were able to give its own category is abnormally poor performance on battery. It's normal for performance to be worse on battery, but this is like exceptionally bad in a particularly impressive way, and not a good one. So we dug up countless reports of this issue. They all seem to be related. This user said even web pages take forever to load on battery, noting that he updated all the drivers and performed a factory reset twice. Regardless of these attempts, he noted that, quote, "It still performs worse than my 2024 Blade 16, end quote, which was equipped with 64 gigabytes of RAM, 4 terabytes of storage, and an RTX 4090 GPU. He concluded, quote, "If I could, I would probably return for a refund. Be warned," end quote. This other user said that CPU single core performance tanks on battery, calling it, quote, "slower than almost any gaming laptop I've ever tested," end quote. Another user complained about the laptop's performance while running on battery, this time citing issues with streaming video and even just typing. The user said that even offline video playback is laggy. In a review on Crimson Tech of the 2025 version of the Razer Blade 16, which was equipped with a 5070 Ti in the review, the publication stated, quote, "Another big issue is performance on battery. The moment you unplug this thing, it becomes noticeably slower. The whole system suddenly just has random stuttering, and basic stuff like starting Windows Explorer is now just slow. The Synapse app also becomes even less responsive, and stuff like function keys sometimes straight up just don't work," end quote. The publication also attempted a full reset and driver install like a lot of these users did, saying that none of these fixed it. Now, it's normal, again, for performance to be lower on battery. That's just how they're supposed to work. It's to preserve battery life. But it shouldn't be so low that typing is laggy or that video playback is stuttery. So there's something worse going on here. And we also unearthed a ton of reports about external display functionality with the Blade laptops. So this is a new category. One user said a 5090 equipped Blade 16 would, quote, flicker on and off for games, end quote, when connected to an Odyssey OLED G9, showing a video to support this. Now, it's possible that the G9 has its own issues, so we looked for other displays. This user had issues with the HDMI port not working, with another complaining that HDMI resulted in issues with refresh rates and inability to dock with both the laptop screen and the external display functional. The user noted that the monitor cable combo works fine for other laptops. Even more users noted issues between the IGP and the DGPU, which isn't unique to Razer but adds fuel to the fire and the chaos. This went on in this thread, indicating clear issues with HDMI somewhere. But part of the challenge with display problems is that there is a lot more room for it to be other things. Between cables and just the monitors themselves, there are other factors at play where it may exit just the Razer laptop, but there's enough of these with enough different combinations of things. We think there's a problem somewhere in here. Now, in just Josh's review of the Razer Blade 16, Josh shared another external display-related issue. Here it is.
When plugging into an external display, the display is fuzzy. It appears like it's using the right resolution that's in Windows settings, but it's clearly not. You have to go and set it down to a different resolution and then back up to its correct one for it to register.
In addition to all of this, Razer's forums contain reports of artifacting with external displays on a 5080 and other users complaining of external displays causing the laptop to freeze, requiring removal of monitor configurations from the registry. Several posters in that thread noted issues with Samsung displays specifically, so it's possible that there's a specific issue between these two devices. But the bad news for Razer is that that's not the last category. We also saw just a lot of crashing and booting issues just generally described. We tried to distill it down. One of the worst ones mentioned a 5080 equipped Blade 18, noting in-game crashes that led to the laptop becoming, quote, unusable, end quote. The user's description on Reddit sounds like the OS got corrupted on crash, which we've seen in the past on various devices internally as well. Other users noted BSODs, or blue screens of death, that could be a result of anything, not necessarily Razer, or NVIDIA driver crashes, which could be NVIDIA's fault, as they've had a lot of driver issues this year. Jared's Tech is another excellent laptop reviewer who's helped us find laptops in the past and has also discussed these issues. In his Razer Blade 16 with 5090 review, Jared's Tech said this.
I also need to note that I couldn't test our usual Red Dead Redemption 2 on this laptop, because it kept crashing in the same part of the test every single time, and this was a problem that NVIDIA was able to replicate, so presumably it will be fixed at some point. We also had a few crashes in Control, but it was nowhere near as consistent.
Now, separately, one of the other common themes is just a general lack of quality control, and this also starts to involve NVIDIA. In The Verge's hands-on impressions of the Razer Blade 16, the reviewer said, quote, "My first review unit had noticeable hardware issues and was replaced by NVIDIA, which provided the blades for RTX 5090 testing. I've only had the replacement unit for a few days, and while it doesn't exhibit any of the same performance issues or buzzy speakers, it's had a couple of random blue screens of its own," end quote. And just to reiterate, that's two defective units happening when NVIDIA is controlling the sampling process personally. They know where it's going and that the purpose of it is to be reviewed, and they're still showing up defective twice. Back on Reddit, a user posted a list of issues with their 5070 Ti Razer Blade 16. We'll show that list on the screen. It's extensive, but the short version includes BSODs on day 3 of use, crashes, lagging, loading during restart and shutdown, inability to wake from sleep, underutilized GPU and overutilized CPU, and trackpad issues, among others. Now, a company can sell the most defective individual unit in the world, but as long as customer support can properly handle it, they might stick the landing. It really depends. I mean, Fractal and Arctic have set a good example over the years for this, but most companies don't. And that's why that list really hasn't gotten that much longer over the years. Razer is also plagued, unfortunately, with customer support issues. Reddit user CC13RE created a post on the Razer subreddit titled, quote, "Razer support just assumes you have hours and days to troubleshoot their brand new laptop. Do not buy 2025 Blade," end quote. And just me and you, CC13RE, just briefly, I get that frustration. I think a lot of us probably do. Most of us have been through some kind of experience where you're like, wait a minute, I'm not getting paid to troubleshoot this problem. Can you just refund it for me? Give me a new one? In the post, he vents his frustration and lists blue screens of death, graphics errors, resets, among other issues, with Razer asking the user to troubleshoot everything personally. The user says, quote, "I told them to take it back, so they escalated my case. The first thing this new guy asked me to do is reinstall my fucking drivers. I have spent probably 10 hours total testing this piece of shit. Why the fuck do I have to do hours and hours of free labor on a $3,500 laptop? Just take it back and send me a new one. God damn, I hate Razer. Please someone convince me to just return it fully. I don't think they will be able to fix it or send me a new one, end quote. I just want to say I think I really want this guy to be like my anger translator. I think I need him to write the scripts for me for some of the issues that we talk about, because this is just beautiful writing. I really enjoyed reading it. So hopefully if you're out there, Reddit user, I hope you at least get some amusement out of the fact that your words have been read verbatim and we're not even going to censor it. It conveys the emotion better. Now that user isn't alone. There are dozens of such reports just in the last month alone when looking across forums and Reddit. This user also complained of slow and, quote, sketchy, end quote, repair services as provided by Razer, all made worse by the fact that Razer only provides a 14-day return window. You'd be better off buying from a retailer with a 30-day window, which is more standard. One user recounted an instance where Razer refused to apply a teacher discount code to a purchase that was still within that 14-day return window. This led to the teacher returning the device for a $4,500 full refund and subsequent purchase from another vendor. Now, Razer has really dropped the ball here. Razer's entire brand is built on this idea of being high quality and better than the others, almost like this sort of snooty attitude about other brands. You could tell that when they were designing this and announcing it, they were probably wearing black turtlenecks and had lights behind them to cast their shadows upon the audience, to quote Silicon Valley, like a giant looking over his own shoulder. That is the vibe you get from Razer. In addition to the gamer edgelord vibe of, I don't know, the Rome 2 Total War flag with the green snakes. I just stopped to look up that logo, and it looks like it may be based upon the Triskelion Snake Witch, which was originally discovered in a cemetery. So I'm sure there's other meanings too, but I like that one the most because that is probably where most of these will be discovered. Now, the fact that Razer's laptop issues pertain to several different problems like performance, trackpad, software, external displays, and more paint a broad picture that Razer doesn't know what it's doing. The blade is only sharp enough to cut corners in its quality control and customer support. Now, the reason we're running this report is so we can better understand this, because we've seen a lot of these complaints, and this is kind of our first step these days. So we talked about this in our ASRock motherboard issue report a while ago, months ago, earlier this year, where this is the first step we normally take to understanding the problem so that we can then maybe try and chase something down and hopefully force some kind of concessions from the company or promises or whatever that they can then break later, but at least it's on record. In the very least, though, if we can't get that far because we don't really work with Razer, what we wanted to do is just compile stuff, get it together for you, and then if you're thinking about buying one of these laptops or you already have one and you're experiencing these problems, at least you know what to expect, or that it's not only happening to you. And unfortunately, it looks like Razer just has lots of problems right now with these Blade laptops. So anyway, that's it for our initial report and recap of the issues at hand for Razer. This also gives us an opportunity to ask you all to let us know about the problems you've had with Razer's components. So if we expand this and start doing some more first-party testing on our own beyond this specific device, the trackpad issues, we'll have more to work with and have more input from the community so we kind of know where to focus our efforts the most if we go that route. But we'll wait and see. We know that some of the laptop reviewers are working on some content, and since that's kind of their area to focus on, they hopefully will get some stuff out there to really start digging. But you know, if we need to get more heavily involved, then I'll go buy some Razer laptops, and I guess we'll do that and chase them down the way we did Asus. But for now, that's the report for you. Hopefully that is helpful. Razer, I mean, it's like every meme you would expect as an enthusiast, where they've always kind of had this reputation of like, wow, they sure really try hard to look super cool and like they're enthusiasts, and they really just come across as like a worse Apple with more problems. And that.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel gave up. They threw in the towel and just said whoops-a-daisy. I think they noticed the plummeting stock price and tried to throw the parachute on last minute here to try and save it. And actually, it is working. Their stock is rebounding after they've announced they're just going to go back to the old branding and everything, which is definitely the right call because the new logo is just more of that minimalist corpo dog shit, just personality-less, sterile, chrome garbage. I use chrome in the way that it was used in SpongeBob, how everything's chrome. Well, when it comes to marketing, there's been a huge push over the last few years to do everything as simply as possible, and take all of the creativity and soul out of like a brand identity. I don't understand it at all, just boiling everything down to plain text. And for Cracker Barrel, it's even more incomprehensible because their old logo was kind of iconic, and the entire reason people even go to Cracker Barrel is for the sake of nostalgia. To go to something that reminds them of being a kid and driving across the country to old Meemaw's house. Like, and you get like that whole blast from the past at Cracker Barrel. And now this whole new marketing campaign was about how they're modernizing it and changing it. Like, it's super stupid. Obviously, the people that are going to Cracker Barrel probably weren't going to respond well to it. And even people that don't go there weren't going to respond well to it because no one likes to see this fucking direction that companies take now. It was a lose-lose situation across the board. I don't know how they thought they could squeak a fucking W out from their butt cheeks here with this one. And now, after everything was going tits up for them, they've just desperately said, all right, you win. We're going back to the old logo, and we're not going to be making these sweeping changes. Their original statement after the backlash was that it was a vocal minority that didn't like it, so they tried the denial approach and drank a delusion smoothie. It wasn't saving them, so now they're trying to snap back to reality and trying to paint this as like a good thing, like, we listen to you guys. We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. We said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away. Our old timer will remain. It's like the end of a fucking MCU movie. Old timer will return. So now they're like, okay, I guess it wasn't a vocal minority. So we're gonna listen to you guys, because if we don't, I think we're gonna be ending up with our ass in the air getting fucked in the stock market. This now puts Cracker Barrel in an exclusive club of companies whose marketing was so bad they had to just pull the plug, get it off life support ASAP, and go backwards. This includes Coke, like with their new Coke push, an infamous marketing blunder. Also, HBO Max, where they changed to Max, but then eventually back to HBO Max. Again, I'm going to go off on a little tangent here. I really don't know what kind of scam is being run from marketing agencies on these big companies, but all power to them. They must be making so much money through coming up with the most simple, stupid ideas ever that any sensible person with half a brain would hear and be like, yeah, it's a bad idea. But somehow these marketing drones are able to convince these like fucking billionaires and like these super high upper echelon people on the food chain of massive corporations that they should completely redo everything and ruin their brand image because somehow that will make it fresh. I don't know how it's working for them. Well, I mean, it's not working for the companies, but it's working for the marketing agencies of convincing them that they need to be giving them hand over fist amount of money to do these awful changes. Again, these are changes anybody, like even someone at like a fucking elementary school would probably hear this and be like, why would Cracker Barrel do that? I don't like that. Actually, any human being would hear these changes and just, they'd naturally ask the question, why? But somehow these companies don't. Like, let's talk HBO Max. You have your marketing firm that's doing all the levers and pulleys on the doodads and whatever to try and help your company grow there with the streaming platform. And then one of them says, let's change the name from HBO Max, a name everyone knows and recognizes, to just Max. Does no one ask why? Like, why would you not just follow that up with a simple question, like a simple inquiry saying, but why? Because there's nothing to gain from that. You actually gain nothing. All you do is lose people that don't know what Max is now on their fucking TVs. Like, oh, what was this program here, Max? What'd you download here? Is this some kind of porn platform? What is this garbage? Get this out of here. Like, you just lose the entire identity of it. Like, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. Especially in Cracker Barrel's case. They lost like $100 million overnight, and I have to wonder how much they paid for this huge rebrand and this huge push. The whole idea of Cracker Barrel is nostalgia. And this new push was about getting rid of the nostalgia. You've done it. The marketing execs, they really do get it. Like, these guys, they've got their finger on the pulse of what the people actually want. It's like every single marketing push from these companies is about, like, how they can completely change things and then try and, like, hypnotize people into thinking that this is a good thing. Like, yeah, you're gonna hate this, but you gotta take your medicine. You gotta swallow the pill. We know you better than you know you, and this is what you want. So it's what we're giving you. Yep. And it didn't go over well. I'm actually very surprised that they shifted course so quickly. I thought for sure they were going to ride this for a little while here and just try and brute force it. But it must have been so bad for them internally that they're like, okay, just fucking abandon it. Please, God. We have to save this now. I thought for sure they were going to stick to it for a little while to, you know, test the waters, dip their tootsies in there before, like, fully cannonballing back into the pool of regret and, you know, reverting everything. I thought they were going to stick the course, because most companies do. When they spend this amount of money on this kind of push, it's very hard for them to admit fault and go backwards. So I thought they were just going to go for, you know, brute forcing it through, like, okay, just hunker down, you know, plant our feet, lat spread, and yeah, we might lose a little bit in the short term, but what about the potential long-term gains, which are always non-existent in a change like this? It's not like there was like a huge flood of people that were like, okay, now I can't wait to try Cracker Barrel. Now that it's gone fully minimalist and is now just another generic, sterile restaurant, I can't wait to get my teeth in there and chomp on those meals. Like, that doesn't exist. There was never that group of people. All it does, again, is just kick out the customers that went for a specific purpose of, like, that old-timey feel. But these companies don't seem to know that when they make these changes. So I thought for sure they were just going to try and get that imaginary group of people into the door, but they didn't. And they made the right call by abandoning it this quickly. It should have never even been something that had been greenlit in the first place, but at least they did act pretty quickly in reverting everything. Definitely was the right call to do that. They should have never even got this far in the first place. Maybe this will be like a lesson going forward that maybe a lot of those marketing agencies you're paying the big bucks to don't really know a fucking thing about what they're doing or what people are looking for out of your brand. I mean, I know that's kind of blasphemous to say in the corporate world, but maybe it's just a little food for thought. Oh, also, one more thing I wanted to mention. In the midst of all the Cracker Barrel hoopla, I saw some reports from employees claiming that they don't actually make the food at Cracker Barrel fresh. Like, it's not all made from scratch at some of the restaurants. Which, I mean, I guess it doesn't surprise me per se, because a lot of companies make these claims about, like, how fresh the food is. We make it here. In fact, we got all the animals in the back and we go slaughter them there and make it so fucking fresh you wouldn't believe it. And it's like, yeah, that's probably not true. In Cracker Barrel's case, though, that was like a core component to their pitch on their cuisine. So if that is true, that's a damn shame. Like I said, I've never really had a problem with Cracker Barrel food. I've always enjoyed it. Every time I've gone there, it's been like good eating. I've never been disappointed or anything. But one of their big things in the new marketing push was like improving the food. So I don't know if that means that now they really are going to commit to making it all fresh from scratch at the locations or what. But I don't think all of this is going to lead to more customers going to Cracker Barrel, like a new wave of enthusiasts going there. Like, they listened, I can't wait to commit to eating at Cracker Barrel 3 times a week with my family. I don't see that happening. I think this will just be everyone going back to not eating at Cracker Barrel unless they're really feeling nostalgic, or if it's something that's just really convenient on a road trip or something. I don't see this being like a huge eruption of popularity for the brand or anything, even though it did get their name out there in a big way, and I'm sure there are people that are happy that they did go back and listen to the feedback. Granted, that's not what they did. They weren't listening to the feedback. They just noticed that they were fucking floundering in the stock market. They were losing so much money. But regardless, there are people happy that they at least did go backwards, and they might try it once or twice. I just don't see it leading to like long-term explosive growth of Cracker Barrel or anything like that. Even though it is rebounding with its stock, I don't think anything's going to really change for this company going forward. Though I did mention that one of their changes in this new push that they've now abandoned that I actually thought was a really good idea that they should definitely still go through with is changing their chairs. Those chairs, they do not feel good on the old tuchus after a little while. I think changing out the chairs was a actual good idea. That is a banger. They should definitely still do that. Get rid of everything else they were proposing except that. Get new chairs. Get some like real comfortable chairs to sit on. Because those seats they got there, yucky. They are just not comfortable. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about Cracker Barrel. That's really about it. See ya.
crushing first team wipe just unfolded.
Indeed, and that's a hit the powerhouses will want to shake off fast. The powerhouses are rejoining the match. Momentum builds as the mighty push ahead.
Fucking vault I didn't mean to do. Fuck, dude. Oh, you still alive. I shot you so fucking much. Cash out steal stopped dead in its tracks by a contestant. That's how you play.
Frag grenade set. A contestant's elimination streak tossing some fire. Signs of cooling down.
Tactics and steadfast pace brought the Tough Shells victory in this match. Congratulations to our rising stars.
Plankton, me chum. You're a kelp sucker. Hey, prop that lean, squiddy. Yeah, I said okay. Yeah, I said okay. Yeah, I said okay, on shit. Okay, switch from the formula that boy be creeping every day. Plankton is the we took his eye away. His wife is a bot, we funded that and been done every way. School got inside the bitch, he gon' make him pay. Patty's lip, yeah, big things on bitch, yeah, we made it, hey, my song ain't deep, okay, break your news on bitch, I had some flipping like a pie.
Now, the Tough Shells, the Boundless, and finally, the Jet Setters. It's time to bring the heat.
I'm gonna hit you with my mag.
Brace yourselves for the ultimate dash for cash. The first team to reach the cash target will win.
Ready, set, chase that cash. Just like Scotty said.
The tough shells are busy busting into ball one.
First elimination is live and the match is heating up.
The battle lines are drawn.
And may the best team cross them on their path to victory.
Relocating. The tough shells push forward. First cash out on the way.
Woo! Shit on, boy. Oh, this is moving platform.
Special delivery.
Cookie king crab on the stove with a formula. Whipping the bikini and bikini trying to run it up.
Oh yes, and the tough shells won't be getting that anytime soon. Fantastic steal by the jet setter.
A move that definitely worked out. Right, Scotty.
No, it interrupted my reload. I would have shit on you again. Wow. I got pearl, give it necklace to your gum bucket.
The tough shells are back on the scene.
Cookie king crab on the stove with a formula. Whipping that bikini and bikini trying to run it up. Teamwork. Bikini Bottom is my city. Read that backwards, that shit fun, huh? Yeah, I'm going crazy, yeah.
Take control of the cash out with almost no time left.
Definitely not a defensive strategy.
The Jet Setters just buzzed the tower in the competition to log victory. On behalf of all of us here at the finals, thanks for watching.
So the crab finally responded, huh? I'm about to turn this diss track to a murder scene. Did it like Cobain with a headshot.
You got red skin, I got red dot.
Got it back in blood, made his city sail. Now he in no mood. To himself. Kill yourself. Crab, kill yourself. Kill yourself. Crab, kill yourself. You a sad crab with a slim wrist. Puff a sad slag, see your big bitch. I'ma make a calm, I don't need dick. I think I lost my arm like the chum, I need a big fist. Eating puff pussy for my breakfast. Make this dick fit like it's Tetris. Lift her up and flex like a bench press. Fat blubber hose, eating dick and a fresh. Yeah, sponge boy pussy, you gon' have to eat a Panadol. Sponge boy pussy, cause I fucked him in like every hole. Sponge boy, don't be looking froze, I shall let it go. Into that fucking crab, he can't test me at the bubble bowl. Did it like Cobain with a headshot. He got red skin, I got red dye. Got it back in blood, made his city sail. Now he in no mood. To himself. Kill yourself. Crab, kill yourself. Kill yourself. Crab, kill yourself.
Do you wanna die? Cause I'ma take your soul back, baby, on the reaper. Keep it to the side. I got Karen acting breeze, but she touching on my wiener. I am a really nice guy. I'ma say you.
And hello, the CNS has flipped our script to transform the arena into a hacker's paradise. Let the game begin.
The Steamrollers are putting the squeeze on Vault 1.
Throwing violation is in, and it's clear that no one here is holding back.
Boy, oh boy, are we in for a treat today.
And that's just the start.
Cover me.
Fortune favours the bold, Scotty.
A long-awaited return to the arena for the Retros.
No!
Watch that cash out right back. Cash out goes to the Retros. Let's see whether they can keep that momentum going.
After that steal, I bet they're walking off with a little swagger like, how do you like them virtual apples?
Okay, let's go.
Fucking how did he get the revive? He fucking backed off.
Vault 2 is being jimmied by the old Claire's. For the Retros, as they have started a cash out.
bad rep. Squidward got that kill switch stuffed up like his Baghdad. Patrick, he was brainwashed, but we got him back yet.
SpongeBob, what are you drilling?
Cause my boss is Mr. Swagger, yeah.
Red bottom sipping purpleine. Bitch, I'm gon' ride for my fucking team. Plankton whack, you fucking fiend. Yeah, I run the game. What's my name? Eugene. Red bottom sipping purpleine. Bitch, I'm gon' ride for my fucking team. Plankton whack, you fucking fiend. Yeah, I run the game. What's my name? Eugene.
Cut a bitch off like the hash, sling and slash. Karen pissed off cause the squid wouldn't smash. At the bubble bowl backstage like an actor. She want my bulwark like it came from Alaska. Get the fuck away. I thought I told you, bitch, I'm smoking kelp up to my fucking face. I do this shit like every fucking day. Squiddy caught a kill streak, the chopper gun on the way. All I see are bodies falling and dead ops when duty's calling. I'm the red dot and pipe lane pouring. The lanes up and square with no remorse. I am him.
Red bottom sipping purpleine. Bitch, I'm gon' ride for my fucking team. Plankton whack, you fucking fiend. Yeah, I run the game. What's my name? Eugene. Red bottom sipping purpleine. Bitch, I'm gon' ride for my fucking team. Plankton whack, you fucking fiend. Yeah, I run the game. What's my name? Eugene. Eugene.
Lobster gang. I've been here forever, I've been here forever, yeah. Don't make business with my place that they don't know me, I don't care. They say, Larry, you an officer, how the fuck you get those rounds? And they say, Larry acting selfish cause he focus on himself. Oh, well, I've been here forever, I've been here forever, yeah. Oh, well, I've been here forever, I've been here forever, yeah. I'm a 6'1" fucking lobster from my head down to my tail. They say, Larry, are you yeet? I don't know, so here's a bell. That was dumb hard, that's a dumbbell. I'ma die hard like I'm Bruce Will. I stay out of beef in the reef, but if we surf and turf, I'ma make sure you get done well. Hard-headed bitch, I'm hard-headed, yeah, yeah. All in, I don't feel already, yeah, yeah. I don't need a weapon and I mean that too. Cause I'm really pumping iron and they go like glue. They never thought we'd do it, but we made it fun. Oh, the Trent twins gonna play this shit they call. Like it's 10 pin, you know you gotta raise that bar. And like a sis said, we all gotta make it bro. I've been here forever, I've been here forever, yeah. Don't make business with my place that they don't know me, I don't care. They say, Larry, you an officer, how the fuck you get those rounds? And they say, Larry acting selfish cause he focus on himself. Oh, well, I've been here forever, I've been here forever, yeah. Oh, well, I've been here forever, I've been here forever, yeah. I'm a 6'1" fucking lobster from my head down to my tail.
They say, Larry, are you yeet? I don't know, so here's a bell.
That was dumb hard, that's a dumbbell.
We are gathered here today to mourn a tragedy in Bikini Bottom. After months of gang-related crime, Karen Plankton, wife of notorious gangster Sheldon J. Plankton, was shot dead outside her home on Bottom Theater Lane. We are now joined by Plankton as he says his final goodbyes.
When every op gets slammed and every five gets down, we'll ask the war revenge. Now that you're not here,
I know that my time gon' come. I'm loading that 951.
extending my chopper's drum, so all the ops get scared.
Cause we all came from the bottom.
Bikinis always.
On that Rumble, they didn't pop the TP, they left him up there, and that's going to be 2 plates going over and more resources on the Rumble, which you talked about earlier, Mazel.
This champion feels like it can be so good into this comp, just running at some of the carries. Once those carries are gone, DC don't really have any gas in the tank. But we do have first items coming up here. I mean, obviously, a couple already complete for Blue Water. The Kraken Slayer there for Sajja, it's going to be really big, though.
Of course, using that cold tech on the Unara too, of course, your Q applies on-hit effects, so whenever it bounces, you get +3 health from everything you hit. That's really OP. If you're at home, definitely use that solo Q, but yeah, I actually do want to credit Sajjad in that fight. I know that he had a really early preemptive flash, but it got out of the light binding from Luck.
Yep.
If you eat that, like that's your 3/4 of your health bar gone. Yeah. You got the final spark following up and for E, which I don't know the name of, but
I'm on the case.
I didn't have to out myself like that, but I guess that's just the day I'm signing up for here myself. The overly honest caster.
Hey, we can appreciate that, TBH. I'm here for it. If you want a little bit of follow-up, it's loose in singularity. I don't think you would have ever gotten
No,
that.
see, why would I ever say that instead of just the E-ball, At least he's not picking the Lux skin where that E sounds like the iPhone alarm and, like, gives me PTSD every time.
True.
Yeah.
That's a great call-out, actually.
It's not. It's terrible for all of us.
Let's stay away from that one. Let's just not. Hey, luckily this is the only time it'll get picked today. So we're in fine standings. Oh, another final spark goes fine. The good thing is about that is it comes up like literally every 30, 40 seconds. So it'll be fine. He's already a quarterback.
Did go Boingmans, not quite level 11 yet, but yeah, I mean, once you get to level 16, that thing is literally up every wave. So we'll see if Samikin can make good use of that.
But that's where I want to open up that conversation about Samikin a little bit more. It's a guy that we've really appreciated following some of the kind of positive mindset that he's been. See, there's the chickens, Cubby. I told you. It's chicken on chicken combat.
You're getting distracted on its standpoint.
Samikin has been really interesting to watch because I think he's been one of the ones that's more open to the process that we've seen through development in Tier 2. And I think going against Toasty, a lot of track record used to in their same come up, obviously the same amount of time itself. But it's been really fun to watch how committed Samikin is to kind of the community, to the outreach, but also some damn good gameplay in the mid lane to be able to carry Blue Water.
I mean, it's funny because both Toasty and Samikin were actually in a tryout for Evil Geniuses or in the league in 2024. There were two options. I think at the time she was like slightly Toasty favored, but it's been kind of fun because since then it's been a pretty similar trajectory for both of these players. Toasty being on a few different teams, and Samikin really sticking with the Blue Water guns. Both players have been able to show some good moments on the ramp. If Samikin were to get the best of Darkseer, though, Toasty and Blue Water, I am a good mid laner. It doesn't matter what champ pool I have. I can play this at a high level. Definitely, I think he's made a lot of fans because of how, like, the high level he can play.
Fuck, dude, that's so much fucking poke.
One day we'll be back on. We're getting a lot of bodies up to the Rift Herald, Cubby, and I think that's where the next tussle's gonna go. So who do we feel like has that positive impact in this fight? I mean, we have everything available for both sides.
I mean, I would say at the moment, it really depends on what kind of impact Galio makes. I haven't seen Kay get involved in kind of setup yet. So for me, he's the big difference maker because I think the Wombo and the entrance that he can find with the rest of Dark Hero is big enough to overcome the water, but that's not done cleanly.
Gonna be a fucking loss for sure.
That Seraphs isn't evolved yet. I'll take the Trinity Force Forky at the moment as being really bursty and really strong at this point in the game. And we'll see if they can find the right execute on one of these carries here.
You're going to move over to start up the Rift Herald here.
Both top laners are basing from bot, so I expect insta TPs in.
See where they want to go. A couple wards in there.
Look
at the line play! They found the push play straight on the Zyko. He's going to have to flash. He is dashing. He's trying to get away. Cracker is TP. Toasty has a flank equalizer coming in on the Zyko. Zyko's burning. Zyko's dying. Feats of Warfare been completed by Blue Water, and they're about to win this fight too. Hirokin coming in last second. Beautiful flash from Pinto, but Quacker follows it for a double kill. Toasty gets a big shockwave, but it's not going to be nearly enough as Quacker is just running at people, Cubby. I told you it's a problem, and he's going to make it Dark Zeros as Blue Water find another fight, and they're going to go back to the Rift Herald. At least they should.
Dark Zero started that Rift Herald a little bit too early. They skipped a step. They didn't have control over that banana branch. As Zyko was going to connect and find it, He gets jumped on, and it's a very favorable start to the fight for Blue Otter. As you see, Zyko is so low early in the TPs that come in. K gets cut off. Toasty can't connect with the team either. So a bit of disconnect here from Dark Zero in both ways, and I thought Quacker had a fantastic fight. As this flash over gets him out of the Galio ult, makes sure that he takes down the jungler. The ult might have been dropped a little bit early, but the way that he played the rest of it, even zoning Toasty out here, was very good. Array might have been able to hit K, but was worried about the Lunara damage, and Jeb was doing his best to pump behind his tanks there. And as we get back to the same scene of the crime, Array's on a slow reset. He's walking mid. He'd be behind if any fight bust out here.
4 out of 5 flashes burned by Dark Zero in that last fight here. We'll see if it really affects them moving forward and have their confidence at least moving through the fight as the Rift Herald just goes the way of Blue Otter. They are very strong in the moment. They have the Rift Herald play for some of that same gold that's on the map as well, and many options to go for. See if Dark Zero can answer with the Dragon to continue that stacking for themselves.
Have control over the bot side. Looks like Kizno trading out some of Kryra's camp. The Rift Herald did go down. That will be nice for Kizno, but Kryra's doing the same on his side. They're kind of required from both teams. We have a little bit of an Australian setup, and looks like Blue Otter is going to be seeding that Dragon to try and find the Galio here. So we'll see if K can read it. He's already retreating after the turret, but he might still get jumped on, yeah.
Not going to be able to make it out. Maybe he does. He's pretty tanky already. His first turret ended up falling. We are not even going to watch K because it didn't matter in the end. And he lived. He was tanky enough to get away from that one. But it's going to be turrets traded across the map. For the gold and a very dead even, almost 20-minute game. Dragon goes away at easy.
Was important that the first brick was picked up by Dark Zero because the beasts are decided by the next neutral objective. As it's 2 dragons for Dark Zero, Rubs and Rift Herald for Blue Otter as they were feeling the void this game. And we'll see what else they're able to bring out. Looks like Sanakin's going to be going for a potential Horizon focus. I saw him talking with LS about this item. I do think that on Lux in particular, you do get some bonus value with the fact that you keep the vision. Not to mention you can always abuse the range, especially after you put the 2 meters, you take a step back. You can always make sure that you proc that range requirement from Horizon.
Another little item that thing I want to talk about that's going to have a massive impact. This second item fight is not good. I think 3 items is kind of the perfect combination for Lunara, but the Kraken player and Spike is so good in earlier fights. There's nothing really to fight over here, so that's a little bit of a question mark as Quacker has an ankle. He's burning him down, has popped the equalizer there in the end, but it's still going to be BZ moving out as a team. And I want to see how they utilize this power from Sajed, who has been such a star for Dark Zero this split.
I know talking with Sajed before the match said that he feels like he's still the best team fighting AD in the league. I would have to agree, but also talked about how he's upped his laning. Definitely said laning wasn't his strong suit again, but feels like he's gotten a lot better in that category. Someone that the LTA when GMs are doing their job, whether he makes it in the LTA with Dark Zero or finds another opportunity. I think Sajed has really made himself turn himself into a top prospect on behalf here in NACL. This Lunara definitely going to be a Wazda abuser when that hits the rift. But
I can't
we'll
wait.
See if Sajed can do it here. I can wait. More poke damage. It's been interesting. Yeah, I was understanding that we can have Sanakin just kind of rip in these final sparks. Yeah, that's already almost halfway off cooldown, but surprised to see Quacker do the same. I think it did create some okay conditions for Blue Water here, but they weren't able to turn it into anything. And I do think that slowing this game down is a wee bit dangerous. Rumble, for me, is the only person like truly outscaling your counterpart. Lux can do a ton of damage, but she's very execution-based, and there are so many ways to play the Lux or Dark Zero. So a little bit concerned at this game slowing down, and I do want to give Dark Zero credit for trying to keep things even. I do expect an explosion in this next neutral fight, whether it's Dragon or the Otacon or Kizno Fishing here, which doesn't come up with anything. But of course, next neutral does decide feats as well.
You can tell that Dark Zero are a bit hesitant on some of these engages and kind of moving
want to wait
from them. They do want to wait. They want to get these items going.
Like both teams are really close to kind of having big spikes. I mean, Ray's going to pop the Nirmana and probably this next wave. And we're going to have a Horizon Focus coming in soon. Kryber's ahead on the routes to Black Cleaver. Yeah, there's that Horizon focus for the Salmonkin.
Oh, Solar Flare onto Array. Cleanse coming out, all the CC, but it's not enough. And now you're under turret. The Shockwave's not going to matter from DC. They lose Zyko's entire health bar, and he's going to walk straight into Quacker. Your nightmare from the void. Quacker comes up with a big pick.
Good walk up from Quacker, who was on that bot wave. But again, the wave's really good here for Blue Water. They're going to quick reset before the Dragon. And, oh, I think they're going to go Otacon into the Dragon. Potential. Okay, no, that's TP. I was getting excited.
That'll look OP, bro.
Yeah, I was like, oh boy. I mean, if that was a Quacker TP, they were really looking at Otacon. Still might be the play here. TP not committed, but we are a minute out from the Dragon. This is going to be a little bit risky for Blue Water. They waited too long, so it is Dark Zero. They have Zyko back on the map. He's making his way here, and while the items got in, they kind of missed out on their window to do anything. So I think it's just going to be Dragon focused. They really try to deny the Soul. Ocean Soul would be a really tough one for Blue Water to lose.
Briscoe play in mid lane. Final Spark to come out to pull everybody off the play. The charge is going to come in. Robeck gets the damage down. The turret should fall as well, so there won't be a defensive structure for DZ to fall back on during this Dragon fight. Yeah, that Soul point would give DZ so much decision-making priority here. Take that one. The Atacon being on the other side of the map, though, it's risky, Cubby.
Toasty's walking up there. It looks like kind of seeing the Soul. Or, Dragon. I do think that this Dragon, it's a really bad draw for Blue Water. Because if Dark Zero do pick up that Ocean Dragon, like the power of Lux goes down a lot. Think of the range, which is a lot. I actually think it's important for Blue Water to pick this up. Ocean Soul for me is a very conditional soul. This game I think is very good is that Solar Flare doesn't connect and Blue Water able to move on out.
Kidno just walking straight at Robeck here.
Quacker's on a flank. Quacker's
overextended now. That TP's coming in the back. They've got to focus it, but Kane's going to go down way first, and now they're going to turn on to Quacker, who's still kicking. He's still quacking, and that's a three-man shockwave coming through from DZ. Quacker now going to try to get out of this one. He doesn't have an exit strategy, has no tools to get out, and now the follow-through. Look at Sajid ripping through them and tearing them a new one. Is he going to survive? Cryer gets the kill in the end, but avenged by his teammates. DZ strike!
That TP from Quacker for me was way too deep. They don't want to play flank fights when you have a Lux. You would love to play a front to back. And it created a scenario where Blue Water had to overextend to try and save Quacker. He lost so much health instantly, was kind of forced to drop the equalizer, because if not, then he might die. And Toasty was able to find a huge team fight on the back half of it, because Blue Water were forced to kind of keep pushing forward to connect with Quacker.
What a fight from DZ, and this is a little bit of recollection to what makes them so strong.
I mean, they should lose this fight.
From Blue Water.
I think they should lose this fight. Like right here, this fight's like if Quacker does not TP to that ward, if he TPs to the wave, he TPs with the team, Galio is dead on my screen, and it's a lost fight instead. We're gonna have Sajed, like Toasty hit a big shockwave that kind of stopped Blue Water in their tracks, and then Sajed just being empowered. That flash was so good from Sajed. Yes, he goes down in the end, but he pretty much takes 3 there with him, as Cryro wasn't able to find the immediate execute. I think that's a really clever flash actually from Sajed to buy space from the buy. And again, talking with Sajed before, said, hey, sometimes I play fights too fast, but also that's the kind of killer instinct you want to see out of your AD carry. As the carries for Dark Zero between Toasty stopping every one of their tracks with the shockwave and Sajed flashing over to finish that fight and buy space. That was a great play from Sajed.
Yeah, it was. And he was already on 2 items, now he's on 3 items. With the heal bow completed, he has so much safety here, and this Yunara is really starting to pop up. You can see why it's already picked a lot of time. It's left open. Getting that signature performance from Sajed, but now 4-1 and 3. This DZ comp is starting to kick. You need to see how Blue Water can get back into it. So their pick pools are not going to be as thorough moving forward with the lack of damage they have behind them.
That was an ambitious.
It was.
That one back sooner than later, but
making sure they have their sunglasses.
Posturing over the top side because of course Parent picks up also.
Looking at this posturing over mid lane, Baron up, and he had a con. That is where this pressure needs to. And I love it. Both teams are just kind of trying to call each other's bluff, saying who's going to mess up first, who's going to overextend.
Look, I think that scenario actually favors Blue Water. Like the poke from the Rumble, Lux, Corki, and then Nautilus' ability to kind of cheat terrain with the ridge lines. That standoff is what Blue Water wants, and part of why that last TP from Quacker was just way too tight. Because they want the front to back. They want to be tough. They want to really lean and rely on the poke and the slows that they have. And to be fair, they were able to hold control of the river and it got to the point where they're starting Otacon. There's a ward for Dark Zero that hasn't been spotted by Blue Water, so they know what's going on. But we'll see what kind of response we have. I think Blue Water, they can use Lux Shields to help out with some of the damage, but the Robexes, yeah, that was
I think this is ambitious, though, because this is what DZ want. They want to come into these fights like this. They want to be the ones to kind of play call. As Quacker has not been spotted, they don't know he's behind them.
No flash. He's got to be the look.
Chance to run at them. He will have a lot of strength here. Gonna pop the Jets, but it's a 50-50 we're looking at now. Kisno waiting to come into the Atacon pit here. As Zyko is that forward aggression. Blue Water are going to be pushed back. They're going to get separated. Quacker's trying to get over here. He's looking for an angle with the equalizer. He misses it completely now, and they're going to turn right back on him. He has a lot of the gold. He's got to be the one to carry forward as he's burning down K. K might just give his life, and the Atacon has spawned for Blue Water and doing serious work for them as DZ lose some of that frontline potential. Do Blue Water just go back to the Atacon? They do.
Oh, Quacker.
Oh, Quacker, 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 Quacker. He does get the one back to trade, and they take the pick two onto Kisno. You've been caught, and now DZ, they're going to try to get the outplay. Sajid, this is your moment. He's getting locked down. He's being dragged down, but he's trying to outplay it onto Array. The auto attacks are sinking deep, and Sajid, he's earning all that respect, all that reputation, and the man is popping off here.
Samikin tried to sync up the final spark with the buy Q, but Sajad just got his flashback in that moment, gets out of the combo, and him and Toasty carry the fight.
What a fight to carry indeed. The dual carry combo of Toasty and Sajed, and the execution now on multiple fights in a row.
This is way too deep from Dark Zero. I know the equalizer looked a wee bit funky from Quacker, but honestly it creates a great fight because it completely cut off the back line from everyone else. They were able to melt down the front line. Depth charge buys a lot of time against Sajed, but he gets out of those big cooldowns. So now it's about the cease and assist. They're waiting out Sajed's cooldown. And as we get through the rest of this, just look at Sajed's flash timer. It's not up yet on your screen. So this combo from Blue Otter, as Quacker trades out here, like how close is this to Sajed getting up flash and being able to use it? Still doesn't have it. Still doesn't have it. Still doesn't have it. I can't even blame them for when they went. Literally the instant it came off cooldown, Sajed is able to flash out, makes the play. If Blue Otter pulled the trigger just a second faster, he would not have the flash up to make that play. Instead, he does, rips through the back line with Toasty, and now Dark Zero looking at Ocean Soul.
And that's what makes the difference on the day. The execution, showing up when it matters most. In DZ, they pull the trigger on that one, and now they find themselves in an advantageous position. Kryra on the other side of the wall. We're looking at potential 50-50 here if Blue Water just want to take it. DZ feeling really confident. Kisno losing a little bit of his health bar. Blue Water trying to figure out how they want to enter this fight.
Front to back still good for them. They want to stall. Poor Solar Flare there from Zyko. Does get a raised W out, but they just would love to keep on poking. Keep in mind, Lux can really help burst down a dragon. So I think the flip is actually a little bit Blue Otter favored if Lux is able to find a combo, and Samikin's been holding on to the final spark.
All right, looks like Dark Zero are going to be willing to get this. Blue Otter were hesitant to let it go. Now DZ are going to back all 5 members. It's 50-50. It goes the way of Toasty. Ocean Soul complete for Dark Zero, and now they're going to try to get away from this one. Although Blue Otter, they want to go forward. They are going to end up getting Samikin's flash out. This is hesitant from Blue Otter. They are so chaotically aligned right now. They end up backing away after all of that, losing a ton of resources, but now pinging up towards the top side objective.
Look, I think they have to burst Otacon, they have to burst Baron, they have to do something desperate, because Ocean Soul is so bad for Blue Otter to face this game. Think of all the poke that we've seen, the standoffs. Like, even that standoff was okay for them. Great call by Dark Zero, by the way. They really did a good job of playing with that Dragon's Patience bar and then bursting it down. That is a Dark Zero that is in sync, what we want to see. And now we'll see if they can defend this Otacon take. Blue Otter have to be desperate here.
DP coming in. It is full strength from Dark Zero. They're going to move in. Otacon taken. They're going to still get engaged. Ooh, the flash. Denied.
This is really bad.
The follow through. Solar Flare connects on the Samikin.
Oh, I couldn't get my Q up. I wanted all the stacks.
That is Dark Zero. They are just tearing through them piece by little piece. That's a triple kill, a quadra kill. it gonna be a pentakill for Sajid?
He's been a beast all split. He's been a beast in this game as Sajid able to carry this one through for his team. Ocean Soul takes away, I think, any and all of the win cons here for Blue Water. As Dark Zero, they're going to clean up the Baron and clean up this game one off the back of their stud AD carry.
A stud indeed, 10-1 and 4 on the Yunara. We'd love to see this guy on hyper carry. His team fight mechanics are insane, and there's a reason why he has been top of the radar over these last couple years, and he's really showing out here for Dark Zero in this do or die series.
Again, Sajid, I mean, he's a jungle role swap, by the way, which I find crazy going back. FlyQuest, they picked him up. They really felt like they found a second Masu. Obviously, FlyQuest not in our league anymore, as they can't do anything if they promote into the LTA. Didn't do it as worth it. Sajid was a great player that they started to develop. Dark Zero has continued to develop, and he cleans up this fight. I love the aggressive angle. Again, Blue Water for me on my screen, they're cooked. Like they're all going down here for that Otacon trade. I don't blame them for being desperate. The Ocean Soul, when they lose that, I really feel like they lose the game. Like their win con is to have better conditions with Rumble, Lux, Corki, and make sure they're fighting with HP advantages. But man, this is a close game one. I know that we're gonna see this one probably cleaned up here by Dark Zero. If Blue Water come back and win, I'd be shocked. But I do feel like Blue Water were only a few plays away from actually finding a game one victory.
Now that precipice, it goes deep, and with a huge gold advantage for Dark Zero. Compositional advantage now as well. See that confidence is raining through here for them. They're going to try to take down this outer tower remaining for Blue Otter, but it is a carry performance from DZ. It is a strong execution of the draft. And going to that conversation, I think this is exactly the draft that works for Dark Zero when you look back to the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's early game. It's Jed on a team fighter. It does feel like they have ways to play out. I do think that Zyko hasn't been like 100% on point this game. I do feel like the team, the Dark Zero, has been very on point with the decisions they made. I still feel like we're only a few choices away, though, from Blue Water from winning this. I mean, I think Slacker TGs to that third dragon differently. We really could be in a world where Blue Water was up game one, but it was really, I think, thanks to the heroics of the two carries of Dark Zero. Toasty and Sajid stepped up. They were not going to allow their team to lose this game. And they've got them in a very winning position now as Kryra's looking for a pretty desperate flank yet again. He can wait for that wave to pass and then see if he can find anyone from Dark Zero, but they're already transitioning to bot side.
He was looking to try to maybe cut the wave too, but unfortunately Kizno's there to escort the little minion.
Good info for Dark Zero too. I mean, they can walk straight bot and just take this down. No way that we see Blue Water even have to fight here. And if you're going to drop the turret, might as well drop the inhibitor. And that's bot inhib down when Elder spawns in a $145, so the most valuable inhibitor to take down, in my opinion. For Dark Zero.
And I just think we're seeing the power of letting this Yunara through in a lot of ways. I mean, it wasn't really punished, and now, I mean, Sajid is just a rampaging bull in this one. And so is Toasty! Just takes down Samikin in one fell swoop. The turret's gonna fall. Now Dark Zero looking to combat this a little bit. K's a bit extended. He's gonna go golden, but look at Sajid. He is ramping up here. He's got the AoE. They are all locked in here with him. As he gets one auto off, just doing so much damage across 4 members of Blue Otter, the Dark Zero. They're gonna back away. They have Elder Dragon in a minute.
I just watched him auto like 5 times to take down probably 2k HP total. He doesn't even have 10. That's disgusting.
He's got a lot of lifesteal though.
Yeah, he's got a lot of items overall. Okay, we're canceling.
Oh no, Rovex! Oh, what is beautiful in this world is not for you, my friend, for this game. As Dark Zero pull the cheese play, they'll reset, get ready for the Elder Dragon, and that is just the signaling of the end.
At least Rovex has TP up, so we can instantly join this Elder fight. But yeah, I mean, this game comes down to the Elder fight. And I'm looking at Jed's inventory, and I'm favoring the Yunara.
Yeah, I would say so. It's a little bit of result-based analysis, but you know, that's something I really like.
It's not exactly result-based. I'm seeing 5 items versus 3 and
But isn't that inherently result-based? The results are that he has more items.
And no, the result is what happens next. It's a state of fact.
This is the time where we get to have existential conversations.
Would you rather have more money or less money, Mazel?
Context is important, alright? Let's just take a look at this play from DZ on bot side. They didn't even go for the Elder Dragon just yet. They are going to force out the play from Rovex and the flash from Quacker. They're going to turn back for it. They're going to burn this down.
Oh, that thing's... They can't even get in. I think it's already dead.
It's going down so
That's
fast.
at
The
half.
only play is Cryo flashing over the wall and potentially taking it.
Ray burns his cleanse. Like, he's actually a little bit separated. Cryber's in
Oh,
the
he
pit.
went over early.
Well, they haven't seen him yet. He had to get vision. He can
All
sneak
right.
back over. Yeah, it's okay. He can get a Q up again. He's got flash.
He does have flash. Oh, equalizer going in.
fight.
The rest of his team is getting engaged on. He doesn't even have a chance to try to flip over the Elder Dragon because his team is gone and he's about to join them. One last 1v1 going in, but it is not going to go Array's way. This game number 1 is going to be a sharpening of the edge of Dark Zero and a return to form, it feels like, over these last 2 series. And this is the Titan that we knew was waiting in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I do think that the Dark Zero played well. Sajed Toasty as individuals, I think, really stepped up this game. But if I'm Blue Water, I had a real chance to win this game. I think that you change a couple of plays. Again, Sajed, that fight where he got the first triple, his flash literally came up off cooldown. He used it instantly. If you chain that's a Queen Otacon there. That's better conditions for the next dragon. If Quacker's TP is better, that's better conditions for the third dragon. So this game's so close. I know the Dark Zero, I think they took over with a little bit better team play, a little bit better individual play, but if I'm Blue Water, I'm going back like, hey, we could win this game. Like, we are competitive in this series, but we do have to clean up these things. If we want to beat a team as good as Dark Zero, because it literally like came down to seconds of Sajed's flash being up or not for that fight to be decided, and Sajed makes the play to carry it. Even the flash before where he flashed in made the play to carry it. I was so impressed with his Yunara that game, man. And I mean, we haven't even talked about Toasty, who went deathless and went legendary. It's been all about Sajed, yeah.
It's more so, I guess why we're harping on Sajed so much is the way he plays, right? As soon as he got a little lifesteal, as soon as he felt confident, he was literally blinking into the fights. And usually you're like, oh my god, what are you doing getting melee range? But when you do that as a Yunara and you're pumping that damage, it is actually insane how much you do. And you think, oh, but the Corki's there. Corki's going to be able to do something, and it's just not. It's not the same damage profile. That spike potential that Yunara has and the way that Dark Zero utilized it, I think it was picture perfect.
I think that flash, like, as good as the flash was to get away from the blind box combo top side, that flash of the third dragon to go over the wall, buy space from Vi, and he died, but he found the triple. That is a great 80 carry play. That's what I think that's a really high-level flashing play to make sure that you're giving your team good conditions. Really impressed with Sajed and Dark Zero who fought hard that game. But, man, the individuals and coaching Sajed really stepped up and helped carry Dark Zero to victory.
Indeed, that's it for our game number 1. It's a best of 5, so we have a long way to go. So get ready for game 2 after this break. way Dark Zero handled business in game number 1, and it looked personal. I'm Vidal, I'm joined by Cubby, and what a recollection it is to see BZ back in form.
Yeah, again, I know that we're starting with the Sajet kill, but I was so incredibly impressed by flashed over that Dragon Ball, picked up 3. I know that was the only death that he had in the game, but that was so damn good from him. And locked in Sajet, that's a good sign for Dark Zero. Again, I think this guy has been a fantastic game carry. He was my pick for first team All-Pro. I thought he had a great foot to him, going a late game champion like Yara, like this. But, man, really good game. And we already been talking about Toasty, who went to Deathless and Legendary and also had a very big game here.
That's the hardest thing about all this is the answers stop coming from Blue Water. And I think you look at the competition, we talked about this once they start reaching that pulse, I think it's just so hard to execute on the things that they want. And I think trying to get back to a place of comfort for game number 2 is my biggest importance for this squad.
Look, I mean, again, I really feel like Blue Water had winning positions in this game. Like, if you look at that fight before the 3rd Dragon where Quacker TP'd in too deep, that was, for me, a winning position for Blue Water. And that could have been a really strong game for them. They were up, even when the Dragon Soul was taken by Dark Zero. On the scoreboard, the game was only 1k gold off. So you can see it in the gold graph. It was really the Ocean Soul that broke the backs of Blue Water, as it was a really good soul for Dark Zero to draw, get the comp they were playing into. I do think that Blue Water, like, if I'm behind the scenes, you know, putting the old coach's hat on, you got to balance out the fact, like I'd just be telling my team, guys, we are competitive in this. Like, we played a good game for the first 20 minutes in this. We had to clean up X, Y, and Z. Like, keep your heads in it. I do feel like they can be competitive in this series. You got handicapped by Dark Zero and the carry. I really felt like the game kind of came down to that. 1 or 2 bad decisions. That was a pretty close game.
Well, we ended up having a little bit of swap up going on. Blue Water are going to be on red side. So just trying to swap things up, trying to fix things, trying to figure out what they can do with the counter pick here.
Yeah, I will say, I'm wondering what they want to give up. Because if you're going to choose red side, you're opting to give something up. So are they going to give the Talia? Are they going to give the Azir? My mind just goes to mid because so many fans are eaten by Savage, right? Also, I mean, we saw Maokai and Pantheon bans from Blue Water on Blue Water. Are they going to give up Pantheon? I think Pantheon still is a champion that you can survive that pick early or find ways to move online. You can actually play in the B1 Pantheon quite well. A lot of global league teams aren't convinced by that. They have a lot more scrim data than me, but Pantheon is a scrim god champion, so, you know. What we've seen on stage is, I feel like that champion is still punishable. And I'm just curious to see what the game plan is. It's going to start with whatever they leave open.
Well, we're getting in draft number 2 to see exactly what picks are going to be led through. We are going to see a lot of the similar bans, I'm sure, from Dark Zero, banning away some of the comforts. I look at the Azir being banned at some point here as well. The Pantheon banned and once it's led through. Zoe is going to be the first ban from DZ, and the Pantheon ban from Blue Water.
Talia taken away, so that's not going to be an option. I think you're kind of asking for an Azir ban here from Blue Water. If you are going to take away that Talia too. And then we'll see what happens with the Maokai. That is a really big pick here for, I'd say Cryro a little bit more, but both of them definitely expect it.
Now, I do wonder, as we get the more comfort bans from Quackers, is the mid lane matchup against Cryo in this first pick. I think D1 as we're talking about the game one can be so powerful here. Maokai is the final ban. It's the Aurora that ends up coming through, something that was banned earlier last year.
Yeah, it was banned to help protect the Rumble top from Quacker, but this is also a big takeaway from Samikin, who is a very good Aurora player. So, some flexibility here. I expect Kay to be able to play this as well. And we'll see if it ends up being in the hands of Toasty, where Samikin is going to be able to get a counter pick, or if they decide to use some of the flexibility. As the Udyr ban tells me that Aurora is more likely to go top. Maybe they know something that we don't. But on paper, that matchup for Aurora sounds pretty abysmal. You can never really move the Udyr.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest thing. It's about like what it does in the side lane. I like the Wukong here. I think the only sad part is that you typically, we've seen the Orianna pair with the Wukong a lot of times. It's very strong. We have seen this as a pairing as well, especially in the LPL and the Annie. So that point and click CC, at least stun blocking coming through from Blue On.
Okay, going to be the Aurora mid, so both the opposite of that matchup. We'll give K a specialty pick for him. I think Jax has been the champion that in K's hands has looked like that is his most comfortable, his strongest champion that he's been able to bring to the table. So we'll see what the answer is for Quacker. That Uyghur band maybe setting up that Jax 60. Not exactly sure about matchups. I'm sure Quacker is wrong about this. But we'll see what ends up being the game plan here. If they want to give Quacker his champion or if they go for something else. It is a Quacker and a Blue Otter specialty in the Shen.
They were one of the big teams to whip this out when it started coming into focus last time around with this big focus on team fighting potential.
I want to give a few pros to the Shen. First off, Trundle steals resistances. As Shen, you get tanky, but you're probably going to be building like Titanic Hydra, Heartsteel. It's a lot of health stacking, right? So you're not giving away as many resistances. If he goes for early bombings, that can change, but I'm expecting, especially going into Trundle, to go for a Tiamat start and a Titanic Hydra here on the Shen. So it does give you a way to actually still be able to play a tank in the Trundle in a way. Of course, the auto attack nullifier that Shen has too, good against the Chomp and the Jax, and you can play towards bot. So we talked earlier in the series, you know, I think Water at times are torn between letting Quacker carry or also giving more resources to Array. This is very much a game where if you pick a Shen, you're likely to be giving resources to Array. Also, I'd be amiss to not mention the fact that Shen could be played by Rovex as support, so I very much expect an AD to be picked up 4 to preserve some of that flexibility, but I can see the logic and the theory behind the Shen.
So in the second phase, we see the Poppy and the Sivir ban actually from the side of Blue Water, and the full supportal focus for DZ as they ban away the Rakan and the Alistar. See what this pick is going to be, but as you say, I think they need to fight fire with fire in some way, shape, or form, and giving Array the counter pick now, his 5th pick in the draft, is going to enable him.
Well, yeah, that's a Nico grab.
Yeah, I like it.
That's interesting. That's a lot of lockdown. Definitely a bit of a deny from Psycho, who I feel like Dark Zero has been using that decently well. And now we have options. If we are Dark Zero, what bot lane do they want to go to? I was going to mention Ezreal. I see a lot of things that make me hate my life as an AD carry, so that means it's a good game for Ezreal.
Ooh, the last second switch to the Karma. So double poke bot lane, going for that kind of standoff style in the 2v2, but a lot of safety like you're talking about.
I like the Karma pick. Like Ray, I feel like it would be a decent setup for him to go Kaisa, but not into Ezreal Karma. I think you're asking to get blasted in that lane. And the Corki is already off the table, which is one of the Ezreal answers. So we'll see what Array wants to go for here. Jin's not enough damage. I do not think that there is enough damage on the Blue Water comp. You can go Serpent's Fang on the Jin, which means it's somewhat valuable later on, but if I'm running a Shen comp, I do not want to pair this with Jin. I'm pretty surprised this ends up being the pick for Blue Water, because I think they really run out of damage later on.
Also, I just gonna say, there's only one tool that gets Jin away from a Jax, and unfortunately it's a flash, and that's a 5-minute cooldown. So in those later team fights, I do expect that to really be a big focus for K if he can find the angles, and I think Array's going to have a tough time finding his foot in the door for this game, but I think it's important to focus on that they need him to focus. I mean, he had the counter pick, right? And I think there is a chance for Jin to carry, but it's a lot harder to get there than I feel like the execution is for Dark Zero's side coming into game 2.
Yeah, I don't see it for Blue Water. I think that we really have to focus on the Annie Wukong early on, because if this pick doesn't get going, or this duo doesn't get going, they run out of damage. It's going to have to be a Serpent's Fang in the build for Jin. I can't imagine them being able to deal with the Trundle Karma. And Karma is a great pairing for Trundle and Jax this game. Outside of just the lane where the poke from the Ezreal Karma, as you highlighted, Mazel, is really frustrating to play against as an AD, and definitely as a counter to the bot lane and showing for Blue Water. So I'm concerned about this game. I don't
Does that
see...
mean that they're relying on this mid jungle more then? Like,
of course, yeah, no,
obviously
exactly.
like full focus on what they can do.
Oh yeah, no, that's what we were just talking about. I mean, you got to get Annie. Annie has to get the Wukong going, and then we're gonna have to see what Kryber can do.
That's a tough position to be in, though, especially when you're starting to watch those games slip away. At least in the first one, you still have a lot of time left, still have a lot of games to go in this best of 5, but it's still a dark door on the other side of this series for one of these teams. And I really want to see some of that Blue Water magic come into the mix here as we see in this lower bracket. But this Dark Zero team is just feeling like a beast now. They have continuously found draft that feels so, I guess, synergistic with the style they like to bring, but also just the mechanics they bring to the table. And I'm looking to see if Blue Water can upset that trend a little bit here. Get your vote in, DZ or Blue, to see who you think is going to win this game number 2.
Well, I'd vote DZ. I very much favor their composition here. I don't really
so why
see a
the red
world.
side then? Why did Blue Water switch to red side? Reason with me. Tell me.
You get to pick a counter on the top side. Maybe they were down, maybe they just really wanted Annie Wukong and to play a composition from there. I think Samikin's a good Annie player. But yeah, I'm concerned about the damage profile. I don't think that Annie Wukong with a Shen, with a Jin, with a Nico is enough damage. You're gonna fall off later on. Very hard. So for me, all the focus has to be on that Blue Water early game, and the only lanes they really win are, it really is just mid and hopefully mid jungle. And even then, going up against an Aurora, like your first 3 levels as Aurora, you are ridiculously strong. So I think it's going to be kind of a tricky one here. I can see ways that both comps could play out the last game. I think the way for Blue Water to play this game, it kind of runs out for me after the 2nd or 3rd Stand United. And we're just going to have to see if there's enough gas in the tank for them, or if they can build up a big enough lead early on to make sure that they can overcome the lack of damage that they have in their comp later on. Because if this Jin's like not ahead by a full item, okay, we're gonna. I think this
I'm just making the checklist for the amount of Shen ultis. So I have it listed 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
And then Cubby sad face after 3.
You must have some powerful nails over there, Mazel.
I do. We made a graph.
I do. Made a graph fight.
Yeah,
all right,
nice.
Wolverine. All right.
Yeah. But I think it's important to factor that in. And we'll keep an eye on that going into the game itself, because I do think there is that little bit of a time stamp on their composition. But I think that's where we can look back to some of the decisions in the objectives and things in that game number 1 and hope that they can stay proactive. Game 2 is kicking off between these two teams. Dark Zero in the advantage here going into game 2 after a dominant game 1 victory. We'll see if Blue Water's got some of that beautiful blue magic left in the tank here. Game number 2 kicking off now.
Hey, Mazel. Well, we'll see if they find anyone bot. Early ward dropped and an early sweeper picked up. Gonna secure that bot lane priority for the Ezreal Karma. I feel like how Dark Zero playing to guarantee that. As if you start up in this lane, you will win this lane very hard. And you can see with the tech that Array has gone, it is a boots pots game for him on the Jhin. And if there's any lane to pull that off in, you gotta believe it's gonna be going up against Ezreal Karma. But no D-Blade start. That's an expensive one in today's day of League of Legends, Mazel. That's kind of an essential item down there.
Just a little bit. I'm very curious. I think that the setup between these two teams is so interesting in terms of the narratives we've seen from them this year, and it sucks to say that we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams, obviously, but as we said earlier, I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. And I think through all the changes, through all the craziness for both squads, TBH, but especially for Dark Zero, it's so crazy to me to see them still at such a place of power. And I think Sajid talked about it earlier on in the split, as well as multiple other members like Toasty, where it's been a structure that's been established with Dark Zero from players that were there before that has kind of carried over. I think that is so powerful in a tier 2 setting. And I just have to highlight it for the squad,
I mean,
who is looking like themselves a little bit more.
Yeah, obviously, I think that what Maryville and what now Dark Zero have done, it's been very impressive. I'm going to rope Maryville into this. I don't think there's been a player that has come from Maryville that has done better at the next level than what they did on Maryville. And that's not to hate on the players they've been able to promote. That's to give a lot of credit and kudos over to what they've been able to build over there. Because they legitimately have a better team culture than, I would say, half the teams in LTA. I sincerely believe that. And the fact that these guys get to go to school together, for the majority of them, and compete together in the same room and just see other teams compete too. Like, you're in the same room as a national championship winning Overwatch and Valorant teams as well. Like, that's such a big motivator to have peers, even if it's not the same game, and competing at that level. And yeah, I think it's really speaks to what they've been able to do. And while you said they've been able to do it with a lot of rotating pieces, they've always had the same pieces behind those players in Clerky,
Exactly,
Cat
and
God,
that's what I was going to talk about
Niles,
next. I think that's the coolest thing is when we talked to Toasty, he was like, we asked him at the beginning, you know, swapping in, being that main role, what does that mean to you? It's like, it doesn't feel different because I was always behind. I always knew the structure they wanted to go with it. When I slotted in, it was just another piece of the puzzle. And I think that's, again, that's something so unique and so rare in the system.
I mean, Spyrax was a top 3 mid for like a year and a half, and you gotta step in and step up to that. That is definitely a big ask. But hey, Toasty, we have this player being highly lauded for many reasons, and it's good to see what he's been able to do here. Now, we haven't talked a lot about the game, but there has been a lot to talk about. Bot lane is getting smashed by Blue Otter, and we just have a trade of crabs coming in. We'll see if we get any action mid. Samikin might lose his flash here.
They're playing with their health bars a little bit. Kryra is here on the other side. Kizno's going to show his face. The stun is there. Just going to pull it back on a kid. He didn't actually
threw the
combo.
W
That's
out.
a little bit tough. It's okay. It's okay. Didn't matter anyways.
Threw the W out before the Q connected. Did have a nice sidestep, though, on Toasty's Q. Samikin able to sneak out of that one okay. As Quacker, this is one of the few timers where Quacker, like the Shen, can win against the Jax. Taking advantage of this. Should be a crash, and then we'll see if he bases. Again, I think Tiamat has got to be the option here for the Shen. As definitely a Quacker special down there.
And that's what I love to see, you know, continuing to go with the comforts. First game we got the Samikin Lux. Didn't pan out for them there, but seeing Quacker be able to take the Shen here. And now with some of the damage coming down on Rovex, it's going to be just fully forced out as Quacker does TP down as we get the lane swap come through for Blue Otter.
And this is dangerous, actually. Psycho's
going
to get
Psycho!
down.
Oh, no! Quacker gets the first blood for Blue Otter, and it feels like we're right back to game number 1's early game. Sajad's going to be forced to get over the wall with his flash. Didn't have the arcane shift up, and this lane swap has just kind of leaked out for Blue Otter.
Oh! Quacker gonna actually... Okay, he only gets the cleanse, so it's not fully worth, but that was still kind of hype. Just curious, like, what's the answer to this? Are they able to... They buy Jhin a little bit of time on the top side, but they should give up the dragon here as Kizno's making his way down. But what a TP in play. I mean, Zyko was just not expecting this. And Flash's air there as the auto attack still goes through. And good first blood from Quacker and Blue Otter.
You see now the dragon being taken by Dark Zero as a bit of recompense. Coming through for the early stacking for themselves. That does mean that they should be in position potentially contest over this grub. And I think that's the next conversation we have to have is who is a bit favored in that situation. We've talked so much from the draft that it's Blue Otter on a timer. Is that their saving grace, kind of taking those early big objectives like the grub?
Well, if you're not going to get first dragon, then you definitely got to find a way to get something. I think that's very fair. I do like how they've swapped out of this lane. We didn't talk about this one in draft, but I think this was kind of a must. Yeah, we're going to see K actually TP down to try and play back into the Shen. They very much want this 2v2 matchup to stick. So, and now, I mean, you're in a bit of a jam as Blue Otter because if you want to play for the grubs, you got to keep your bot lane up here. Because Quacker can get involved with a Stand United, and K cannot. So, any grub fight, you got to keep the lanes. You're going to stay in that 2v2 where you're still getting smashed.
Yeah, that's the the not fun part necessarily. We are getting that culmination of the path up towards these grubs in about a minute's time for both junglers. And I think the focus on the junglers hasn't necessarily been the biggest spotlight so far. We had some very bright spotlights on Toasty and Sajad in that game number 1. but it's still the undercurrent that makes this game tick, especially with the impact they have for their teams. And we've seen so far this split. Kryra did get a little bit jungle gap somewhat in game number 1. Kizno was finding the better of him here, but I think on the Wukong, it enables his playmaking in a lot of ways. And I think that's really important for a member that knows Dark Zero very well.
Yeah, of course, the big choice for Dark Zero this past offseason was if they were going to go for Kryra or Kizno in the jungle, and that was a tough decision to make over there in Korea. Definitely one where Sajed said that, you know, a little bit worried the fact that Kryra, I mean, he's like, hey, he's got the download on the team, right? He spent a month with us in Korea grinding and trying to figure out what the best scenario was for this next split, and ended up going with Kizno. Has been a solid split for Dark Zero, but Kryra up a level right now and making his way here. Keep in mind, Stand United gave it a 5v4 for Blue Water, so I think this is a very risky take for Dark Zero. The fact they got one grub, I think, is a big win.
Did end up grabbing. Samikin doesn't have Tibbers, and Rovex loses a chunk of his health. There goes Kryra into the back line, into this setup of Sajed and Toasty, and he just takes him down right in the middle of the team. Curtain call is going to be pulled open, and Blue Otter are looking to make the show of a lifetime here in game number 2. They're going to get picked there as well, and Piece of Warfare completed for Blue Otter.
Yeah, I don't agree with Dark Zero fighting that. I mean, they're going to get a lot of resources into the Jax for that play, but you were always signing up to fight a 4v5 as Dark Zero. So, again, I thought taking away one grub was a big win. If you can get out after that, that would have been nice, but they opted to try and stick around, and now they're going to opt for a play on Samikin. He's no flash.
Samikin! One last hit from Toasty, gets it, but Kryra comes in, gets his second kill of the game. Kizno does have really good fighting strength in this moment. Kryra's just going to try to clear the wave as best as possible, but you got to think, Kryra's got 2 kills now on the Wukong.
That's a positive. I think that trade is still okay. I mean, you just traded mids. It's all good. But hey, at least we did mention in draft that the option for Blue Water, it has to be to get this Wukong ahead. They're a comp that lacks damage for sure, right? So Wukong, an early Trinity Force can fix a lot of those problems, Mizel. And we'll see if Blue Water can continue to push the pace of the game, because they need to.
They need to, indeed. That timer is still ticking there, even with some of the kills going over. And the fact that we had first item now completed for Toasty with the Malignance, the Aurora is going to start punching pretty strongly. We do see a little bit of movement on the map. I think that next connection I want to consistently see is between Kryra, Samikin, and Rovex, roaming around the map and trying to find advantages. We have another dragon coming up here soon. Could be Dark Zero's favor to try to get some more of the stacking objectives going by themselves, more time as well. But I could see a world where Blue Water try to contest.
I do want to see how long it takes for Quacker to hit level 9 here, just to see what the experience difference is between him and the Jax. Because again, the trade-off there was that K gets a lot of free time, and that Jax scaling is very dire. And look, where the game is right now for Blue Water, this is not a big enough lead. Like they need to be up, for me, 4K gold by the 20-minute mark, or more.
We're already down 1 Shen ulti. I've got it marked on my paper.
That's true. At least that one cashed in. That was a good one.
It was. It was.
So, that said, where do we go from here if we're Blue Water? Because every dragon matters. Any dragon picked up here by Dark Zero buys them 5 minutes, and I will say Blue Water has odds of rolling a decent soul here between the dragons that are left. So, I think this is going to be a straight-up give by Dark Zero, and yeah, they're looking at the Shen. But I think Quacker could play defense. He is not diveable up there.
Yeah,
so.
No, not at all.
Going to be a straight win for Blue Water. I feel like this is just given the drafts where the game's at right now. No surprise, Kryra does have that early Trinity Force. So, good news for Blue Water is the fact that they can continue to keep that Shen alive top lane while they find wins on the bot side.
Kizno and K need to be a little bit careful because you have the collapse coming out from Blue Water back onto this side of the map as Kryra is coming over. Does have the improved blast cone to get a lot of distance there. Samikin also has his CC chain ready to go. And will be DZ moving out after proxying that wave topside and stealing a little bit of the jungle away from Kryra. We get Ships in the Night backing and the reset coming fully through for DZ. As I do believe TP may be going to be used. As K is actually going to save it. Going to walk out just in case for these next fights to join that Stand United if he needs to.
That's a good shout, Lennon, as he will need that TP up to match the plays of Quacker, who has a little bit more opportunity to
He has
impact
two
the map.
choices. Not fair. He has
It
two
is,
ways
yeah.
to get there.
It is the 2v1. All he needed was the 1v0 in the last one with the Stand United versus no TPs. But he is able to be a menace on the map. Again, importance on Blue Water to continue to play this game quickly. We do not think they have enough damage in their comp later on. Going into a Karma and Jax Trundle, I don't think that's too hot of a take. I don't have to sit here and explain that one. I think if you're watching Tier 2 League of Legends, you probably know. You know.
Hey, what's worse is, like, I'm the biggest Jhin stan out there. And even I know that.
Yeah.
That's like the worst
you were
part
not
about
signing
it
up
all.
for this one either, Mazel, and I agree with you. Yeah.
It is a tough world out there for Jins all around. It is going to be the Yumu start, though. We have been seeing this a little bit more on the Jins, but it is going to be a little bit of an item spike over just because Sajid does have to buy the Trinity Force. Samikin, he's going to use the improved blast cone to get away. If he didn't have that, that was going to be a little bit scary. But DZ trying to move out on the map and relieve some of the pressure that Blue Water have been playing with.
It is good safety for him as Kisno.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the fight. Kisno didn't expect Kryra to be there, but they didn't expect Toasty to be there too. A little bit of that mid lane scuffle going. Zyko is the buffer right now as Toasty gets a chunk of health back from Kryra as that engage came through. It is a play for Blue Water trying to push the mantle of DZ down here.
Do they want to continue this? They did. Stand
They
United. Here we go.
Kisno, the flash play, the lockdown with the Stand United, and that's number 2 coming. It's looking so damn good. They need to be careful though. TP's coming in. That's K joining, and K's massive here. He can fight them through the counter strike on the 2, but they can't get him. Zyko's going down now too. Kryra flashes beautifully away from DZ. K's losing his health bar, but he gets a shutdown before he goes down. Now Array with the 4th shot has his eyes on Sajid. Can't find it. Not gonna flash, but he's gonna open up those curtains and look for him anyways. 1 shot, 2 shot, gonna be Arcane shifted out of.
Well, shout out to Rovex using one of the most OP mechanics that exists in League of Legends, and that is Nico transforming into a cannon minion, because that is what opened up this die for Blue Water, one that they needed. As we keep on talking about how they have to use these Stand Uniteds to push the game forward, and shout out to Quacker, his first 2 ults have been great team plays for Blue Water. And that was off the back of Rovex taking a play. It looked a little bit overly aggressive until keep your eyes on this Nico, because Rovex is going to take aggro and swap over to a cannon minion. And you know what happens when that's the case? Well, it's kind of...
Does no damage.
It's a mechanic that exists in the game, but the cannon minion, like, the damage doesn't ramp. You just get the same damage every single time, get to use that health bar. Rovex used that beautifully. It meant that Blue Water could play that undeterred under the tower, because Rovex is just taking care of business, being the tankiest Nico you've ever seen.
The fact that Nico has 2 extremely busted abilities, and the fact that he could do that, and the Flash Pop Blossom,
I get very angry
disgusting.
when I see that. You know, I was excited there. It's afterwards now. This clip won't make it on the Twitter. I can be angry.
It's disgusting.
I don't like that mechanic.
It is
I
absolutely disgusting.
We're not a
the
fan,
fact that it's
but
taken so long for this to become a normal play as well is hilarious to me. They're going to try to make a normal play on bot side, and there it is again. Lockdown onto Toasty, and Rovex picks up the kill this time.
Man, Rovex having a great game here. Rovex, old mid laner. I used to play against him when I was in college, when he was the mid laner for Columbia College. He was a melee specialist. Abused a lot of Pike mid in Season 7. Another specialty champ he has down there. But on the Nico, the mage, he's looked really good this game. It's been, I think Rovex, for me, at this time last year, Mazel, was having the best split we've ever seen out of him. And we just didn't really see him put together the same 2 splits for Blue Water between spring and summer. But to have him step up now, that is a big part of why they were able to take down Supernova. And now Blue Water, I mean, this is a 2K gold lead, so we're like decently on pace. Again, we need to continue to push this game forward. But this is a decent game state for Blue Water. I think the next Dragon and the Rift Herald is still very important. They can continue to execute because they got to preserve this lead before they get out of scale.
All right, I'll ask you right now. I'll give you one chance. Just as Raz gets a chance to flip-flop every time and he's on LTA, do you add any Stand Uniteds to the quota here? We said 3 at the beginning.
He's at 4.
He's at 4? Okay, we added 1. Chat, we added 1.
Hitting, if they keep on hitting, man, these are hitting
keep
big.
adding, you know.
I'm standing united with Quacker and his Stand Uniteds, all right?
Okay, I'm here for
man.
that.
And I'm a lot more normal than the Texas A&M 12th man.
True.
Yeah.
Or Seattle, you know, you could do either. It is the Dragon, though, started by DZ. This would be second if they get it. They're also going to get a turret in bot side. They did just give over top lane pressure a little bit, though, and the fight could still come their way. Blue Water moving in. They got the Rift Herald play in mid lane. They're going to take this turret in trade for the Dragon, and they're going to keep DZ from moving over. You wonder if they go for a second one, the charge coming through, and that's going to be the charge into the tier 2 turret by Kryra.
Last cone hit, another turret picked up. Quacker should be able to stand United. This K's not here, so we have a fight brewing.
Sammykin's in trouble. Sammykin's by himself. Stand United coming in onto a Ray, but it's already Sammykin gone. You lose a lot of your CC chaining there as True Shot Barrage comes in onto Quacker. Kryra getting engaged by Toasty. Blue Water looking for an exit. Array's not on the right path here, but he luckily had a trap in play, and does mean K can't really chase him down. And that's the exit from Blue Water. A slow one, but still a good one.
All right, well, if you are Blue Water, I don't know if that was exactly worth for you. Because the Chem Dragon going over, keep in mind that buffs up.
No. K, just back. Finish your pick. No,
no,
K,
not.
Stop it.
Look top.
K, go away.
Look top.
K, go away. K, stop it. I don't want to see this. Oh, man.
All right.
K is just a Jin hater. That's what we've decided.
Well, that was the marksman's worst nightmare. Ray did not check that brush with a trap. He gets jumped on by the Jax, and he goes down. Good trade by Kryra, who continues to be very big and very fed in this game as well. So, I mean, that Wukong at 2 items right now, that is, that's pretty scary, I think, if you are the Dark Zero team. But
I told you, the only thing he has to get away from it is the flash, and he saved it. And then in the end used it to try to get away. But he does get the trade back for Kryra.
It was a good attempt on the trade by Kryra. He kind of preemptively cast a DR. Try and get the cancel against K, but not the case. Still, that Chem Dragon. Oh, hold on.
Oh my God, Psycho! Instantly flashing and healing and redemptioning everything he had right there. But they're still fighting. They're going for Sammykin now, and he's just running at them now too. Kizdo, in the midst of everything, is going to get the curtain call. Psycho, need to be careful. Sajed is trying to dodge through and is going to end up tanking the one that he needed to. Blue Water going to move down to this bot side. Atacon is spawning.
Yeah.
Easy.
That's the big thing for me. Sammykin, he has TP. He should TP back. I think they can rip the Otacon right now, which they will hit it. So I do like this call from Blue Water again. I think it's important to continue to push the pace of the game. They have the lead now. They kind of force bad conditions out of Dark Zero there, and this might just be a seed, but they're not being very aggressive in hitting this.
They're not confident. K is going to take the top side, and he can TP still.
If they rip it, it's so good, but they're kind of split on the wave.
Oh, it's going to reset now. They got to get back over to the pit.
They're
oh,
okay,
no.
So it's not going to fully reset.
Okay.
Quacker's going to hold the door. They're just going to keep Trundle out. But this is taking too long. The resistance
it's
is going to be
taking way
shredded.
too
It's going
long.
to be bad.
Oh, the TP coming in now. Atacon, it goes the way of Blue Water, but they're going to try to get out. K gets stopped on his way, but he's going for the counter-strike. Kizdo's flashing, tries to get the pillar onto Kryra. He's just running at it with the Tundra. The speed of the ice letting him forward as Kryra has to pop the Cyclone to get away. The flash burned as well. Blue Water get out with their lives and the Atacon.
Kryra actually played that really well. He canceled the leap strike from K and then used the move speed from the plant to also get out, but the health bars are still low. Mid-outer is going to fall.
You do lose a lot of that pressure in mid lane as they do end up finding a little bit of reprieve. They lose their turret. DZ going for a second one here too, potentially.
I think this is a little ambitious. Sammykin has ult, so
Kryra
if
is so
he
massive.
got in range.
He could literally one-shot Sajed right now.
Look at
if
Rovax.
he was able to connect.
Rovax is really low. I know it doesn't show on the clone, but okay, we're going to retreat. That's going to be it. I mean, at least Blue Water get the Otacon, but the gold gap's closing. And we haven't seen them run out of damage yet, but it's starting to feel like the fights are, I'd say, a little bit harder. Like, we're seeing the Jax, the Trundle be pretty big. And I mean, honestly, that fight, Blue Water is kind of lucky to walk out the way they did. I think losing one and getting Otacon is well worth it on paper. And with how that fight looked or started off, it looks like it could have been a lot worse for Blue Water.
It definitely could have been, as we are getting to that second item potential, and that's where I do want to do a check-in of the map states. We've gotten to that point here. I mean, we're 3 Stand Uniteds in. We have the one more ready to go before that precipice of reach. Are we still okay with Blue Water's position in this game?
No, I favor Dark Zero at this point, honestly.
Okay.
Like I think this is
Prior's
the last.
not enough.
No, I think 2 items is kind of the last break point they have to actually give this one a go. I do want to credit Blue Water. I think the Swifties are quite good this game. There's the getting through the slows of the Trundle and the Karma, actually a decent choice. Swifties a slot time boot. But yeah, I think the execute at this point, that they have to find a way to either interrupt Toasty or find Sajed, but Sajed's so damn fed. I think this will be tough.
And you might have a little bit of a difference in item breakpoints between the 2 junglers, but a set has been completed by Dark Zero. They have the triple Trinity Force. As I don't know what buffs you get when you complete that, but it's still a very strong breakpoint for Dark Zero. You can see they're trying to play around with it.
I think that's a great TFT idea there, Marcel. They have 3 Trinity Forces on the same person. Gotta be
kind of cool.
something.
Like an Easter egg.
Yeah. Well, it's more than an Easter egg. I want more damage, all right?
I want something out of this.
Tons of damage.
We're going to take a look at the setup now. It looks like Quacker's going to actually walk over. He still has that Stand United, and we're looking for that big combination play call from Blue Water.
Blue Water don't have any river control now, though. And Quacker, like the way that he's playing the Shannon, he's up in CS against the Jax, but he hasn't been like that raw, dedicated Simander where you're able to kind of put the Dark Zero like on a timer, right? Where, okay, if we don't do anything, we're going to lose to a Shen split push. Because he can play away when everyone else is grouped. But
okay, missing the
though,
Counter-Strike.
Sandkin.
Robeck snuck in there with a 3-man, as now they're going on to Array. Array is losing his health bar. Array is the target right now, and now Kryra is away from the fight too. Dark Zero, they have just found the crack in the armor. They found the shutdown on a Kryra too, and the last one standing is just poor Quacker, as Robex ran far away from this fight. Dark Zero start to take control of map 2.
Blue Water, they find engage on the Toasty, but the carries were able to get enough damage off before they went down. Sajed played this fight so aggressively, too, as Kryra gets so low from Toasty. Again, Wukong, you get the armor, not the MR, and Sajed flashes over, ends up finishing off Array, and was able to get enough damage down where Kryra goes down soon after. So, I think Sajed trading his life there was the right call. You spanked the fight. You were able to take down trade ADs and then make sure that the jungler fell too. He didn't need to be up after that one. They have enough DPS between the Jax Trundle to make sure they rip through that dragon, exactly what Dark Zero did. And giving away those couple of Chemtech dragons, kind of scary, Mazel, because again, the healing, the shielding, more powerful for Dark Zero, not to mention the tenacity too. And think about those stats given, Trundle, Karma. That really buffs them up for having extra tenacity to deal with the Annie, the Nico, the Shen. I do think that giving up the, Dark Zero for me, both games have gotten really good dragon rolls, and they've used it really well.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's about taking advantage of those moments, right? And knowing when you're strong. I think that 2-item spike really coming online for them now and being utilized. The question is, can Blue Water still pull it together? I will say we've reached our quota of Stand United. Are we giving him another one, or is that the break point that you talked about?
No, this game's over.
Okay.
Yeah, this game's over.
Well,
I'd be very surprised from this game state if Dark Zero doesn't pull this one off. Again, I think for Blue Water, Game 2, I'd put this one a little bit more on the draft. I know that they had a lead, but I think this draft is really hard to win as you play this one out. Game 1, I thought, was a really close game, just execution. A couple things went sideways for Blue Water, but Blue Water, they look competitive. I feel like Game 1 was much more competitive than this one, even if the scoreboard might be closer.
Very true.
But, yeah, I just don't know, you run out of damage so fast, and we're going to have to see if Array is able to get that Serpent's Fang, and if that actually changes anything, because it is very high value against Karma, but I'm looking at Samikin's Annie. He's been pulled around and forced to group so much. Can he do anything this game? I don't know. He's kind of run out of damage, yeah.
I mean, they have so much CC, but what does that CC do if you don't have damage to follow it up? And that's the question mark we're having for Blue Water in game number 2. And unfortunately, they're not going to be getting damage anytime soon. The rapid fire is second for Array. And we are on 3 items now for Sajed.
Yeah, and that Shojin is always a big one for Ezreal, and Sejed's done such a great job of making sure that he has good economy, as per usual. If you want to be a good AD carry, you want to be a good carry player, you got to be able to make sure you're maximizing your resources. That at times is step one to playing at the highest level. Sejed definitely has the capability to do that. And, man, again, I just love the aggression that we've seen from Sejed. It really feels like he's been on point today.
Yeah, he has. And, I mean, we have 40 CS differential in mid and in bot. I think if we're giving out early MVPs for this series so far, Toasty and Sajed are right there next to each other. They've had incredible influence already across both early games here. Blue Water going to be pushed out of their jungle. They are losing some of their turrets here in top side especially, but mid lane is hanging on by a thread.
It's like all Blue Water kind of hanging on by a thread here. Is their ability to make plays. It's been snuffed out by the map control of Dark Zero, and scaling a Dark Zero just continuing to kick in. As Cannon Minion, that one was almost as OP as Rovek's Cannon Minion, but I feel like he still gets the win. As that cleans up the outer turret, and then Quacker, he's a little bit too far up here. They don't have control over that bot side, so he can't really push any more waves up. Gonna have to see that decay, and we'll see if, I mean, any play that Blue Water makes gets answered by double TPs. They really don't have any good conditions that they can play off of right now, which credit to Dark Zero for stabilizing this game, slowing it down, and making sure that they're just taking away a lot of the windows that Blue Water can use to make plays and win.
Yeah, and it's been a signature of DZ to take some of this team fighting potential, obviously try to set up Sajed in a lot of ways, and we have seen them opt into earlier games as well, but I really think that the two drafts we've gotten from them have been so strong. And you can back up the mechanical execution there, but they're just solid drafts.
Just solid. Again, I think that Ezreal, Karma, and Amigo is really sound. Jed.
Oh, they're going to go onto
opportunity.
He's got the arcane shift. He doesn't get out. Shutdown goes over. They actually found the big pick. Psycho's going to fall immediately after. Kills going over to Blue Water as K goes on to Sammy. Tries to get him in the end, but he can't. And now Array is able to help with the frontline play. They get the lockdown. DZ just fed themselves to the meat grinder here as K tries to go back in and get one more. Another shutdown goes over. That's 4 dead bodies on the side of DZ and only 1 for Blue Water. They're going to push down mid lane. No, they're going to ping over to the Baron.
You got to take objectives. You cannot push for the end. You have a Jhin, but that's a huge mistake from Sajed. We've been praising him a lot. He said at times, I play too aggressively. I have to make sure that I kind of get those bad moments out if I'm going to play at the highest level. That was a bad moment there from Sajed. No reason for him to be up on that wave, and Blue Water, props to them, fully punished the mistake from Sajed. This should be Baron. We'll see if they're able to deny the Chemtech Soul as well.
Rovek's trying to dodge away from Kizno. We'll have the improved blast cone there, and Baron secured. Blue Water buy themselves a little bit more time and a 2,000 gold lead.
Is it Chem Soul? Again, this is a very, very good
They're
soul
coming down,
for Dark
they're
Zero.
TPing.
The permanent buff for Dark Zero, I would favor versus the Baron. I think they have to deny this dragon. TP's being used to try and get in position. Sejed's doing his best to poke. He has no summoner spells, has to be a little bit more careful. Flash up on Kryra.
3 items there for Kryra. He also has the GA now, so you can play a little bit more flippantly with his health bar. Dragon had been started up, and now they're going to go for the play on the Quacker. The CC chain, the Timbers, the pop loss, about a 2-3, and then they get more. Rovex goes golden. Kryra is using this health bar beautifully. It will be Rovex going down. Will he follow soon after? It will be the case. Kryra just getting bursted down. He tries to get away. Can't do it. The flash is forfeit, and that should be the soul to DZ.
That soul and while Blue Water continue to show grit, show fight, it's just not enough to take down Dark Zero. As these later games, I mean, the constant run out of steam, and it just feels like you kind of enter the black hole where no matter what happens, no matter what you can do, you just can't really find the win. And man, that was a good play by Blue Water to get the pick on Sajed. That was a massive mistake from him. I mean, a potential game loser. But I got a question taking the Baron over the Chem Soul. Like, I don't think you can allow the Chemtech Soul to go over, and also, I mean, you are forced to make risky plays at this point. I think you, like, Baron plus Chem Soul, like, maybe that's your only way out of the game, like, if you actually want to find a winner, at least denying Chem Soul, but now, you lost the fight, you can't do anything with the Baron, the other team has Chem Soul, and we're right back where we were as Blue Water.
And the hardest thing about that is the fact that now you're staring down the barrel of an Elder Dragon timer. You have the Chemtech Soul to fight against with this composition, all the tenacity and everything along those lines as well. And
it's DZ that have utilized this strength very well, and Blue Water were able to get a little bit of pick, but it hasn't been just enough. You did finally get the IE completed for Array, though. That might feel good enough.
Yeah, we'll see if that can be enough. Oh, Samikin,
Oh,
hold on. He's
Samikin's
going
getting
down.
locked down. Now True Shot Barrage with a snipe from Sajed.
Well, folks, Sajed, he's not a pro yet, but that has real play there. Might have just been the pro diff from Sajed. So while we wrap up our Baron, shout out to our sponsor, prodiff.gg. Scan the QR code to head over to the website and check out the coaches available. Hint, all the coaches are pros. So learn from the best, the ones that do it themselves, over at prodiff.gg, featuring a lot of our NACL players as well.
Yeah, some one-on-one coaching from players and coaches from the LTA, NACL, and ERL. Go scan that QR code.
Some LTA South players in there now as well.
Yeah.
So good to see them growing, more coaches signing up. Especially when you lose coaches like Doko and Darklings who are doing bigger and better things. So.
Who are maybe a little busy, like we said earlier.
They're still in the bracket. Shout out to this guys.
Right.
My boy Ido may or may not be watching, maybe in scrims, but we'll see what happens. I already said I'm popping over to the Disguise camp before they compete in the promotion relegation tournament. I'm not going to turn tail on the NACL teams, but I do need to scout out all the teams that will be in there. So we'll see what Disguise has cooking, and it has been fun to see them play better at the next level. Of course, we're focused on this level right now, as Darkseer looking to put the finishing touches on the game, and while the scoreboard doesn't look super in their favor, the draft, the champions they have at this point of the game, it does feel very in their favor.
So let's talk from the Blue Water perspective. How do you find a little bit of ground to stand on here in this second game?
That should ask that question 15 minutes ago, which I think you did. There's no more ground to stand on.
I did. There's nothing. It's like the Wile E. Coyote and Looney Tunes.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good reference actually. I think you have to hope that, kind of like Wile E. Coyote, you get the terrain pulled out from under him. Is what we saw from Sajed in the mid lane as he looked at.
How long can they stay in the air like he does? You know.
How long until we flash the help
down.
sign? Yeah. The ACME like help. You know.
Yeah. Well, I think we're gonna get that here, and at least this game number 2 set up as we did finally get third item for Kizno. He's gonna be Omega tanky now with the Randuin's completed and that Spirit Visage behind it. And right now it just feels like DZ have to handle business and finish this one off. It's still dead even in the gold, but if you think about the way the compositions can work, if Blue Water find one good pick like they did the last time on Sajed, I think that's where things boil down. But DZ have the easier execution.
I think you gotta pray for Elder. Also, maybe if Array gets a Serpent's Fang, that can be a difference maker, but at this point, not sure. While we don't have action, did you know that there was actually a full Wile E. Coyote movie that was made and then ended up being shelved for tax write-off purposes by Warner Bros?
Nice. I have heard that they do that.
It got really, really, really good scores in their early screenings, and I was very
write-offs
mad.
are more important.
Because tax write-offs are important, but not like that. I want the art. It's important for you as an individual, not as a corporation, and they don't pay enough taxes to begin with. So you know.
Exactly.
Maybe I should stop talking. I might get in trouble. We do
We're
work
just
for
We're just gonna keep talking about Looney Tunes. Speaking of, who's your favorite Looney Tune?
Oh, it's oh god, why am I blanking on the name? It's the cat. Suffering
Sylvester?
Yeah, Sylvester. Sylvester's hands down. It's him or Elmer Fudd. Those are hands down the two funniest characters.
Okay. Elmer Fudd's pretty funny. I think Marvin Martian had some funny
He's
moments.
great. He's up there. He is. That's a good
Daffy
pick.
Duck is always a good one.
I have a Marvin the Martian Christmas sweater. All right? Real one.
All right. Well, also OG Bugs Bunny can go a long way. All right. Well, let's see if Blue Water can pull a rabbit out of the hat with this one. DZ and try to get their best setup here as they look to posture around the Baron. We're going to go in onto Quacker with K, who's getting Omega Strong now with 4 items completed. Blue Water going to push in mid lane. They still have the GA available for Kryra. And looking at this next fight, it's all about the angles that Blue Water take.
Oh, looks like Quacker might get slowed up. Kryra on the approach. They're looking for the
They're
carry.
gonna force
Sajed
it.
got out.
Yeah, Sajed is going to use the flash preemptively just to make sure he can get away. The biggest problem is Quacker still has Stand United, so it's not like it's a 4v5. He's going to back, and he's going to come right back into the fight with a big shield. as Kisno taking a brunt
it's
of
already
damage,
fight
but
over.
Blue Water, they're on the wrong side of the fight here. They're on the wrong side of the tables as DZ are turning it. Cryra goes into the backline. Cryra tries to go in. They got the stand united. Beautiful play from Blue Water. They are able to find one, but look at K. He's going to get the double counter strike. Sajed able to tank up so much, but he can't tank up enough. He goes down, and the GA is popped by Cryra. K's going down too, and Blue Water coming. They're doing it.
What happened in that fight? I saw Toasty blow everyone up, but no one went down. Sajed ends up falling, and Blue Water, they pulled the rabbit out of the hat, Mazel.
They did.
There was a massive fight from Cryra.
Apparently they are Bugs Bunny incarnated, as Elder Dragon is on the table, and DZ are nowhere to be found.
Honestly, I need a replay of that one, because I saw the ult go down from Aurora. I saw the pillar go down from Kisno. I thought that was the fight. I thought that was it, but Quacker was able to hop on top of Cryra, who just had a massive fight on the Wukong, and they actually get out with the Elder.
They got the Elder after all. 38 minutes in, and now with 2 minutes plus on the buff, I don't know if DZ can fight anymore.
I mean, you're going up against an Elder. You got to wait out the Elder. We're going to see how much Blue Water can get. They should use this to play bully ball and take the Baron. Should not be in contest here by Darkzero. You just give this one away. And again, I mean, when we get a chance, I need to see that last fight. I did not actually see how Cryra was able to pull that one out. I was focused on the wrong side. I thought for sure we're going to see the Blue Water carries fall. But no, they stand tall. They win the fight.
Damn strong, man.
They get Elder. They get Baron. Serpent's Fang might be coming in here soon for Array. And it doesn't matter how far behind the Sandy is. She still brings the utility, brings the stuns, and a lot of damage with the bear build.
Ooh.
It seems like it's enough. At least for now. You gotta wait out Elder now if you're Darkzero. I still really favor Darkzero's comp later on, even with the gold deficit they have. But we gotta give a lot of props to Blue Water for, standing tall in some of these fights.
I talked so much about it before that last fight. The execution really matters for Blue Water. If they can find the right angles, and my God, they found it. And now they're looking for the permanent damage in the base. DZ going to be here in full strength, though they still have so many tools available to them as well. Got to think that it will be a little bit of a hesitancy for Blue Water to move in, but they are taking a tier 2 in the top side while this is going on.
Again, I think Darkzero, they just have to give everything. I'm looking to see the Elder when it expires, because I don't think
About
they can
40
fight
seconds.
until then. Yeah, so one more wave. Okay, I can kind of see it on the Shen there. But it's a full sack from Darkzero until we get to the Elder dropping, and then we'll see what happens.
DZ just got to hold on. They're losing multiple inhibs now. Maybe Blue Water want to go for the push, the final nail in the coffin. The moment that they needed in this setup, in this series, to get even keel with DZ. Toasty's getting low. He's going to get a big shield coming through. The last Nexus turret is there. Blue Water, they are on the cusp, but they want to try to finish it here. Finish strong, as a couple shots on the Sajed are going to get tanked now as the Nexus is bare. Cryra's just going for the end. Cryra knows what he needs, and it's an evening of this series. Blue Water even it up 1-1.
That was crazy from Blue Water. The fight before the Elder, I counted them out for the whole game based on the scaling, but they stand together, and off the back of Cryra, the jungler that didn't make it on Darkzero, they take down Darkzero, even up the series, and things just got pretty interesting.
They did indeed, and that is insane. Some great fight decision making from Blue Water, and that brings me back to that first version of them that we saw coming into the playoffs. And I know that's going to feel really good for the momentum-based team that Blue Water is.
I mean, that's huge. Also, Darkzero, keep in mind, they dropped. They had a bad day. That's why they're in the lower bracket in the first place. That was a game that I felt like was won for Darkzero. It was a mistake by Sajed to get caught out mid that led to the first Baron. And then, honestly, a great fight from Blue Water in the back half. That Wukong was so big. It was a very split fight. Not enough people were focused on the Cryra, and he made Darkzero feel the pain. As Blue Water, I did not see them winning that game. I thought the game was done and dusted after 25 minutes and things were even, but they stood tall and they found these big fights to actually win things on the back half. Good calls from them in the end. Very big surprise for me. They were able to win that one, and now have an even series, and things just got pretty interesting.
Yeah, they did indeed. That's going to be it for game number 2. As we're going to step away for a little break before we get to game number 3. welcome back everyone to NACL Split 2 playoffs, where DZ falter to Blue Water in game number 2, in a game that we had expected DZ to whole-handedly take with their draft. It is Blue Water that gets the better of them, pulling out the Looney Tunes magic here apparently. I'm Mizel, I'm joined by Cubby, and a great game 2 from Blue Water.
Yeah, and I mean, in the words of our producer Jetski in our ears, some Blue Water magic, it's never hurt us. And I mean, this is the fight that I really need a second look at. We didn't get to replay this. I thought this fight was so in the can by here. I look at the health bar advantage that's on Dark Zero.
It's the Stand United.
It's just Kryra. They deleted Zyko, the shield. Kizno overextended to try and wrap up kills. And this Wukong just went Super Saiyan. Like even here, I know he goes in the GA, but Sajed, I think, played that fight a little bit too aggressively. Can't do that against the GA Wukong. You have to preserve your life as the Ezreal. And they kind of just ran out of damage. Toasty burned his R to get everyone low, and Blue Water kind of healed back up from there.
Yeah.
Just a crazy turn of events. Like, you take a screenshot of where they're at after Sajed's Ezreal ult hits, and you say they win that fight, and they take the Elder, take the Baron, win the game. That is like a 5% win rate right there. That's just crazy that they were able to pull that out of the hat.
And I gotta say, maybe it's a little bit of lack of information, maybe forgetfulness. I don't know what it is. DZ took a fight into a Shen, took his health bar. They knew he was backing off, right? And still had the ultimate up and still took the fight afterwards. I think that's tough, right? Because that's playing into what Blue Water want to do, because that combination of Quacker and Kryra was so lethal to the backline that Dark Zero just kept leaving alone. And I think that some decision making there for Dark Zero definitely faltering, but a great pickup by Blue Water and great decisions in terms of who to focus on in those fights. And that's the kind of Blue Water that can take down a Titan like Dark Zero.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think Blue Water's played really well in these first 2 games. Like, I can even look back to game 1. We wrapped that game up one in talking about how if Quacker had a better TP, if they played one fight better with Sajed, like literally flashing the instant he got his flash up to have a huge outplay, they might have been able to win that game. They end up coming back and having a crazy game too, where they were able to win that game where he felt like they didn't have enough damage, they were behind. It's a 1-1, and Blue Water has been playing like decently well. I mean, they used their comp there to get leads. They didn't snowball it fast enough, but we have seen some good things out of Blue Water. And for me, like, this looks like a pretty competitive series right now. So we're gonna see if Dark Zero can kick it into that extra gear we really expect for them to have, or if Blue Water can continue to play decent league. They have a lot of things to clean up, but we can't take away from what they've done so far with some decent early games and some really good team fighting in that last game to pull out a miracle.
And for the second game in a row, the losing team will choose red side. So maybe changing that prio on blue side in this one as we get further into Fearless.
We've had a lot of discussion, I think, about blue side versus red side. I have an overarching theory that the lower elo you go, the stronger red side gets. And a lot of my experience, keep in mind, like, I was working with players that were starting off as Plat 2, and then we'd get in the Master in a split, and then try and take games off Maryville, which that's pretty proud we did that 2 years in a row at Miami, Ohio. So I have a little bit more experience with low elo, right? Red side's better because you get to choose your matchup. It's harder for players that aren't, the pros that are as good to play as many blinds. I think that that's something that a lot of us at home take for granted when watching the best teams in the world. I think that's part of why we see a little bit more red side prio here. Also, though, like, if you're Dark Zero, curious how we're going to use this, because you have to opt to give away a champion, and you want to respond from there. So what are they going to give away, and do they like the response into it? The Annie Wukong was a strong start for Blue Water that really paid off for Kryra in the end. Do they want to give away a Pantheon or a Maokai and go from there? We're going to have to see.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of decisions to be made. We're starting to wonder where that comfort really comes into play, some of those deep pocket picks, because I got to say, in a series like this, don't hold anything back. I mean, I know you still got a run to go with, but it could be the last series for you here in this year, which is a lot to say for both organizations that have so much going for them here in Tier 2 at least. Blue Water on that red side. I think it's going to be swapped back over. Yeah, I think the logos are just wrong. So just make sure you keep that in mind that DZ are going to be using that counter pick R5 at some point.
Yeah, again, curious to see what the game plan is. Because again, I mean, you play on red side, it's, hey, what openers do you want to give away, and then what responses are up? I think there are a lot of contested and OP champions that are still up on the board. We mentioned the Pantheon Maokai. Also choices between Talia and Azir if you want to leave that combo up and just play out that game like that. I will say a lot of the good pairings for Talia are gone or being focused and banned out throughout this. So, I don't know. That said, I do see a Poppy ban, so I'm expecting a Kryra Xin Zhao opener with with Trundle off the board. So that could be a pick now that Dark Zero has to really be concerned about. And I think that some of the junglers that are decent in the Xin Zhao, when they get removed, Xin can find himself in really OP games. We're seeing after the nerfs, him find his way into more games 3, 4, and 5 instead of just being early pick like the very strong champion he is.
Yeah. Well, we do see a couple key picks that need to be banned away here. Azir and Pantheon are the two big ones for me that are still sitting up on the table. We'll see which ones get picked from either side or if they get banned away here in the third ban for each.
Yeah, and again, yeah, okay, so there's the Azir ban.
So they're going to force the Pantheon ban.
Well, it's that or Xin, or you leave both up, which frankly, if I'm Dark Zero, I would leave both up. I think that you just, you take a Pantheon. Okay, never mind. They want to give away Xin. I'm expecting Xin Zhao first pick here for Blue Water. Other options would be, I think Varus still a decent opener. Again, he provides a lot of flexibility, even if that poke build has been nerfed. So, yeah. Oh, Xin was picked first game. I'm struggling, man.
It's okay. It's okay.
I forgot about Xin Zhao in the first game. It's that new splash art. It's really throwing me off.
That's what it is. That's what it is. It's first pick Renekton now for Blue Otter. So going back to a tried and true for Quacker there.
That's interesting. I don't think we've seen Quacker play this all split.
B1 Renekton. Let's go.
Are we Gen G or what? All right.
You look scared, Cubby.
Well,
I'm
going to do some homework here.
All right,
This is the first Renekton game from Quacker.
Locked in.
Look, it's the first Renekton game from Quacker all split, and this is a really winning matchup for Renekton early on. You can crush Gwen if you get some help up top. So I'm curious to see if Kryra goes for help. Also, looking at Kryra's pool, there are a few champions that he plays that I think pair really well with Renekton. One in particular would actually be the Zyra. So with Gwen plus Sejuani, I mean, Sej can make plays in the Zyra. You got to be really careful of those glacial prisons, but I can see this maybe being a Zyra angle for Kryra. Or, okay, the Nidalee angle too. Again,
classic
it's playable. It's playable.
Nidalee.
You can
It
blow
was
up
the
that Gwen
mid
early.
lane combo for a long time too.
Yeah, it's playable, so we'll see what kind of choice Kryra wants to make.
Ooh,
That
the
said,
Ivern.
Ooh, so they're kind of daring Zyko to pick Rel here. If not, like, if you don't take Rel or Braum, you're definitely going to lose out on some supports. Interesting draft. I mean, things are going to start to get funkier as we go. We're guaranteed at least a game 4 here, Michelle.
I really appreciate Blue Otter's approach in this game 3.
The blind Renekton is a bold one.
That's bold, but the Ivern Alistar to follow it up, I really like. It is going to be the Rakan for Zyko, so something he knows very well. A lot of comfort there, but also a lot of roam potential for him.
Okay. High level theory here.
Okay.
I think that Rakan wants to be really bursty. It's hard to be bursty into Ivern plus Alistar, but also there's not a lot of damage showing for Blue Otter, and that's a game where a Gwen could be very happy if you're able to scale and snip. So for me, it's really important that you set Gwen behind early. Something I really feel like Quacker and this Renekton can do. Quacker, he hasn't played Renekton all split. Honestly, I find that to be a crime. I think Renekton has really emerged as a powerful pick in later games in Fearless. We've seen him do really well in LPL.
Yeah.
And he's a champion that scales off of how many melees are in the game for me. It's a pretty short-range composition here for Darkstar. I think Quacker's ability to be impactful on the Renekton is good. And I cannot emphasize enough how good is Renekton. He's a very, very good Renekton player.
Yeah, he
so
really is.
this setup is interesting to me. Vex Kai'Sa removed. I like the Kai'Sa ban a lot. Curious if we have a Xayah setup or a Xayah ban coming in here.
See how much focus on the carries we get in this second phase.
Xayah.
You want to see that Xayah ban take away the lovers duo there?
Yeah, I think the Xayah feels really good in the Alistar Renekton. Can take things to outrange Xayah, but if that's up, I know Sejed plays this pick very well. And I think being a self-sufficient AD carry is good.
There you go.
Blue Otter makes the call, they take it away. And now things get a little bit more interesting, as some of those safe AD carry options are gone. But a melee-heavy game, I mean, what are you banning Kai'Sa for?
It's a great question.
It's a sneaky good Tristana game. Okay, you ban it for Sivir. That's the right call. We've seen Kai'Sa deleting Sivers in LPL. So I like this pick actually a lot from Sejed. I think it can really help them navigate their way into Renekton, who can get stuck in the middle of fights at the move speed disadvantage. So I actually like this pick a lot. See if Ray takes something you can punish
Toasty, which I appreciate. I think we want to see a little bit more impact from this mid lane. Mel is going to be locked in there for Sammykin.
That's a lot of early game. It's, yeah, I think you got to take something like Jinx in the back half, truly.
Like hyper carry?
Yeah, I mean, the only, like, really effective thing I can see the Mel W being used for right now is Glacial Prison, too. Like, you can get a boomerang blade out, or, like, ricochets, you can fire back, but it's really not that good. It's really not that great. The third Needlework's big, but I don't know about this one. Like, Mel has had... I know it's a pick that Sammykin really likes. It has a lot of priority. It's really strong, like, until you get to 2 items, but this thing falls off incredibly hard. So I see a lot of early game showing for Blue Water. Can they get the Jinx resets? We're going to have to see.
And I got to see the counter pick now for Toasty. He's been saving this entire time. Game number 1 went holistically Toasty's way in that matchup on that Orianna. It's going to be the Tristana, so the double marksman picks coming through for easy.
I like this draft a lot for Dark Zero. The only question is, do you have enough utility to support this? But I'm looking at Tristana in a game versus Renekton, Ivern, Alistar. Your R is going to be so powerful. It's pretty easy to buffer the rocket jumps with what's showing this game. Like, the only tricky one is kind of Alistar, but not really. I really like the Triss pick here for Toasty. You have AP already in the Gwen. The scaling is going to be very real here for Dark Zero. And we're just going to have to see if they have enough utility with Kisno on the Sejuani. He has to be the solo frontliner that's, you know, tanking stuff, baiting stuff, and picking the right times to go in and support his double marksman, which is not the easiest task. There is a little bit of a wacky utility on this Dark Zero team. So we'll see if Blue Otter can punish that.
I do really like that we've given both of our 80 carries a lot of hyper carry potential, though. I think you looked at that game number 1, Sajed had an incredible performance there as well. Array having a bit of a better performance in game number 2, but was on the utility pick of the Jhin and was against the Jax, unfortunately, but still finding the better of the matchup itself in the end. And now both of them just pulling out the guns for game number 3 for somebody to step up to match point.
Yeah, I really favor Blue Water early in this one. I think it's going to take time for this Dark Zero comp to get going. I think, like, if you set this Gwen behind, which matchup-wise Renekton can do, you can create a scenario where you can kind of build straight armor and be pretty happy in this game for a while, right? If you focus the Gwen. Also, I mean, Mel W, like, the only thing that she can block is that Glacial Prison, but we talked about the lack of utility. Like, what other engage tools are you worried about? And if you're able to deny that into, like, you have an Ivern, Alistar can deny that too. What is the play here for Dark Zero in terms of, like, finding their own fights and going in? Because the Rakan...
relying on Zyko a lot.
Yeah, look, I mean, like, Rakan wants to be bursty in how Rakan works as a champion, but you can't burst through a Renekton, an Alistar, and Ivern comp. So I am a little bit worried for Dark Zero this game. I think that they really have to be on the back foot and have to let Blue Water make a lot of plays into them before they can be strong enough where the Gwen, Tristana, Sivir damage can carry later on. But I actually like what Blue Water has here. I really do. I think they can get out of the bot lane okay. They should win mid. They should have priority top. And then Ivern can get Goofy. So we're going to have to see.
Goofy is not part of the Looney Tunes, unfortunately. But anyways, we're going to talk a little bit about these drafts. Make sure you get your votes in for who you think's going to win. Is it going to be Blue for Blue Water or DZ for Dark Zero? I think with the way that Game 2 went, this series is in anybody's hands at this point. It's just about the execution of these drafts. I want to keep seeing these consistent drafts from both sides, but I think both teams are giving themselves tools to make it happen.
They are. It's just, again, it's another game for me where a lot of the tools for Blue Water they just have earlier. And I know I was pretty critical of the last draft from Blue Water. I didn't think they had enough damage. I really didn't. I think it did require some heroics from Kryra and the team and a couple oopsies from Dark Zero to win that game. I don't feel the same way this game. I actually really like the early game draft they have. I think if they have Prio, they can set Gwen behind. Mel gets going in the Trist. You have a lot of priority to play with the Ivern, try and get up in the face of Sejuani. And then the ability to engage for Dark Zero, I find pretty difficult this game. If Sammykin can really do his job and block those Glacial Prisons, send them back, that could be really dire for Dark Zero because, I mean, if that happens, like, you're off of a Rakan engage, and then is that going to be enough? Can you play a long fight off that? I don't know. So I like where Blue Water's at.
Yeah. Well, we'll be getting into game here very shortly. I think the ADCs will be something we have to focus on later, but for now, I'm really honing in on what this mid-jungle duo can do. The difference we've seen between these two junglers, especially kind of the differentiation between game 1 and game 2 between Kizno and Kryra, both of them finding impact, and that's going to be even more important here in this third game. You got to remember this series is everything on the line for both teams. DZ maybe didn't expect to find themselves in this lower bracket, but they were happy to be here after they did. They want that momentum, but that momentum has been stopped in this series by Blue Water. That Blue Water magic might just come through, as we'll see who takes that step forward in this best of 5. Game 3 starting off now.
All right. Gonna have to see what ends up happening in this one. Again, Dark Zero, a lot of scaling in their pockets. But I do like the early game here for Blue Water. And early on, my eyes go up towards that top side. Quacker on this Renekton. It's his first Renekton game of the split. He is a very, very good Renekton player, a very strong laner. And this is a very winning matchup into Gwen early on. Kay has taken the Ignite. That helps a lot against Renekton. You can take away... Dominus, I think, gives you base health, so you can't impact that. But, of course, the Cold of Meeks, the healing, you can take that down. We'll see if Kay can play it well enough to maybe score an advantage, but this should be very Renekton favored early on. And we'll see how much of a lead Quacker can get, because if Gwen gets set behind, I think you can build armor early as Blue Water, and you have all the tools to make plays.
And, I mean, not only talking about, like, the logical side of things, but the aura of Quacker first picking Renekton here in this split and just being willing to take it and finding advantages there. Like, that kind of stuff just sets the tempo for Blue Water. And maybe a little bit of that confidence we love to see them play with here. But that'll be something we check in as the game goes on. Both junglers are going to be on these opposite side paths. I know it looks like Ivern is starting on bot side, but I promise you will end on bot side towards the end.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's gonna end on top side with Zell, but that's fine. We're gonna see what Quacker can do. Because I think that if you are the Ivern, I would support this top lane matchup early. Anything that you can do.
But the camps,
this.
Cubby. But the camps.
Yeah, he's gonna get all the camps, and if he's
gonna
good,
go back through. I think the most important thing is how early that impact is gonna come through.
I mean, if he's good, he wraps up his clear by 3:05 or sub 3.
But is it gonna be possible to punish the Gwen that early?
Yeah, because Quacker is gonna get this one to bounce back. So if it, on the bounce, I think that you look Gwen, and the Renekton plus Ivern should be very winning into what's showing here for Dark Zero. So Quacker's gotten his 3-wave crash and playing the old skin that the Shy used to use for Renekton as Quacker. I know from talking with him, he feels like the Shy is the best Renekton in the world. I actually agree. I've been kind of sad that the Shy's not been playing more Renekton than Split. But he has been loving the tanks, which has also been kind of fun to watch in its own right.
Oh no, Chris. He missed the cool combo. It's fine. It only took.
Hey,
like
I said 305. I said 305.
No, but you know the cool combo.
It should be sub 3. Yeah, the blast cone.
Yeah, the blast cone with the chain. But it's fine. It's fine. He is gonna make his way towards top though, and try to see if he can influence with the lane gank. There could be an answer from Kizno here. He's going out to the lane.
He's gonna lane gank too. It looks like both of our top laners. Oh, we're gonna bait this. Oh, he spotted. That means double crab. It should be a double crab.
That's tough. That is tough. Kizno's gonna come around the corner, get a little bit of that bad news. Look at that ring gate from Kryra here, willing to take this fight early against Sejuani. I like it.
So what I like about the Renekton too, of course Quacker used some of his strength to control the wave and make sure that the wave setup was good. He should be able to survive this. What you can do now in this matchup is that you want to delay your TP back. Because if you're Renekton, you want to get a pretty big item advantage into the Gwen here, and then at 6 you can look to all in and win. I say that. You have options as Renekton to delay your base. I think that Flippo does a really good job on this on his Renekton. As he is a fantastic Renekton player, of course, in his own right too. Quacker not going to opt to do that. Actually goes for the null magic mantle early, but the longsword should be enough to power through the Gwen. Kind of surprised it's not straight damage though. Tells me that Kryra wants to play more on the spot side.
Yeah, it looks like could go towards this bot side, but unfortunately, Cryo didn't actually end up getting the
he
double
based
scuttle
instead.
here.
Yeah.
But
It's
you know
okay.
what you can get and maybe get that double scuttle is some ProDiff.gg coaching. You can go get some one-on-one coaching, see what you can do better, see how you can optimize into a double scuttle as you get one-on-one coaching from coaches and players from the LTA and ACL and the ERLs if you scan that QR code.
Shout out to, we got a lot of junglers on there. I know specifically Tomio, one that is, I wouldn't say he's probably the person I take Ivern coaching from, but, you know, you can find Sejuani coaching from Kizno on that website. I know that he's on there. So, shout out to Kizno. As this top lane matchup, I will say, Quacker, like, he has a lead, but he hasn't been able to break the Gwen yet. I do think that K has to reset on this wave. And this will be like the first wave that the Gwen loses, as Quacker's gonna see if that Gwen finishes the base. And yeah, now that wave's in a bad state, so he pulled it. That's very good from Quacker. This will shove out now in favor of the Gwen. That said, Sejuani back up towards the top side, along with Kryra's Ivern, who is going to be up here on time too. So again, a bit of a different game. I know that we kind of talked, Lennon, about, hey, if you are Blue Water, you know, are you going to put resources into Quacker in the top side, who historically has been a bit of a carry player? Or do you want to really focus on Array in this bot side, who is a good team fighting AD, has found big wins in the past, like in his career, was at one point allotted as a next up AD with his time with Golden Guardians. That's, I think, a real choice to make here if you are Blue Water. And it feels like this game so far, they've been Kryra with the Ivern, like the clear that you have, it's kind of unique, has been trying to really support both side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a little bit all over the place, which I really can appreciate from that point of view.
He's reading Kizno really well
is going to go in mid lane. Nice rebuttal there from Samikin, as he's still going to have the explosive charge on him. The charge goes through, but not enough damage. Getting some good chunks in from Toasty, though, as the lethal tempo had gotten procced. Kizno not level 6, and that is going to be nothing else of it. Just a little bit of trades in the mid lane. The 2v2 kicks off on the bot side, nothing else going to come of it either.
Now, I will say later on, too, for Array, you at least have some range into the Sivir. I know a lot of times when we see Sivir, we talk about Sivir's ability to auto-attack, because you are low range, and you got to play within that range if you want to, you know, be able to auto. Renekton, Alistar, Ivern are good targets for you to auto-attack, but that's a pretty beefy front line, and if you can't get through that, Jinx does have big range
Whoa,
advantage.
Kizno.
So we'll see. Oh, we W'd it.
Locked
There
down,
it is.
getting executed by Samikin. Now Toasty goes in for the reset. He gets killed. A double kill to Samikin for Blue Water.
If we get a replay, you're going to see the Mal W the Glacial Prison. Kizno is the one that gets locked down by his own ability, and Samikin on the Mel opens up a double kill. Mel hasn't been able to be played all split, or there's been a couple weeks where she's been disabled due to bugs, but it's always been a big pick for Samikin. And man, to see him get a good angle.
Whoa, Quacker. He's about to get his life snipped from him. Does end up flashing over. Gives the thumbs up that he is A-OK. But a massive early game win for Blue Water.
He actually rushed the Hex Drinker in that matchup. And see him going down there. It did get K's Ignite. Not able to TP back, though. Should be able to contest most of the wave. It has given a gap, though, for Kizno to get this. And yeah, replay. Watch the W from Samikin. Glacial Prison comes out. Boom! Good reaction from him. As Kizno eats it, also takes the flash and still goes down. Toasty gonna clean up Kryra, but Samikin...
Basic ability, by the way.
Yeah, very well played. Yeah, I know, basic. It's like Tom Kench Devour.
Basic ability, by the way.
That's how I feel about it.
No big
Full
deal.
Tom Kench Devour.
No big deal. Fine.
No big
Everything's
deal.
fine. It's so funny because there was literally the one thing that we talked about in draft that you can reflect ends up coming up in the biggest play in the early game.
And I think that's a really powerful part of this game. The fact that, you know, you don't have to question what ability you're going to send back with the W. It is
just the one.
It is Glacial Prison. I know that from talking with FlyQuest, because Quad has played this in a couple comp games, mostly last year, but they were playing it in the Maokai for the same theory, because you can send back the Nature's Grass Tendril and really protect your backline. It's pretty similar theory here with the Glacial Prison, and again, it's like the only tool that Dark Zero has to send their way. Of course, sending Needlework back, the third one is not bad, but I'd rather send back the CC, especially with the squishier team that Dark Zero's rocking with those big damage carries. Good start for Blue Water there, and it's going to be a grub trade for a dragon.
It's not like he's not going to have it up every time the Glacial Prison is up, because it is a basic ability.
Yeah,
So,
you
they're gonna
should be
use that
saving it to
Yeah,
react
you
like
should
that.
save it. You should save it. Now, Dragon going over to Blue Water, though, gives them a little bit of that objective control earlier on into this game. We do have the grubs already taken by DZ, so that's going to be a really nice standing thing for them to work around later on. I think giving Tristana that siege potential is so strong. But now they're going to play a little bit invasive into the Blue Water jungle as Kizno tries to steal away the blue buff.
You can see Samikin being really careful checking the brushes here, and it will save the blue buff for Kryra, so that's good. Because that was the response, right, with the Dragon take to get into the top side. Good on Kryra to bounce back, contest this for himself. And now with Sejuani basing, I think Gwen's dead.
Yeah, I mean, they're bringing so many people over here. Though Toasty is hovering. He's trying to walk over this way, trying to see if what they spot out ahead of time. Needlework has already been popped, so all the healing is already gotten from K. Dominus had also been taken by Quacker. The play doesn't unfold how Blue Water necessarily wanted it to in topside, but they stick around.
Yeah, that was quite well played. K's smart to TP back here, and I think they're just going to play this to give Quacker a TP advantage and then maybe chunk out K. But how much can they actually get? Quacker burned all of his abilities, and even getting that a wee bit scary.
Kryra and Rovex are fully committed to this as the call comes through, and K, he's just TP'd back and he's getting dove.
It's huge.
He's going
That's so
down,
huge.
and Rovex and Co, they perfectly execute a tower dive.
I mean, what better way to execute a tower dive than to have them burn TP and still go down? Tankiness of Ivern, Alistar with the Renekton is real. That is a great play from Quacker. And part of my concern about taking that Gwen into the Renekton matchup, we have seen K do a decent job of neutralizing it individually, but you don't take a flash. Man, that's a great play to go down. Now Ray's got to be careful. That's a preemptive flash from him.
He does end up harping all of his summoner spells,
Got
but he
back.
can turn around. Sajad is
TP.
going to have to flash. Here comes Samikin with the haymaker over top of it all. There's the Mega Death Rocket, but it doesn't get the kill. The resets start coming through, though, and you've got an excited Array steamrolling these fights here as DZ immediately back away, and that's a 2,000 gold lead.
Blue
12
Otter.
minutes in for Blue Otter.
Dude, Blue Otter, they're playing good league today. I know game one, we talked about how they were close to winning. I don't know how they won game two, but I love how Kryra is playing the Ivern. He is supporting all these lanes in such a unique way. It set up both side lane plays in terms of making the play into Gwen for one, denying the play against Dark Zero for the second. And now Blue Water in a pretty decent game state. Samikin does have his flash up, and we'll find Kizno. Still going to be hard. You can chain it now.
The entire time, and the rest of Dark Zero are moving over as Samikin, unfortunately, only has his flash left. Will not use it as he goes down. Unfortunately, I think they're going to give this kill to Toasty. Unfortunately for Samikin, and very much happy for the side of DZ. Shutdown goes over.
That's a great find, but he bought a lot of time. That's going to open up a plan. This is Shad. Keep in mind, it's Alistar into the Sivir.
He doesn't have flash. He only has the spell
So-
shield, and Daisy's there too. It's a 4v1 with Daisy included, and they give the kill to Kryra in the end. Think you wanted to give that one to Array, but still going to take what you get.
And while that happened, K had to reset on the top side. You can see ults are down from the Renekton Gwen matchup. Quacker has now picked up 4 plates up there. As like just the force out, Renekton can stick around. He had more resources top side. So yeah, the double Yuntals, it's in for Dark Zero, but we said they had the scale, and Blue Honor continues to push their finger on the scale while they're stronger themselves to continue to build up a lead versus Dark Zero. I really like what they're doing. Again, I thought this entire game was about attacking Gwen's economy early, and then hopefully being able to rush armor and making sure that Dark Zero doesn't have enough. Now, Quacker didn't exactly rush armor. He played very hard for his matchup here, but I'm curious to see where he goes. I think that Maw Rush, it's good for the 1v1. It's going to set you behind overall in general Renekton items.
Yeah.
But it's still that start that Blue Otter was looking for. We said they could do in draft, and now can you continue to push this forward? Because we did see Blue Otter slow down in the last mid-game, and that got them into trouble. It got them into a pretty poor game state. So can Blue Otter, they have way more tools to make plays at this point of the game. Can they keep putting their foot on the gas?
Yeah, and the biggest thing to keep in mind is it is still a double marksman comp with a Gwen in topside for Dark Zero. Always a recipe for success as time goes forward, as items start coming online. But speaking of, we are on first items for majority members on the map, besides just one in Psycho, and we're going to get the all-in on topside. K, he just got back as well, and he's going to get everything you thought of him. The flash play from Quacker, and yet another combination kill for the top lane of Blue Otter.
All right, I don't have a lot of credibility to talk about champs that I play well in League of Legends. One champ that I do play well, Mazel will back up. I'm a good Renekton player.
I love
this
I got
matchup.
you.
I'm a good. This is a great
croc.
matchup for Renekton. I was really surprised that K took this one. And Quacker, he got one gank from his team. Look at what he's done from there, even just forcing him out to miss plays. I was really surprised to see the Gwen pick into the Renekton. And now Quacker is cashed in on a B1 pick, by the way.
Yep.
And Blue Otter have a very big lead. This Renekton can continue to push in the top side. And when he collapses down, it's going to take 3 items for Sivir Tristana to really start to get through him, even with the Maw Rush. So I think this Renekton being as big and accelerated as he is, it's really good news for Blue Otter.
It really is, as they move over with this lead to take the Rift Herald. It will be traded for the Dragon, so Dark Zero will put a hamper on the early Dragon stacking from Blue Otter, but this is more turrets that will go down because of the Rift Herald and the siege that they have. Here comes the steal? No, it was close, but Kisno will smite that one away.
Blue Otter continuing their priority, though, on the Herald, as they've demonstrated for the entirety of this series, and we'll see if they can knock down a turret with it. Again, we're getting close to that Mel 2 item spike. I'm used to seeing the Blackfire Torch on the Mel, but it has been the Seraphs for this game. I'm going to trust Samikin, whatever he builds. I don't know if there are many players in the server that have more Mel games than Samikin does. So we'll see what he's able to do, because I really think that when you finish this Leandries, that is your big spike as the Mel. You are filthy strong at 2 items, and after that, you kind of start to fall off. Tristana Sivir will catch up, so still think it's important that Blue Otter continue to push the pace of the game forward, but man, have they been doing such a good job in this game as Zell. Really like the approach they had, and their execution's been sound, and it's been off the back of Quacker, man. The player that gave an interview last year, or last split, I should say, saying, hey, I think this is it for me. I think I'm done. We were all so happy that Quacker was never done, because again, this guy, as a top laner, he always lanes well. He knows his picks really well, and to see him add champions with Fearless, I think he's quietly continued to improve as a player to round himself out. And man, he's even big in this game.
And he always just finds impact. I think that's the biggest thing about a top lane. It can be a role that gets so quiet at times, but I think Quacker just always finds a way to get his voice in the mix here. And we're seeing that so far. We do have that evolution coming through for Samikin as well with the Seraphs. Charge in the mid lane to get this outer turret, and more gold being dumped into the coffers of the Blue Otter. Zyko.
Double crash is big. Zyko does have the flash engaged, and he has hit it in Bog, so he could prep that. But not going to pull the trigger. Again, I think it's very dangerous for Rakan at this point. He wants to be really bursty in these fights. You just can't do that into an Ivern, Alistar, Renekton. It's so tough for Zyko.
It is a tough entrance indeed. And we're going to be circling around those second items. We already got the Moonstone completed for Kryra. Obviously, cheaper items are going to help, but the Ivern, I mean, it's sneaky what these item completions can do for this champion.
That Moonstone is filthy OP, man. I've been trying to sell, like, Enchantress supports, just given the strength of Moonstone. Well, you get the best of both worlds with the Ivern here. As Kryra, again, looking to use this Ivern. He didn't get the spot with Dark Zero. Both him and Kisno traveled with this team over to Korea to fight for that jungle spot. Dark Zero went with Kisno. I think both these players are very strong in their own right. You are not making a bad decision when you're going with Kisno or Kryra. But man, what a story it would be for Kryra to... I know that even like going into Blue Otter, when they got Low Jazz, they wanted Kryra originally. He wasn't sold yet. He's like, I don't think I can hop in. I'm going to see what my options are. He waited for Dark Zero. Man, if he were to hop in with this team, they were to pull off an upset like this, again, I think it would be a huge coming out party for Blue Otter and a lot of the members on this team. And man, I think they've played good league so far today.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just 2 junglers who are kind of pushing the envelope of Tier 2 jungle. And again, that kind of next generation of potential stars here as DZ, they see their sights set on a big old croc in the top lane. As it's going to be all 5 members of Dark Zero coming, but he's buying so much damn time. Is it going to be enough? They do end up getting K caught there. He's going to sacrifice his life. It will be the 1-for-1.
I think the Blue Water actually kind of overcommitted this. I didn't see where Samikin was TPing from, but I would have liked it if they actually played 2 lanes on that play, because that was a really big... Oh, if that R would have hit, it could have been big. Rovek's trying to continue the play. Not could be an option, though. So just a 1-for-1 to get the shutdown on Quacker, who continues to build a full damage Renekton here. Spear of Shojin is a very OP item on this champion. Again, I like to say he scales off of the range in the game, because if you're able to use your abilities to interact with more members, those abilities are really strong. Shojin gives you more of them, which gives you more fury, which gives you more stronger abilities. It's exactly what Renekton wants, but that's going to be a pretty squishy Croc given the somewhat unique build that we've seen, and there's no option for Quacker to go for that Sterix gauge, because that passive interferes with the Maw Mortis passive. So that's going to be interesting to see later on, like where he gets some of that tankiness from, because from here you got to imagine he's going to go for the tankier items.
We are getting second items for both the marksman, at least on DZ's side, very close for Sajed. Biggest importance, though, on the other side for Array, he is on that Phantom Dancer. He does have his second item on the Jinx. Third item is going to be really nice for that as well. But we're getting posturing around the Atacon on top side, and Blue Water are here in force.
Do have K stuck in the bot side, and Rovax, I don't know if he's spotted yet. There's a really nice word from Darkseer over the wall. They spotted Quacker. Quacker did save his flash, though, from the last play, so we can actually play this.
Oh, he's getting played on now. He needs to be careful. Don't get the resets over to Toasty. Half health on the Atacon. Kizno's going to walk over. We've seen 50-50s before in this series already, and we're getting to the nitty-gritty now. They're going to go on to Rovex. The Atacon is the focus. They're trying to burn it before the fight kicks off on a Rovex, but he's in the pin. No! It goes the way of Kryra. Permanent bump secured for Blue Water, but now they lose a double to Toasty as Rovex and Quacker are down.
Yeah, I do think that Quacker somewhat had to hold that angle for them to get the Otacon, but Rovax was in too deep. They both go down. Of course, objective secured. Otacon has a lot of strength to it, but that could be expensive, because now this gives away another Ocean Dragon. I will say that Ocean Dragon kind of is going to help Darkseer keep up with the sustain of the Ivern that he can give to the rest of his team, so I actually think this is a pretty good draw. As, again, I think the last thing that Darkseer wanted to see here was a soul that they could be snowballed on by. Ocean's not really that, but at least they got some gold back. Otacon, of course, as you said, permanent pickup, should be XP, but that's a lot of gold on Toasty, and that Tristana has to be feared later on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You have to keep watching these resets for him as well, and the angles he's willing to take. And they're putting a lot of eggs in the Toasty basket here. I mean, there was a reason why they gave him counter pick. He was very willing to go for this pick into the Mel that he saw the entire time, and just having confidence in himself. And I think that's been a true piece to the story for Toasty, even in, you know, having to take a backseat, being kind of in that second fiddle position for Maryville University across the board when they were Darkseer Dragonsteel, to still have that confidence and still be able to pull out these game-breaking wins.
Let's be honest, there's very few better spots to be than at Maryville if you're competing to go pro. And if you're a player like Toasty, and it's okay being in the backseat if you're getting pro tryouts still, you know? I think it really speaks to the double play that Toasty has, and yeah, this Tristana, I mean, I like this as a 5 pick. It interacts really well in a game with Renekton Alistar. You have a lot of rocket jumps you can easily buffer. So we'll see if he can continue to crush this game, because Flicker Blades on the Tristana can be scary, and the Quacker is going to continue to build damage here. I think that he's going for a Death's Dance or a GA next.
Okay, I like it.
That's a very aggressive Renekton build. I think it really sets up for him just being a dedicated side laner. Which is why I don't love the fact that he's mid, because I think that if he finds Gwen in the lane, he's going to crush the Gwen. But if he's not in that scenario, then he's not as useful, or just not, you know, the standard Renekton that we're used to seeing.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm just going to say right now, if he's caught out a little bit, Toasty's 3 items at 22, 23 minutes in. I mean, that's actually insane. And that's going to be difficult to deal with from Quacker.
He's gotten like 3
target
shutdowns
for the resets on the rocket jumps. And he has to keep in mind for that. Zyko's going to get away. Kizno playing with his life here. Isn't able to get in, and that's just going to be the turret going. And once they get the turret low, I mean, you can't approach, because once Array gets excited, he will just run you down. That'll be a lot of standing gold given, but Toasty will answer with his own in the side lane for Darkzero.
That is a ginormous Tristana. And there are very few carries late game that are as safe as Tristana, so we'll see what Toasty can do. A little bit of a reset war versus the Jinx, of course, but Toasty at level 15, very accelerated in this game. Keep in mind, every level gives you range if you are the Tristana, so he's a very happy camper. as he's going to work to take down that turret and get a
Oh my
couple
God,
nice pot shots off on the Salmon. That's TP from Quacker.
Oh, they get the back line here. They get the lockdown on Zyko. He is the focus, but the quickness comes out. Quacker trying desperately to get something going. He's got his dominance popped in array. He unfortunately didn't get involved in that, so he's not excited. But Blue Water, they're getting excited. They're throwing pebbles, but they might be sharp rocks at this time. Blue Water find another couple picks, and now they're looking for more. They try to find Kizdo off the back.
K had no TP. That TP's about to come off cooldown, so that's a great timer from Blue Water to make sure they could fight with a numbers advantage.
They could
And
snowball
that made,
this.
yeah, no, they snowballed it great. I mean, they took bot inner turret and turned it into so much more just off the TP diff. That's so good from Blue Water. And with Quacker being full damage, well, it makes the shields and the extra oomph from Ivern pack quite the punch, as Quacker kind of threw himself in that fight with no remorse for his life and didn't need any. That Croc walked out with full HP with the help of Ivern.
And the biggest bane of any ADC's existence is any top laner. Name them, it doesn't even matter if they're meta or not, but especially when it's a type of lockdown that Renekton, that the rest of Blue Water brings, it really forces Toasty to be on edge, and DZ are going to force the Baron play.
This is wild. I mean, conditions are decent for them. A lot of ults are down, but what ults are they fighting off of outside of Needlework? I don't like this from them. I think Ivern really benefits from this stymied position. And yeah, the Mal's just going to outrange everyone, so that's a free reset for Blue Water. Now, that tempo that Darkseer would have had on the map, it's pretty much just even or null.
They're going to make a bush play here, potentially. Samikin just making sure that nothing's going on, but he may be overextended now. A root comes through beautifully from Kryra. DZ, they don't get what they came for in the top side. They do end up getting redeploys from Blue Water, though.
The Dragon's up in a minute. They really killed their tempo for that Dragon sub. It's going to be Blue Water now that can be there first, given that bot wave. So I don't think that Baron start was good. Again, you have Vamp from the ADs. You can really burst a Baron. I'm down to play around with it, but the Blue Water were too close. And even with the poor conditions, again, that's a scenario where Ivern Mel really thrives. Just use your range, use the Moonstone, use the sustain and the shields to win out in the health bar war. Exactly what they did. Now Blue Water gets to respond first to the map, and it should be control on the bot side going over to them.
We have 3 items now already for Kryra as well. We're getting closer to that for Samikin. I know you were talking about the Mel kind of falling off in ways, but that's where Array can pick up the slack of getting close to his. And the Dragon play will be extremely important, especially for Dark Zero. If they can get that right, they get a lot of decision-making prio around that next spawn. But there is also a very likely world where they don't want to fight over this and keep scaling.
It's a Phantom Dancer for Array. They've changed this item a bit. Hold on, Sam can actually... Okay. Yeah, I sent it back.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do that, kid.
Skill check
you
lost.
know it's coming. 10 times out of 10, and now Toasty falls to the bane of every ADC with the flash stun. Blue Water, that magic, it's starting to fill the air, and they're starting to take down DZ in this game number 3. Quacker's going to chase down K one last time, and it gets the CC chain again. Blue Water just make DZ look like mincemeat here as they're going to move to the Baron and take this one down.
Again, that's just not the right take for Dark Zero. They need to continue to scale. Sajed's doing the right thing here, which is not contesting the Baron and getting as many resources as he can on himself, but I don't agree with that play from Dark Zero, pushing so hard for that play onto Samikin. You're pretty much just gut-checking the reaction speed check, which Samikin wins and continues to push the game forward for Blue Water. And, I mean, this was a series that was looking like it could be easily be 2-0 for Dark Zero. It's going to be a 2-1 for Blue Water here. I really don't know. I think that's game. There were a lot of summoner spells burned there. I don't know how Dark Zero can get themselves back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, we were on a precipice. Both mid laners were at 4-1 in kills. And you can always talk about KDAs, whatever. There have been 2 different stories told here. Samikin is 7-1 now on the Mel, where we have seen Toasty die 2 times in a row.
Toasty, his tools were down, but I think he was just put in a really tough spot by the team. It's not the right call by Dark Zero as a team. And, I mean, we saw them falter against Dorado. For them to falter like this against Blue Water, too. Keep in mind, this was a favorite. Oh, we're back, Quacker.
Whoa, DZ! Hold your horses a little bit there, a little bit of damage back, though. Toasty makes it out alive, but now they're split a bit. Samikin looking for the split on the other side of the wall here. Daisy should fall soon. Kizno gets slowed down. He's going to have to use the Arctic Assault out. The re-escape from DZ is successful. They do get back onto the map, but the Dragon is still up, and it's all pressure towards topside by Blue Water.
The Dragon. Yeah, you have Baron, screw the Dragon. Go hit towers, go hit inhibitors, and then you can take the Dragon on your out. It's an Ocean Drake anyway, so I mean, not the most powerful Drake that we have in the game. Blue Otter's making the right call. It's a huge zap by Array.
And that's a massive rocket, too.
Look at Array!
Forces Toasty out using the range, using this hyper carry potential here. The IE, it slaps. And Blue Otter are doing permanent damage to DZ's base.
Phantom Dancer 2, it's been given more and more stats. He went for the single target focus. Is Array going to continue to push forward?
In the game?
We credited his late game team fight historically. Array being late to the split. The join Blue Otter has been so good this game.
They're trying to get the resets. They're trying to get Array excited. They do get him. Glacial Prison's going to go in now as well. They're going to try to follow through with it. Look at Array. He is feeling so damn confident in this moment. TP of desperation. Point blank there by K. Didn't want to walk out, and unfortunately, by the time he gets there, Sajid is already down. Dark Zero, they're going to be pushed to the brink by some little cute otters. But the thing about otters is they're carnivores, and they're here to chop down on DZ. 2-1 setup and match point for the Otters.
I love that draft from Blue Otter, and I loved even more how they played it out. I thought the attacking of the Gwen again, you can rush armor early on, and the Mel took away the big opportunity for Kisno to throw out those Glacial Prisons and get an advantage. I know from talking with Sajed before, he was worried about some of the pocket picks that Blue Otter could throw out. That Mel was so damn valuable that game, as Samikin did so much work just denying the Glacial Prisons and pumping out all the early game damage that Mel can pack. That E is so good against a comp like that too. Caught Sajed at the end, who died with flash up. He got chain CC'd. Between that and Cryro just bouncing from lane to lane, making sure everyone was okay. That was a wonderful game from Blue Otter. We felt like they were close to finding wins in game 1. Game 2, they pulled off the upset win. And now it's a 2-1 in Blue Otter's favor. And things are very interesting now for Dark Zero.
That's the biggest thing moving forward. Is I didn't want to talk about it too much in that game number 3 because you still have another game. You still have that game to play, but the disappointment that would happen if DZ fall out here to Blue Otter, the elation, the miracle run really could be a thing for Blue Otter. And there's only one game left potentially for DZ to get it back in track and try to get us to 5. We're going to see what happens on the other side of this break and break down that game number 3. back one and all to NACL Split 2 playoffs, where we have Blue Otter pushing Dark Zero to the brink on match point after a devastating game number 3. I'm Marcel, I'm joined by Cubby, and if you look back to the beginning of the year, if you look back to all those stories we had coming into 2025, I don't know if we would say we find ourselves in this position.
No, absolutely not. I think that, like, Blue Water, again, they had tumultuous regular season. By 1 week, they had Chrome. The next week, they have Array. 2 weeks, they have Lojaz. 3rd week, they have Cryro. Thinnical Phil not being able to help out with the team as well, or dropping off there. The fact that Blue Water are playing like this, again, I really like their strat and draft in that game. They pulled off a game from the brink thanks to some heroics from Cryro. I think we really have to start talking about, who is our player of the series so far for Blue Water? Because I think Cryro has been fantastic in all 3 games.
Yeah, aggressive to the point, but also being willing to play through. It's like this game was incredible. He was everywhere on this Ivern to make sure nothing was falling through the cracks for Blue Water.
Yeah, it was a really impressive win from him. And again, I know we spent a lot of time focused on Quacker that game. That B1 Renekton, I don't think Gwen was the right answer. That's a matchup where if you're any good Renekton player, I think you should be licking your chops over seeing a Gwen on the other side of your map. And I know the damage between them, it looks the same, but I don't think it speaks to the story of what was the top lane, because that Gwen got behind, and Renekton was really the bridge to get Jinx to the rest of the game, where Array, that range advantage that he had against the Tristana, the Sivir, I mean, I think that probably 10k of that damage came on the final push, but still, we set that up, right? You have the beefiness of Renekton, Ivern, Alistar to sit behind this range, and they just didn't have the engage options on Dark Zero. I feel like they really struggled to find ways to make their own plays, and for a team that we really pitched as being so focused on playing those early games, it's been interesting to see them kind of change their approach, and now they're going to have to find 2 wins in a row, which is not easy with their backs up against the wall. I mean, we could have a very surprising finish here if Blue Water take the win against Dark Zero.
And I think the biggest thing as well is the momentum that Blue Water used in that game, right? The fact that they finished the game when they did, knowing that they could use those resets on the Excited from Array to really burst down those turrets, the multi-lane pressure they had, and I think that willingness to know when you have the end, the kind of killer instinct, I guess, as a team, is really nice to see from Blue Water. And Dark Zero will be choosing that red side yet again. That's 3 games in a row we've had the losing team choose red side. They've got to have a better payoff with that counter pick. It did not work out for Toasty and for Tristana, so that's where we got to ask the question to you, Cubby, and work out how do DZ get back into the series.
I thought the Trist was good, actually, but I thought the rest of the draft kind of put them in the hole. I'm curious to see where they go. I mean, I think that of all the players, we just gave a lot of praise over to Blue Water. We didn't mention Samikin on the Mel. That was a game-warping pick, man. I thought Samikin, his ability to react to the Glacial Prisons, he was like 3 for 3 from what we saw. And the power of Mel, again, you are so strong in those early stages, just given the range and the guaranteed harass of the Q, the root, the ult. He really cashed in on the pick that he's known for. And I'm curious, like, they've spent a lot of bans denying Samikin some of those picks that are more standard for him. Are you willing to give him the Azir? Like, I think that should be a very real option here for Dark Zero. Look for that Talia Azir trade. I really trust Toasty on Azir. So I think leaving both those champs up. Samikin's proven that he's a decent to okay Azir. I don't think he's an elite Azir. Toasty, for me, is an elite Azir player. Absolutely. So I would love to see if they look for an angle for that, or a Yone. I think Yone ban from Blue Water would be really smart here, actually, to maybe set up for like an Azir opener if they expect that. So just kind of curious to see where we go.
I don't care what we get as long as it makes sense for Dark Zero, because I do not see this team falling out here in this game. I expect this series to go to 5. This is a team that, through all the changes we talked about earlier in the series, it has still been a lethal weapon in ACL, and to go out with this kind of setup, I just don't feel like it's gonna end that way. So let's see what they get here. Again, just cohesion as a comp. That's what I'm looking for. As the
Talia ban
is banned away, Talia is that final ban.
Okay, so what's the opener now? As Pantheon and Maokai both taken off the board. I mean, you could be one Rel. I'm gonna be honest. You could take that over. Like, the Rel Braum trade is still up, but I think Rel is one of Psycho's best picks, and I would not be surprised to see very early cryo on the Rel. So yeah, we'll see what goes from there. But we've been pitching Varus for 3 games, so we see him in the 4th. We'll see. He has a choice between on hit or not. So I think on hit is I mean, it did get better on this patch. Poke, I've seen a lot of Poke run out of gas. And I think that with how this series has gone, I would look to go on hit. But man, playing into Yone Zyra, that's a very hard game to play on hit Varus into.
Yeah,
so I think Dark Zero. Yeah, I think Dark Zero kind of drafting to deny that early, and that is a deny pick from Kryra too. Kizno, of course, can play the Zyra well, but I think Kryra plays that pick really well. Yeah. So we'll see where Samikin goes from here, because he's not exactly an Akali or Sylas player, which is some of the counters you think of when you think of Yone.
But I gotta say, just immediately off the bat, give Toasty the tools to find his success, and he will have the Yone. So there's always the potential to 1v9 fights on this pick. We've seen Toasty do it before. The way is a classic. It's a comfort for Samikin, and in this Dueling Fates setup, it's going to be an important one, nonetheless, in game number 4.
Okay, again, Wei, Samikin is really on point with those fears. The big interaction that you have is the Q3 from Yone. You have to take angles with it, or else you're just going to get feared if you go straight at the Wei, and even then it's pretty telegraphed. It's pretty easy fear for Wei to hit. So we didn't mention the Rovex and Braum trade, Rovex and Braum, Rel and Braum trade. Rovex is also a very good Rel player. And this Braum, I like the fact they went Rel here, because Zyra would love to be paired with like an engaged support. This is a very, very receptive comp for Dark Zero between Zyra and Braum. Where is that initiation, that engage going to come from? Because that's what they lacked in the last game when Mel denied that Glacial Prison. And also Rakan just had a bad game to function. Like playing Rakan on the Ivern and Alistar, I think sounds horrible to me. So now, like, it's got to be on K or Sajed to find something, actually, you know, find an engage. And I'm really curious to see what they're going to go with that. I mean, this could be a sneaky Ashe game, if we're being honest. Like,
okay, I can see it. I do like some of the jungle focus in second phase, though, by Dark Zero. They're taking away the Zact and the Fury, things along those lines. It is the AD focus, though, from Blue Water, as they ban away the Senna and the Smolder. They're taking away the carry late game scaling picks from Sajed.
All right, Sajed, what do you want?
We brought this out before.
Could blind Cassante.
It looked real good.
But, I mean, even if you're blinding Cassante, I'm not thrilled about that. Vayne's conditions are not that bad this game, by the way. Push showing.
And I think it's a confidence booster, too.
You get out some Varus damage.
Oh, okay. It's the Kai'Sa. Another good one. Another good one.
I mean, Kai'Sa Braum, not the best thing. You're still lacking engage. I really feel like this is like a sneaky Ashe angle. I know Ashe has been really deprioritized by these teams, but I feel like Ashe Braum, like in the Rel Varus, is still a decent matchup. We would have at least found engage somewhere. That said, we'll see if they find any engage topside. I think that it has to be like an Ornn angle for K. And if I'm Quacker, I'm drafting like we're gonna see Ornn, Malphite, Sion.
We got the Quacker Olaf.
Very good conditions for Olaf.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
you just
very
get to
good
run
conditions
through
for Olaf.
everybody. You're just, and it's right what Quacker wants to do. That's the biggest thing I love about Quacker's persona as a top lane carry.
Is it a Kryra Olaf?
His theme is just running at people. It could be different. It could
Probably
be different,
not.
We will see.
I think you get destroyed by Zyra in the first few levels. So, yeah. In Italy, again, there's not a lot of engage for Dark Zero. With Italy, you can be very flexible, malleable. If it does end up being on-hit Varus, that attack speed steroid is very real.
I'm not sold, Cubby. I'm not sold. Like, I know Kryra has deserved the respect.
By the way,
maybe we give him that one.
I think it should be on-hit Varus this game, just given that we have Kai'Sa Braum showing, and I expect this to be an Mbessa. So, there's no
easy decision.
There's very minimal engage on Dark Zero. It's got to be Braum main engage. Zyra can kind of set some things up, but that E is pretty easy to dodge. Toasty, it's got to be Toasty and K. I like the Blue Water comp better. I think they have a real identity with Poke if they want it. Varus can be flexible. I would actually prefer on-hit Varus. I know it's really tough for him to auto-attack this game, but I have seen too many Poke Varuses just fall off and not be useful later on. And we have seen every game in this series go late. And if we go late as Blue Water with an Olaf, with a Wei, with an on-hit Varus, like, when and where can Sajed jump in as Kaisa? Like, that's another concern for me, is where's the setup for Kaisa to, like, find these backline assassinations and play a clean game? I think it's tough. I like the approach the Blue Water have. Like, they're the ones that should have more control over the fights with the Rel, in terms of dictating when and where they want to go in. And for Dark Zero, where are their winning lanes? It kind of has to come from top lane early, but even that in Olaf can be tricky. So I have some concerns for Dark Zero.
Okay, well, hey, they're leaving it up to the mechanical execution. They're going to leave it up on the Rift, and we just have to set the table a little bit for Dark Zero. I mean, there is no way that they expected themselves to be in this kind of position, but you're in that position, and your lives are on the line. This could possibly be the last game we see from Dark Zero if they don't out-execute Blue Water. And for a team that we expected to be in the top 4, to be in contention for that LTA promotion slot, they need to show up now.
Yeah, again, like, you look at any and all tier lists that were made for NACL. It was Luminosity Gaming first, then it was Dark Zero, Supernova next, in whatever order you had them. We're one game away from them being knocked out, not being able to compete for that LTA slot. Obviously, this roster was picked apart a little bit. They had a very different look, a different top side for this split, but I think it has really been, I think, credit and kudos to Dark Zero that we haven't really been able to tell the difference between a couple of rosters. Like Kay, Kizno stepping in, Toasty stepping in. I think these guys did a really good job, but man, I'm worried about this one. I think we could get another game where they're on the back foot with a lack of engage, and we saw how that went last game for Blue Water, where they were able to dictate the pace of the game. They did it well, so I'm really curious to see what happens. I think it's very important that Zyra is able to get a good first clear and make something happen early in that window, get up in the face of Italy or anything. And then for Toasty, I think his conditions need to be very good this game, because Yone could be the backbreaker.
First item spike is going to be crazy. Make sure you get your item spikes in with your vote for who you think is going to take the win here. Will we see the Blue Water Magic come to a head and push this run down that lower bracket and deny DZ from ever having the opportunity to compete for that LTA slot? Or can Dark Zero bring us to our first silver scrapes in the NACL? I know which one I'm voting for as a caster. I might be a little bit biased, but make sure you get your votes in.
Blue Water have been great so far today. This has been a really fun series between both teams. Dark Zero just don't.
The roller coaster they've been on, man. Like the high highs of like one of the biggest upsets, and it's domination in the next series gets conviction, and then now finding themselves potentially taking down Dark Zero. What a world,
man. This is crazy. I do like the Water's draft. I really feel like they could play this one out. I want to see if it's Poke Ferris or On-Hit Ferris. Obviously, what the game presents, I would go Poke Ferris, but I've seen since the patch, Poke Ferris just runs out of gas so fast. These games have gone very late, and you gotta believe that, like, with Rel, Way, and maybe there's a way to auto-attack and attack speed buff from Italy. I'm curious to see what Array ends up going for, because I think that dictates whether or not Blue Water can win late, which is part of why I'm arguing for the on-hit, because I think that actually gives you decent ways to win late if you are able to keep your conditions good. But we've also seen a lot of games where, especially in the LPL, on-hit Varus has had trouble auto-attacking, and there are definitely a lot of tools that Dark Zero can use to make it hard for Varus to auto-attack. So we're going to start there and go from there, Mazel.
We are indeed. It's fully blue-sided here, at least for the vote. But we'll see what happens on the Rift, because that's where it really matters. It's all down to this for Dark Zero. Can they prolong their life in the lower bracket? The momentum they so craved now being used against them by Blue Water. It's game number 4 of this lower bracket shindig. It's Blue Water versus Dark Zero.
Glad you brought the heat for this one, Mazel. We're going to have to see if both of our teams can bring the heat. Okay, Array, it's a TP, and it's a Comet. So we got some Poke Ferris. That changes things a bit. Zyko really wants to catch some of those arrows, prevent the poke. And to be fair, I mean, the poke identity for Blue Water is very strong. I think whether or not they have Poke Ferris or not, you got the heals from Italy, you got Way Poke, you got Varus Poke, and then hopefully Olaf can be enough DPS to get through this. So I think this puts more importance for me on Olaf and Quacker just having better conditions top, because if he gets behind, that's a champion that completely scales off the economy that he has. So any Olaf getting behind, I think is very, very bad for Blue Water, and especially with him taking Ghost and Flash. he needs to have good conditions. So I like the fact that I see Kryra pathing up top first, and we'll see, it looks like Kizno's going to be pathing his way down, so it should help Quacker have better conditions up top.
It should indeed, and I know this is maybe looking into the future a little bit, but it's such an interesting style of comp for Blue Water where around any objective, what they want to do is just kind of stand there and wait till Dark Zero either forced into fight or walk away in a lot of ways, because the poke is going to be insane. It's literally coming from 3 directions and multiple of that with Samykin on the way, so I'm very much looking forward to that for Blue Otter, but still a lot of pain points in between now and there.
Like, we're talking about poke. Like, where is the main engage from Dark Zero? That's the other concern. It's going to have to be K and Toasty throwing themselves in there.
Literally throwing themselves.
So, are they going to be equipped to do that? It's going to be tough. I really like the setup for Blue Water. I think that your ability to outrange and out-interact with Dark Zero has it. It's very real. I thought the Rel pick was really clutch on 2-3. I mean, it guarantees out of the priority supports left. I know Braum and Rel is a good matchup, but Rel gets to dictate, have control over fights. And that's going to be, I think, really important this game when, if it's neutral conditions, Blue Otter is going to be so heavily favored just given the chance to have pokes up.
I also think, you know, the biggest takeaway from this is that Blue Water have done it their way, right? Like, we've seen comfort picks after comfort picks throughout all the games so far. We've seen them bend the draft to their will a little bit. And here, I mean, obviously a little bit low on the Nidalee for me, but still something that feels like a Blue Otter vibe for a draft. Now we are getting the culmination of the paths coming through. Kryra doing a really good job of getting that clear going, but Zyra will be right behind him, all pathing towards top.
I mean, Zyra should be a little bit quicker, but Kryra's done a really good job in this clear. And yeah, well, I will say Kizno's a little bit behind because he did start with the Raptors and then reverse cleared. So this does mean that he's going to play for Raptor respawn when that comes back up. But with Kryra being at this crab so early, I'm wondering if he's able to play this and then also play for the Raptor respawn. Because that could be kind of tricky here, because Kizno's in a bind. Like, does he walk to bot crab and potentially seed his Raptors, which Blue Otter have warded? And if you start the game with Zyra behind, I mean, that's already not the best start that you want.
Yeah, definitely not. You want to be at the
He started Raptors. I love what Kryra's doing here. This is so smart from him. And he's going to walk over and harass Toasty, just wait for these things to respawn and take him.
It's been really a series of level up from Kryra. Kizno's going to walk back across.
Kizno does have this warded too.
Yeah,
he has this warded too. And again, this is kind of the fight and the start. You can see Kryra has decent setup here. He should be able to skirmish A-okay. Just has to avoid the root. If you get hit by the root, it's bad. But yeah, we're just going to duel over the Raps.
Well, Zyko's redeploying out this way, but I think some of the little chickens are going down.
Kovacs is here. He got it!
Oh, he missed it, and then Kryra ended up taking it away. So really heads-up play right there. Does get a little bit back for Kizno. He will initiate his back now. Probably going to get stopped by Rovex in the end, actually.
It's a win. I mean, Kryra is so accelerated now because he's going to go Krug's, Raptors, base, and then whatever he wants to do on the map, he's going to be up pretty big. So I really like what we've seen so far. As
Dude, the hyper-clear junglers, no backs. Let's just build goal.
Quacker's going to see that cannon to make sure that he matches the base of K. So this is the punishment of not having that TP. He will fall a little bit behind here in XP and going to have to survive the early level 6 from Anbessa. But overall, I think if you look at the map, Blue Water very happy about where the Nidalee's at. And that's the biggest one they have so far.
Does that ever fall off, though? I want to open up that conversation about the junglers and what their goals are to do here in this game, especially with that kind of inspection of the carry potential from both sides. A lot of the team-wide damage available for the side of the Zyra, and a lot of that kind of execution damage from the Nidalee. I've lost Cubby, unfortunately. We're having tech pause, we're having Cubby die on stream. It's a crazy world out here, and once again, I find myself stuck monologuing to you all, so I apologize for that. But I do believe maybe they can hear Cubby if I can get confirmation on that. We'll see. Maybe I'll get confirmation of that, Chris. Okay, I'm gonna be filling for now. So unfortunately, he is not available. He's taking a call, maybe, or a little bit more important. But in the middle of an important game between the two, and I do believe Cubby is back, as we're gonna welcome him back here. So a tech pause into a caster tech pause too.
you know, I gotta put myself in the shoes of the players here myself. As cover caster,
Like,
I gotta
just like them, for real.
accurately represent the mental stress of trying to fix my camera while, you know, we're in a pause. I like to pause on these sometimes. It's too powerful. I think that's it. Yeah.
It's a common problem. Too powerful.
No, the real problem is that the cord's not long enough to put it in the better USB port, so sometimes it busts.
Why don't you just buy a new USB cable?
It's a little, I need the cable from them, because it's in a converter, because it's the real cam. If you want to get in the nitty-gritty.
We're opening all the doors here.
Yeah. I mean,
hopefully we get back in the game.
If you want to open the real door, we did have, I think, our greatest fill ever the first day of the season in LPL, where we filled an hour in 15 or 20 minutes, and that was lost to time because the channel was not set up to save the VODs, which I'm pretty salty about because we got weird.
Okay, we can stop talking about all this
We're not too
craziness,
weird.
all the fill that we asked for. We're back in the game now. Thankfully, we didn't have to wait for an hour and 15 minutes, but you never know. We'll hold that over your all's head. As we get back into it, I want to reopen that conversation of the jungle and really pick your brain about what the goal is for both of them in different ways.
Look, I think now Kryra, I mean, he's going for a Super Saiyan clear. He is yet to base.
Yeah.
There's the level 6. Quacker is still walking forward.
Oh, he's got a flash for it. Going all the way in, but he gets locked down. Didn't have Ragnarok. Just gives first blood to DZ.
Yeah, I mean, again, he has no TP. I'm going to trust Quacker on the Olaf. He knows the champion really well, that if there's no Zyra, he saw something that we didn't. But yeah, that looked like a bummer, because when Zyra shows up, well, that's pretty doomed, and I'm actually a little bit surprised that Kryra didn't pick up that top wave, because Quacker's late to it. It probably would have given away the dragon, but that's like a wave and a half. You could have picked up as Nidalee, would have been okay. See the flash in, beautiful Shane from Kisno, and yeah, I mean, Olaf likes to be on low health. We did see the W popped, which he wasn't able to auto. I think that K did time that ult very well. Buy some time with the W, not to mention syncing up with Kisno, most important part. So that's important. We did say Olaf gets completely scales off of... Whoa, hold on, pause.
Whoa, a little bit of splash play going with Aspiring Despair. Can't collect the combo with Rovex. And now he's in trouble.
Blue Otter
fight does go through. There will end up being a bit of a scuffle. Samykin, he's completely out the middle of the fight. Blue Otter have just lost this early game completely.
Yeah, again, Samykin, he flashed to start the play, and that play just ended up not being there. I do want to credit Toasty. He had a nice Q3 to cancel Rovex's engage, but also, man, that was just a little bit too much too early. Everything fired at the Braum, and nothing comes up Blue Otter's way, so Dark Zero up 1k gold, up a Dragon. Stacking that early is very good, but oh, we're going to try and get a
They do end up finding it. Okay, Dragon goes over to Dark Zero. Kryra barely escaping with his life there. As Toasty did have to go back to the Soul Unbound. That'll be an early Infernal Dragon for Dark Zero, and that's going to feel really good.
Okay, good pick up there for Dark Zero. They play that sequence much better. Again, I think once Samykin flashes over and that kill doesn't connect, that play's kind of over for Blue Otter. And between that, Olaf being behind, again, good conditions, good start for Dark Zero. This grub fight might be tricky coming up here.
A little bit.
We're going to have to see if Blue Otter wants to fight this one, because the Olaf is behind. But also, if Olaf gets a good fight, I mean, he can slingshot his way back if you don't execute him. So we'll see if there's enough damage.
And if you want to know just how much damage you need to do to be successful in League of Legends, go get some one-on-one coaching from prodiff.gg. You can get coaching from Current. Oh, a little bit of coaching from Quacker.
Wow.
In the top lane. But scan that QR code, get some one-on-one coaching from prodiff.gg.
Quacker kind of 1v9 them. I gotta say, like, he just completely zoned them off the grubs. He's gonna have Rovex help him get this wave shoved out. I don't know if he can get it all the way in, which is a little bit of a danger, but hey, that's 3 grubs over to Blue Otter. So I'd say that's A-okay. As Quacker, I will say the one big advantage here for Blue Otter, the fact that you can see Array has a TP, so they still have 2 TPs. It looks like they're gonna send Quacker bot to catch that wave. I think he kind of has to base to get better conditions, but this is still a world where that Olaf is set behind. And we'll see if Quacker... So, I like Stride Breaker opening on Olaf, because the active is so good for keeping your autos going in the Ragnarok. He likes the Ravenous Hydra a lot, which is just an absurd amount of lifesteal that you're able to stack up. I'm curious what he goes for, because it was a Bam Scepter, then he went over the Tiamat.
True.
So we'll see. Again, preference for the Hydra. It makes you a stronger side laner, a little bit weaker in the team fights compared to the Stridebreaker.
And at this point, when you have this early depth save, I think maybe opting into that side lane could be a benefit for Blue Otter. We are seeing a bit of weird lane setups here. Sajed is in bot side against Quacker. And we will see top lane as a point of pressure as they're trying to dive, but Zyko was here the entire time and it immediately pulls Blue Otter off the play.
Good sidestep there by K. Just as we got the camera up there, we did see Chains of Corruption go wide off of an Ambessa hop. So, and with all those members showing top, Quacker does have Ragnarok available, but between Kizdo and Sajed, I think it's too much damage, which, again, is why it's so important to make sure the stats are good. Severus TP, and that's going to be enough. So he picks up that wave, but the top wave is down, and K continues to get ahead in this matchup.
So they are going to leave this top lane a little bit, which I don't know how we feel about the Ambessa, but I know Ambessa's been pretty strong. And I don't know if you want to give resources over that way.
I mean, so far, Quacker not having TP, I think it's been pretty expensive to Blue Otter, for being honest. So definitely been a point of power for Dark Zero, just given the good start in the top lane. Again, did say coming into the draft with Quacker going with the Ghost and the Flash, important that he gets good conditions, but him being set behind's big. So we'll see if that can change as time goes on. But so far, no dice for the Olaf and for Blue Otter.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have another tech pause. I'm going to guess it's connection issues. We saw Rovex left the game. And as I say that, we do get the confirmation it is network issues. That's never the way you want to lose your momentum in a best of, especially if we're seeing it right coming from the Blue Otter side. That's going to feel pretty bad.
Yeah, that's, man, feels bad for us too.
Yeah,
someone as well. But hey, it's been a great series. You guys are still sticking with us. You've been here for the day. I think you guys have been in for a treat for League of Legends. Blue Otter being up 2-1 and being a little bit behind in this game might be pushing us to 5, and we'll see if we can get there sooner than later as we're back in the action.
Yeah, we're finally back to a place where Dark Zero are getting one of those early advantages that we know they love to play with, that they love to play with control from, and they do have little advantages for Toasty and Kizno. Big wonder combo here for them moving forward, but we did get the dragon, ended up taken there by Dark Zero, so the stacking is going to be there. They have the permanent buff of the Grubs too on the side of Blue Otter, so some trades on the neutral objectives as K got a little bit of love from the solo laners of Blue Otter.
We'll see where the love goes in terms of the next dragon. For me, that's where my focus is when it comes to both these teams. We do have an item advantage right now on K, but he was just forced out. He should be able to TP back in. And wondering if they take some of that top pressure that Blue Otter were just able to have. Yeah, you can see them collapsing bot. They're going to have to fix bot lane. But they might be able to use the fact that Ambessa just TP'd bot to collapse their way into this dragon.
I mean, being able to stop Dark Zero from stacking these earlier dragons going to feel really nice for Blue Otter. Try to get to these first item spikes. I will say, though, the closer and closer we get to Toasty getting his Blade of the Rune King, the more scared at least I get of what Toasty wants to do in this game. I mean, it is terrifying how much of a grip he can have if he continues to find advantages, if he hits that item spike that we know Yone can 1v9 with.
Cleanse burn there by Zyko will have the heal back up with the spellbook. But again, you can see, like, Braum, with the shield, you can stop some of the poke, but you don't have that snap engage to really force into the poke. Which is what I really felt like was missing from Dark Zero in this game. Again, having to deal with Nidalee, Hui, Varus poke when your engage has to be a Tempered Fate, a Glacial Fissure, or a Public Execution.
Yeah.
That's tough. Like, that's not the guarantee that you get with, like, a Vi, a Nautilus, a Xin Zhao, or other options in the bot lane. Even stuff like Rel, which Blue Otter secured early and I thought was a big part of their draft. So, even with Blue Otter being behind, they still play their comp out right there and are able to get the neutral.
And I know I'm maybe just looking potentially into the future, but also potentially into the hope or cope. How insane would it be for the story of Blue Otter in split number 2 of 2025 to have taken down Supernova, knocked them into the lower bracket, and then eliminate Dark Zero? They are one game away from that, And I think that's just riding high on their minds here as a team that's really feeding into this story.
Again, like, when I think of Blue Water, Mazel, I think back to last year, where they took this Maryville, the Dragonsteel squad they had then, they challenged them the most in the regular season. There was a point in time where this same team was like, hey, we think the other best team in the league is Blue Water. Blue Water still rocking 3 out of 5 of that core that has stuck together. And to see them challenging Darkzero the way now, I mean, I know both teams have gone through changes. Of course, Kryra was actually on this Darkzero squad before, right? Subbing in the finals himself. But I think it's just really, really telling, you know, what this core can do. Whether it's the staff behind them, whether it's these guys. And I think the brains behind this, like, for this time around, I mean, summer playoffs did not go the way they wanted them to go last year when they were such a strong team that kind of bombed out early. It's a real opportunity. Again, I've said a couple times, a coming out party for this team. Like, this isn't just a fun team to have in NACL. These guys are looking to be real competitors if they're able to take this best of 5 against the competitors that we know are Darkzero, the team that has been in the last 3 finals that we have in NACL. If they go out now, it would be a huge surprise.
Disappointed, really, as we are getting to the point of another objective. You have the Rift Herald potentially start. Okay, Zyko's going to get out of that one. Thought maybe he dies. But it will be the Rift Herald started up, at least by the plant. We'll see if Kryra wants to pick it up afterwards, as Blue Water are in full force over here. They do have Samikin on the bot side, who just burned his flash, actually, from the ult of Toasty. So that's really important to think about, but both TPs are available. It looks like Darkzero are going to give this side of the map.
Again, I just don't know how Darkzero pulls the trigger into the poke. Like, we haven't seen them be able to, like, really close the gap and find a real engage. The kills they've gotten have just kind of been like Blue Water playing too fast topside and then Quacker playing too fast as well. So I think the only option for them is just to continue to farm and scale. You said if you can get Yone as big as possible, that's good. They're doing just that with Toasty looking to take down first brick. I think with no grubs, though. Yeah, okay, he's got it.
He got it.
Let's place her down. Okay.
Blade of the Rune King plus boots buff.
Yeah, but I mean, on the flip side, that pressure, again, you have to be creative with the lanes that you play. If you're Blue Water, you don't have a TP on one of your side laners in Quacker. They aren't able to pull off the dive, and Mbessa gets the wave. So, okay, just max win for Darkzero across the map. Blue Water fall a little bit behind from that. Good play by Darkzero. That holds strong.
Next play that we will see will be the Rift Herald from Blue Water. I do expect them to try to use that in mid lane at some point. Can use it ahead of this dragon, potentially, to take that first step forward into the pit and into the river, but it will be second dragon for either side that wants to claim it.
Man, kind of a slow one, Zell.
A little bit of a slow burn.
A little different.
Those 2 kills early, and you know.
A little different. That's okay. We'll see. I think that Rift Herald, we have seen Blue Water. I want to give them credit, like, of all the trends that we've seen in this series. I think they've used the Rift Herald really well. They've really put a focus on this objective. Like, we've seen every game pretty much the Rift be traded for the Dragon here.
Yeah.
And this is they've gotten 2 crashes. Like, they've really pushed the pace mid with this objective. So for me, I think that's the next step.
We'll see now with items really being completed, but especially that Evolve coming soon for Samikin. It's gonna feel pretty nice from the Blue Water perspective, but I'm really looking at that second, third item for Toasty. Even Sajid on the Kaisa, who's had a bit of a quiet earlier game, but I still think they're going to, at least him and Array, have a lot of the conversation leaning their way as we move further and further.
Do have Zyko going Mikhail's versus the Redemption. I actually really favor what Robex has, because I think that Mikhail's, I mean, it's very conditional. Like, you can't, it's not a lock it, it's not a redemption. Again, you're going to eat the poke. Like, you're pretty much taking that to get out of Chain of Corruption or the Fear from Samikin, which will be valuable. For Sajad could be valuable, you know, for Toasty in the front line, but that redemption, we saw the guaranteed power, now strong that item is in the last game when it was on the Ivern and on the Alistar. We'll see if it can have the same impact here, because I think that's a big team fight advantage for Blue Water, who again continue to be behind in gold, but it feels like with the poke they have, like Darksiders don't have a way to break this with their comp.
Yeah, I love the space that they're creating here, just easily moving in early and then just using this poke. They're going to charge in the mid lane, try to get this turret down. They have the 3 grubs, so it's easy work. And that just means there's no defensive structures for Dark Zero to fall back on. Toasty is moving over as well in front of the Dragon Pit. Maybe this is the fight we've been waiting for. It doesn't feel like a fight that either team really needs to toss away the early advantages for, but we look like we're setting up for it anyways.
If you're Blue Water, just continue to play like this. I just continue
This
to
is what I was talking about for
use
draft.
Lily
This is
heals.
just what you do. Just stand here and wait for them to do something.
Yeah, this is why I wanted Ashe. Like, for real. I know that Ashe has been played a lot, but you needed to find engage somewhere. There is no real engage on Darkseer. Like, the tools are very tough to find. Zyra is not real engage, it's follow-up. Braum should be secondary engage, ideally. Yone should be secondary engage, ideally. Having an Enchanted Crystal Arrow here to be man engage, or like to break the poke and the play pattern we're seeing from Blue Water, I think would be really big. And the fact that we have not seen that play pattern get broken yet, yes, Dark Zero are acquiring resources. This Yone is big. The Kai'Sa's ahead. The Ambessa is ahead. But have they been able to like really play this game or find a lead? No.
And that conversation is going to continue rearing its ugly head.
I think it's going to be Rywise. I think Rywise has to be the break point by the Zyra, which, I mean, that makes the Olaf pick, I think, really high value again in that top side. Like,
True.
This is a very, very happy game if you are Olaf.
He is down a little bit in CS, but I mean, he's still going to have the damage
fine.
profile
Yeah,
to
you're
run
Olaf.
at
You're
people
chill.
this entire fight. As we do see Atacon on the top side, maybe bringing a little bit more vision game from both sides up this way, but Dragon is still floating on the bot side. Neither team really confident to start that one up. First of all, DZ don't feel confident because they don't have engage to pull off of it, and they also don't want to put themselves in a position where they're just getting constantly poked by Blue Water.
I mean, I think an Otacon standoff would be dangerous for Blue Water. If I'm them, I'd probably stick with the Mountain Drakes. Oh, Samakin.
Oh.
Get the fear. He should be okay.
Gets a lot of damage done to him, but he is just fine. That is the Flash and the Fate Seal burned by Toasty, where Samakin saved his Flash.
I mean, again, like, Samakin has TP. Just reset back. Kryra cannot be stopped in this Nidalee. They're too slippery. There's not enough engage.
An angle. Okay.
He doesn't have ult, though. Like, he can't do anything from here. Just get Samakin back and then play out from
Change
here.
Corruption. Hits on the Sajed. He is going to cleanse away at least the Mikhails from Zyko. And that is going to be a flash coming through as well. We will end up seeing Kizno trying to get away with a smidge of health ahead of this dragon. He's going to have to reset, and Blue Water can just take it.
Michelle, I opened the day saying Blue Water would get 3-1.
Yeah.
I'm now in the camp where I think it's a Blue Water 3-1. How does Dark Zero break this? I think it has to be Rywise on Zyra, because like you're hoping the slows can maybe be enough to set up that big engage, but there's no way to find a fight. They cannot engage. And this is what's happening. It doesn't matter if there's a goal deficit. It's just better conditions for Blue Water, and they're being so disciplined in playing around this comp. I cannot tell you, in my 5 years of casting Tier 2, in my 3 years of coaching before that, how many times I've watched people just botch poke comps because they play too fast. And one of the fights that Samakin went down, he flashed in for no reason to play too fast. Blue Water since then have been so disciplined in playing this out, and I don't see where Dark Zero are going to be able to break this. I think it's a really, really tough game for them to be able to find and engage and break this. And if Blue Water continue to stack up the dragons like this, I mean, that's really going to help something like Olaf be even more of a terror later on, just having a Mountain Soul or more resistance behind him.
Yeah, and I think the hardest thing about this is you can't go back and change it. Like, you can't just be, yo, can we go back and, like, can we switch this up a little? We just need to engage. You are set in stone in a potential final game of your entire year without being able to even reach the potential to fight for one of those promotion slots. And that is why I called it a disappointment if Dark Zero lose here. Their goal is to be one of the top programs, one of the top organizations here in the NACL. And from the get-go of this year, we set that up for them. But here they are, potentially faltering before they even get the chance.
I mean, they've had chances. They just don't have a chance to like play for that big tournament. We said this league was going to be more competitive this year, this split, and props to Blue Water. I mean, they've taken steps to be more competitive in the split, mid-split. That's so hard to do. How many times have we seen roster changes get botched, whether it's in the middle of the season or later on? I mean, we've had the Blue Water. I mean, I'm not going to freely sign Big Pass, actually. We're going to pass on that.
Yeah.
There was something there.
Everybody gets one.
I got one look in. I got one look in. It's fine. But I'm so impressed by Blue Water, the way they're playing
Same.
this, and I think it's going to be so difficult, again, for them to break this. Now, they have to remain disciplined. I think Kryra's been playing a great game. He cannot get caught. Has to continue to spot out those engaged tools and play disciplined. But again, you can see, like, where's the angle for Dark Zero? They need to get more resources. Maybe if they get enough resources, they can just break whatever Blue Water wants to do. But I think it's really tough to do against a champion like Olaf, or like just the sound counter-engage or engage that Rel can give you. I mean, if Ambessa Yone goes in too early and Rel stymies that could be a really positive fight again for Blue Water. I just don't see the angles.
But I will say, time is DZ's friend. The more items that come through for Toasty and K, I do feel like gives them the potential to just throw their bodies and still have positive outcomes. We're already on second items coming through for everybody, it feels like, on the Rift, and a lot more safety for Toasty as he went with the shield bow second as well. So he knows that that is the potential in his future.
Look, the scaling of Kaisa, Yone, Ambessa, Zyra, it's all very real. But if you can never fight the fight that you want, is it, like, how real is it, you know? As Rolex losing Flash is big, that's a big condition, it takes away a big Rel power play. It's a good trap there by Dark Zero, playing around with the vision and the top lane pressure they had to get something out. And yeah, again, like, you're right, Kaisa, Yone, Ambessa DPS will be good. But what if you never have a good angle to DPS, Zell? That's the game the Blue Water's going to try and play, and so far they've been playing it damn well.
They have been. They're keeping advantages where they need to. Some of the CS is faltering for them, but they're holding strong. About 3,000 gold down from Dark Zero. And Quacker will have his way with some of these fights as time goes on, too. So it's not like they don't have their options as we look at the map setup.
Something I really like. Sajad got early Vamp. Just get a Vamp Scepter. You're getting poked out by everything. That's good. That's going to start to remove, like, some of the conditions or power that Blue Water can have. My concern later on is just the Olaf. Like, I think Olaf can 1v9 this game.
Yeah, I agree.
And this Olaf is really big. He's got Hexblade. That Ragnarok's even more powerful.
And it's Quacker's Olaf.
It is Quacker's Olaf. That is very much worth noting. He's a damn good Olaf. We have a history of very good Olaf players in NACL.
It's not even gonna launch.
Faisal, Quacker is the last one standing. Gonna have to see if he can Ragnarok his way to victory here. But yeah, I see a lot of concern. I think you're right, Mazel. It has to be like Yone, Kaisa out DPSing, but can Blue Water prevent those scenarios? Like that is kind of the game of cat and mouse we're seeing. And so far, the gold deficit has not mattered. It has been Blue Water playing to their conditions better, and Dark Zero having a really difficult time breaking this.
And I love that, you know, from the Dark Zero camp of things, Kizno is trying to set up for the of the objective, right? Because the one thing that we give the Zyra is that you can very speedily help take these neutral objectives, but they have to be able to do it so fast that they want to try to sneak that out from under Blue Water as we get another tech pause coming through. That's 3 of them already.
I don't want to count that myself. I like counting standing
I have a notepad already, and I can't help but keep track of it.
I like counting standing items.
What's worse is my notepad is an envelope that look behind the scenes.
I used to actually write down all my notes.
I have a giant thing of notebooks that I use for casting.
I look this way because on top of my PC, I have 2 mini notebooks. Yay big. I used to write everything down. I liked it better. I could look down from the camera and never tell that I was actually
now it's all
notes.
digital, you know.
Now it's on 8 GOL tabs right now. All my notes are on 8 GOL tabs right here.
If you don't use OneNote, like OneNote is OP.
OneNote's nice. Yeah, we've used that before. I like my GOL tabs.
I don't have all my crazy papers.
Still a system that I know Elk uses really religiously.
Yeah.
Battery, teammate over on LPL.
Do you go back and look at your old casting notes? Because that's what I was thinking just now. Like a while back, I went through old casting notes that I have from like years ago. It's so fun. It's just so fun.
I do. One of the coolest traditions I have. I stole this one from Topsman. I've had the winners of the in-person finals sign the notebook and the page in it. So I have all of TLA's signatures from when they won. So I got like Jan saying like thank you for like display the stuff. And I've never talked about that. So that's yeah, it's kind of a cool tradition that I stole. Pop Smithy told one of the cool stories of when he was I got it from him because when he was casting Score 1 in 2018. And if you guys don't know Score, then you should go back and do some League of Legends research because he's one of the greatest players of all time. But he said Score after he won, like one of the coolest memories he had as he thanked every single caster, even the international, because like keep in mind he's an English broadcaster, right? And he was able to pull enough weight where they did a hell of a tribute video for him, like going back and stuff like that. But he said Score thanked everyone and like stayed afterwards, like after the ceremony to do that. That's pretty cool.
Awesome.
That's a pretty cool story. I stolen a couple things from people that I have respected a lot throughout the years. That was a good one.
That was a good one. That's cool.
That was a good
story. I still, it's a very small shirt. And I'm a very big guy, but like one of my prized possessions is DSG's first season.
Oh, yeah!
Winning, and I got the last signed, or like the last, like you know those little stick figures they had that they made for the team. I got the last one of those and got them all signed. Sitting in, I want to get it framed to some extent. I think it'd be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's cool. You know, it's funny going back. I think Dark Zero was the team, or no, not Dark. Blue Otter was the team that took Disguise to 5 and knocked him out last year. No, wasn't that the series? So I remember Game 5 Yasuo from Blue Water, I believe. That was a fun one. There was Elise in there.
It's crazy the changes we've seen in ACL and still see all that passion from a lot of players. It's cool to see some of the old ones, like not old Bradler, but like just from last year, some of the carryover from stories we started seeing developing. But more so for me, it's like the impact and the influence we've seen from a lot of the newer faces in Tier 3 and now Tier 2 as well. That's why like coming into this series, we're talking about like potentially that a lot of these players being that kind of next generation of come up players, and we are seeing that here in Tier 2, which I think is so important. It makes me sad to say that one of these teams would leave because I think the stories are so impactful across the NACL, and I mean that's the problem about the competitive nature of this setup is hopefully we'll be getting back in a game soon.
Yeah, we are on a pause here. I will say, got word from our wonderful production jet ski. Oh, he said solving the issue. I thought that was I thought that was in process. That's solved.
Back, baby.
Let's
All
go.
right,
Even
easy.
better.
Important moments though coming through. Dragon is up. Could be a soul point for Blue Otter. But again, they're trying to play as reserved as possible. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to get caught by Dark Zero.
Yeah, and again, Dark Zero, they can amass economy. Sajed has done a great job of farming up in this game. But I gotta say, like, they still don't have control. Blue Otter are doing a good job of making sure they're in the area they need to be in first to use their poke. And Dark Zero, they don't have the engage to break this. I think their engage is pretty telegraphed and should be, Blue Otter should be able to sort their way around this. The concern is that there's too much DPS in the Dark Zero squad, but at the moment, they're really controlling mid. They see Kizno. They're going to burst this before Kizno gets here.
They are. I mean, Quacker helps take it so quickly. Now Quacker needs to get out. He's going to pop the Ragnarok, pop the Coast. He is speeding, my dude. As he gets the Toasty, Sealed Fate, he does get fully comboed down. But nobody's there. The Soul Unbound came through. Sajed, he's desperate. Sajed wants to finish him, but he's finishing the Look at this. Quacker, you monster. Oh my god! It will end up being the feats of warfare completed for Dark Zero, and they will take the feats of strength too, but that was insane.
That was hilarious. He just asked Keen and started hitting the Krugs to win. He was out healing the DPS of Kaisa. That's going to change later on. Sajed should be able to get more items to pump through, but Blue Otter, I think, very happy with that. It was feats secured by Dark Zero. I do think that's worth noting, but I'll take the second Mountain Dragon. And that's some bonus defenses that is going to help you, not take as much damage. Guess what? Nidalee heals get to be a little bit more effective. Olaf, a little bit tankier. And again, Dark Zero, yes, they have a lot of DPS, but if they can't find these engages, can't get these objectives, well, Blue Otter, Soul Point, that's big for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's so big, and being able to have that kind of tankiness behind it with really the Rel being that full-on frontline tank, with Quacker obviously being a bit of that bruiser setup here for them. But we're on third items now, Cubby. How does that change the setup going through as we get the exhaust from Zyko onto Rovek? They're trying to catch him down, but they don't get him in the end. That's going to be a little bit of help setup from Samikin. But is this break point really the moment? I mean, we're getting so close to that third item.
I still really favor where Blue Water's at. I mean, we haven't seen Dark Zero be able to make any plays. Like, again, that was a 1-for-1. The objective goes over. They're happy with that. If they get Samikin's flash, that would be quite big. But again, if Toasty throws his R out there, it's a one-way trip, and he's at risk. So we do not have the Soul Unbound to try and fish for that one. And even if that happens, Samikin has tools to use as defense, given the fear, given all the choices that you get as Hwei. I champion that Samikin has played very well for a long time. Zyko might be
Oh,
stuck.
Zyko. He's stepping up. We still have all flashes available from Dark Zero. So if they want to pull the trigger, they have the options to do so. The
Look at
only
these
one
heals.
missing it from Blue Water is Quacker. Starting to see the impact
Again,
of
like,
the Primal Surge, by the way.
These standoffs, it's always
It's
coming
exactly
up
what Blue Water wants.
Yeah, you can't break the comp. Dark Zero had not thrown themselves in there, which, to be fair, like, their conditions are not great, and they're waiting to get items. I can understand that, but seeing Blue Water play the draft out the way they have has been so cool. I cannot, again, emphasize how many times I've seen teams fail to play poke comps like this. It helps that there's no engaging on the other side, but it's been a beautiful game of League from Blue Water.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid the DPS of the
They just
Ambessa, the
burn
Yone,
it.
the Kaisa,
They
and
burn
doing
it.
so damn well.
There's nobody here. The only person that's about to get vision on it is K, and that's going to make a mad dash from Dark Zero, but it's way too little, way too late. They're going to get a T2 in the bot side, but is that going to be enough of a payoff when now Blue Water are about to have double permanent buff from this one?
Rovex might get caught, but if he goes down, you can live with that.
He gets
That's a nice
stopped.
cancel by Zyko.
K goes in. He tries to get the public execution, but he's into it. Rapid rocking Olaf. Toasty over the top, the haymaker. He immediately goes back to the soul unbound and takes damage with that
Can they rip
spiraling
Baron?
despair.
Can they
That's
rip
DZ
Baron?
moving over to Baron. They have quick
they have to.
damage here. They have
Yeah,
the
you have
Zyra.
to.
It should burn.
You have to bring the fight to you. Now, Blue Water, I don't know if they're in the way to actually give this. TP coming back. Blue Water, Quacker has no TP, so it's a 4v5.
Toasty
This
looking
is
for his
dangerous.
angle. He wanted to steal it here, but it's not enough. Now Samikin is
They're
TPing
giving.
back as well. They are giving position. Samikin loses half his health.
Go for
K
K.
is on the
Screw
other
the Baron.
side. It's reset. Dark Zero.
Go to
They have
K.
been rebuffed.
Array's doing the right thing. The team should have ran at K, but no, they have someone caught in the war. They can get Sujed. He has flash, he has ult, but they delay the base. The TP was actually cast by Dark Zero to make sure that their AD carry got out safely. And now, with that Baron hit, 55 seconds away from the Dragon, the conditions are so much better for Blue Water. They get tempo if they get rushed to the bot side of the map. Dark Zero are late to reset because they hit that Baron.
That is tough. The biggest payoff now, though. Toasty has hit IE. A massive spike. He's even got the Elixir of Wrath. DZ know they need to put the pedal to the metal now, and it's do or die with this Mountain Soul.
IE on Toasty. He has an Elixir. Many items on Sajed. He has everything up. Sajed, I
This
think
is
you
it.
are the best team fighting AD carry that we have in NACL. You got to pull a rabbit out of the hat for this one. And, well, I mean, to be fair, Dark Zero's done a good job of taking control over this bot side. Blue Water are just giving that. They don't have to take the Dragon if they don't want to. They've started to hit the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they burn it so fast. Cryra and Quacker are such a good combo into the neutrals. Dark Zero realized the information that's given to them here.
Ray
Toasty getting
sidestep.
poked down. K going on to Array, gets away from the Chains of Corruption. Array trying to clear this wave. K is in some trouble now. He's got some decent damage on him, but Array's going to try to chase him down. Should have the hail of arrows coming up now, too. And that's going to be a lot of pressure seeded
Again.
from Dark Zero. He doesn't have TP, so K is going to back and try to walk back.
The Nidalee heals everything. So this is Toasty is hitting this. He's already got it at half. I don't know if Cryra can actually get in on time. Oh, he can for sure. Has he spotted this, though? There's a control ward in that line brush that's a little bit dangerous to see. Everyone from Dark Zero, they're going to see that info now, though. And K's not here. They're trying to look for the Ambessa. I really think that's where they're at, but there's no public execution on the Ambessa. Again, Blue Water, the pressure is not on them. They can keep things neutral. If they keep it neutral, they win out on this. The pressure's on Dark Zero to start this, hit this, burn this, and do it before the poke connects.
They're letting K get on the back end of them. They can't go too far into this one. Quacker
Well,
goes
that's no
into
flash.
the pit here. Dragon is going to go the way of Dark Zero, so they stop the scaling. Quacker's going to flash out. A bit of miscoordination there by Blue Water.
Honestly, I think it's okay. Keep Dark Zero on that side of the map. Go to the Baron. They're going to get some really good poke off. Kizno going to get super chunked from this. Might have to pop Seekers, which he does. That's going to get rid of the damage that would have went through, keep his conditions better for the Baron. But it still is Blue Water. As long as they
Cracker's
keep
gonna
Dark Zero on
start
the
it.
map, they will always win.
I mean, they just do it so fast.
Conditions
Dark
are so much
Zero,
better.
they know that something's up. They know that everybody's disappearing. They need to go over here into the pit, but they have no vision, and it's just burning. Now they know that the Scryer's down. Dark Zero, this is a huge precipice for you to fall off of if you can't execute it. The Baron's going to be pulled off of. K goes for the
Samikin.
engage. Glacial Fisher, it's Blue Water have been caught a little bit here. Samikin goes down. Now Rovex quick to join him. Toasty is cutting through everyone with the dual swords. And now Dark Zero take this lead. They move it into the Baron, and that could be a potential setup for Dark Zero to turn this series around.
Samikin had no flash. That is a beautiful public execution from K. Found the exact target he needed to. Now Sajad's going to rip through Varus. Blue Otter should not have checked that Baron. Their conditions were not theirs. They lose 2 more. Baron the Dark Zero, and that's a huge gold lead now.
Oh yeah, I think it's far surpassed any of that setup we were talking about for Blue Otter. And this Dark Zero, they knew that the light was getting dim, and here they're trying to push ups to Silver Scrapes for the first time in these best of 5s.
Yeah, again, as Blue Otter, like, we've given them so much credit for how they played out their comp, played out the draft. Oh, we missed the public execution on the Samikin. It was a beautiful start. He was flashless. That was the exact target that Dark Zero wanted. But on the flip side, as Blue Otter, you just got to get out. You got to give this. Like, that Baron isn't going to be the end of the game. We've seen, I don't think the gold lead matters too much when they get their conditions they want on the map. They're fighting into Dark Zero's conditions with this. And credit to Dark Zero. Hey, it has really stepped up this game. I feel like Quacker really got the best of him in the last one. That is a massive public execution. And Sajed finding a Ray, taking away that poke. Now it's Baron, and it's going to be so much gold on Dark Zero. A 10k gold lead can really help overcome, again, Blue Otter, the team that is going to have really good conditions if they just keep Dark Zero on the map and continue to poke.
That's the biggest thing we said from the get-go. If Dark Zero get to a point where they do have the stats to overcome not having engagers, they get these items spiked to where it doesn't matter how they take the fight, they just need to take it. I mean, it's working out so far. They are almost on 4 items now for both K and Toasty, and you already have that for Sajed.
Yeah, and we're getting to the world where you can out DPS, right? And Sajed with the BT, he's able to sustain, so you can't poke him. Yone has sustain now, you can't poke him. You're really looking to get through the Braum, through the Zyra. And Blue Otter, I mean, these Baron up creeps, it's tough for them to deal with. Array's doing his best, he's throwing out some nice Qs, but they really just have to do their best to eat these waves and keep as much alive as they can. We'll say that Baron's going to expire before that dragon spawns, so it won't be a free setup for Dark Zero. And I think that dragon's going to be really big, because at this point, it feels like if more Mountain Dragons go over to Dark Zero, that's less poke damage you're taking. Versus a Mountain Soul potential for Blue Otter. I think it's very important that they try to secure this. And very important that Dark Zero gets as much as they can on the map to have good conditions so that Blue Otter cannot be to that dragon first. If they get in the river first, we've seen what this comp can do. It's really tough for Dark Zero to play into.
Unfortunately, a poke comp doesn't really work if you're just being ran through, and that is the goal right now for Dark Zero.
Again, it was so big that K found the one member without flash. It'd be very important for this next fight. Kryra is flashless. Quacker should have his sums up in time. But Kryra has to be the focus. He does have that Zanya's if he's going to survive. So we'll see. Seeker's picked up for Sajed. I think that's a really big pickup. A lot of good defensive option there that Kaisa can kind of uniquely abuse with their AP ratios. And man, it feels like Blue Otter, again, like now they're pretty far behind in this game. They can't create the same conditions where it looks like Dark Zero just couldn't break them. And Dark Zero, they have gotten enough economy now where it looks like they're starting to break them. So we're going to have to see in these couple of upcoming fights if we you know, Dark Zero can take this dragon. I think it's very expensive if Blue Otter gives this one away. I would be down to fight this even in kind of poor conditions. I think the 2 Mountain Dragons really takes away some of that poke option, especially with now the Vamp that you have on the Dark Zero side.
They're bringing Quacker out. They have the TP available for Samikin in the side lane. Kryra trying to get some vision control, but going to lose all of it in the bot side as the red buff is going to go the way of Dark Zero as well. All that priority going towards this dragon and an evening of the dragon stacking for both sides.
That's really bad now for Blue Otter. Because now your poke's just less effective every single time it hits. Not to mention the Vamp. Dark Zero, they've really scaled up in these side lanes. Again, early on in the game, it felt like they were really trading out to the Duke. I think looking back, like getting Otacon is tough to make the right choice. I think that was an expensive one to give, but a couple of those early dragons, I mean, getting to that 3-to-1 dragon count, Blue Otter not being able to execute there, I think that's the series of events they're going to look out for, or look back at, or think about if we do end up going to a Game 5, which sure seems much more likely now.
Now we see the strategy coming in from Dark Zero is just to siege out this base. What a comeback from this team in a setup that we said was so hard for them to find the execution. They say we are just better in game number 4. They will take the inhib in mid lane. They won't get much more in bot side, but the turrets are worse for wear. And the reset coming through from Dark Zero with an over 10,000 gold lead.
Aaron in a minute, and so far we have not seen the ability for Blue Water to leave their base. It is only mid inhibitor that has fallen. That's okay. They can live with that. But man, Sajed looks like he's getting closer to that Zanya's, and well, max item Kaisa. If he picks the right spot, yeah, if he picks the right spot, could be big. We're
seeing that
not
fall
sure.
off of the Varus.
Yeah, we're at the point where Varus has fallen off, but I'm not sure if Olaf has enough DPS to get through this Kaisa. And also, the Zanyas against Olaf, really good for waiting out the Ragnarok, which is a very real option here. If you are Dark Zero, K is looking.
I mentioned it earlier. Oh, he tries to go for the public execution. Now Toasty's going to try to follow through with it. I mentioned earlier, though, we would come back to the conversations of what the ADCs do in these setups. Sajed is now full build on the Kaisa. He has reached his hyper carry potential, and he is something we have to continuously look at in these next fights.
Poke on Rovex now from the Kaisa W is a little bit more real. As it looks like Sajed might have gotten the evolve for that, so he can actually kind of match some of that poke himself. Also has the bounty, and Rovex is on lower. Thanks to the Zyra scaling as well at 3 items. Bounce and heal cut as well. So yeah, it feels like some of this Blue Water comp, it's running out of a little bit of gas. Again, those poke comps you get behind can be so hard if you don't have the terrain to play off of, you don't have that vision advantage. Start to see that as Dark Zero. I think that public execution from K on the Samikin was still the game-changing play for me. And Blue Water, we'll see what kind of creativity they're going to be able to find. As they might need something, they might need to pull something out of the hat here.
Definitely so, as they're going to try to move Quacker over. That's Baron started, and they do it so quickly with the Yone, with Kisno on the Zyra as well. Blue Water know that. They're moving over. Flash is available on multiple sides. Blue Water need to get a man mark on K. This is the engage, the dual-prong pincer maneuver that DZ wanted to set up the entire time. Though Toasty's a little bit far off of it. K's waiting for the public execution. Goes in by himself. He needs to be careful. He has the GA. Here comes Sajed looking at the side. Sajed getting jumped on. Sajed going for the flashy plays. Going to make this game into a Game 5 Silver Scrapes as he runs down Kryra. Dark Zero completely dusts Blue Water in this fight. And we're going to Silver Scrapes, baby!
Both comp, they ran out of gas, ran out of control, and the DPS spike connects for Dark Zero. As that game, it was tenuous. I really felt like Blue Water had angles to win that one. I think that if they played the 4th Dragon and the Baron sequence better, they could have really put Dark Zero to bind. But Dark Zero, they hold strong, and Game 5 it is.
They hold strong indeed, and it comes off of giving so many resources to the dual-prong carry. Toasty and Sajed ended up finding a lot of promise in that game number 4. And I think it came off a lot of the execution, just trying to stop the dragon stackings, trying to find every in that they can with a comp that is struggling to find this engagement. And you can see how hard it was for so much of that game. But from the beginning, we said the scaling, the item completion will matter. Dark Zero knew exactly what was right after that.
I mean, that was a really good pincer by Dark Zero. Man, like some of the decisions they made, I think looking back to drop those objectives, not play into the poke comp, get resources, that really paid off at the end. Because once they found that DPS fight, once they got a gold lead, removed the real win condition of the poke comp, which is get in this area, hold it, and make sure that we're able to have better conditions. Yeah, once that broke, very Dark Zero favored. The lack of engage didn't matter in the last couple of fights. They're doing that much damage, and we're able to connect with the few tools that they had. So, well played by Dark Zero. And this has been a really fun series. This series has been really, really, really competitive. So, excited to see who wins in this Game 5.
Yeah, I'm so happy we get this showing. One of these teams is going to be bowing out of 2025 with no hope of contesting for that LTA North promotion slot. One of these teams is going to walk away with this one disappointed, the other side elation. We will see which side that is after this break, and get ready for those Silver Scrapes.
have a Mad Truckster there. There's nothing for him to boost money on, so.
Welcome back, everyone, in ACL Split 2 playoffs. We finally get sweet, sweet silver scrapes in our Split 2 playoffs, the most important playoffs of NACL history, and it's Blue Otter and Dark Zero who go the distance. Dark Zero take a comp that didn't have any engage and just said, we are better, and they find that to be true after game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, that game for me was really teetering on a knife's edge. I love when there are different styles of composition that go head to head, and that was one that was, man, I mean, Dark Zero eventually, the Ambessa, the Yone, the Kaisa damage, it was too much.
Oh, I gotta remember all their fucking docking points.
I thought this was really interesting play here. When Kay, I really felt like that game 3, taking the Gwen Sejuani into the Renekton was an oopsie. Quacker definitely punished Dark Zero for that one, but Kay really stepped up on the Ambessa this game. With his, that use of counterpick, we'll add, cashed in pretty big.
She
was definitely props to him, and that was the game-winning engage for me. From here, Dark Zero out deepst, found the win, and man, game 5 it is. I did not expect a game 5 today, Mazel, but has been a fun one for sure. I really feel like Blue Otter showed up today, and Dark Zero, to be fair, well, that game at times looked like, you know, I know they had the gold lead. Looks like Blue Otter was in control. They stuck to their own win cons of scaling up their side laners and that Kaisa, and that managed to pay off in the end. So we're going to have to see what we get in the chaos of Fearless Draft for Game 5.
And that's one of the biggest importances is one game left. Nothing else matters. All 4 games ahead of this, it does not matter. It matters who wins this next game. I think we can take a lot of professional learn from both squads coming into this last one, but more importantly, just zooming out a little bit, I'm just happy we get a continuation of both their stories, at least one more outing for both of them to see what they got.
We'll see. I think it'd be really heartbreaking for us to lose this. It would be a coming out party for Blue Otter, as we said a few times.
Professional? God, I can't remember.
Today. But Blue Otter
he's not right
hell of a
either.
series.
I'm getting him in here.
Well, honestly, a lot of fun up here in the couch desk, Mazel.
Yeah,
I think we've been that game was slow. I still felt like there was a lot of tension. We were surprised by game 2, Blue Water finding that comeback victory. Game 1 was close. Game 3 with the Blue Water, I think, kind of soft. We'll see what game 5 gives us. We've had a lot of champions, I will say, that have remained on the ban list for the whole series. So, gonna have to see what side Blue Water.
I remember. You looked like a professional, but you like intimidation.
We will end up getting the losing team choosing red side, as we talk about that in Tier 2 all the time. A little bit of comfort goes a long way, but typically we try to see what that different balance is between the 2 priority selections.
Yeah, it's interesting to me too because I've really I've seen a lot of Game 5 Heroes drafts where it feels like there can be a pick that breaks the game.
Yeah,
I'm specifically thinking back to Split 1 HLE versus T1. There was a Game 5 Olaf that Zeus played that was just like just a beyond Thanos pick. Like that game got to 25 minutes and the Olaf just 1v9, right? So with a lot of champions missing, I think there's a real opportunity for you to find something that can break the game. And this is like a game where stuff like Garen, I think Garen can sometimes like just break drafts that you pick later on. We saw Kay use that into the Cassante, or stuff like Quacker's Darius. Are you concerned about that at all?
Could be. It was hovering earlier.
Yeah.
We'll see what the bans do here in this final Game 5. All on the line for both teams. They have to set themselves up for success. Want to see ease of execution at least as much as possible on both sides. And some of those bans will stay constant. The Zoe.
Intimidating too.
Look, something. Okay, that's a ban. You're asking to have a 0 ban.
Assuming professional then. I think if intimidating goes go down, then it's professional.
Last, probably game of chicken. Zach ban early on. They don't want to deal with that from Cryro. He is unbelievable on that champion. Again, he is a 2-trick coming up on the ladder of Evelyn and Zach. I dare you to find a weirder combo on the ladder. I think it has made for a player that has very unique game sense. As we dive in, and this first pick, Lucian or Sajed. Look,
that's confidence.
He's got the Lucian pass always.
He does.
This guy is a really good Lucian player. And this,
but that's confidence, man. That is confidence.
It was banned away though by Blue Water. And what answers do you have into Lucian now? This way, in the draft, it has to be a setup. You don't have good setup pairings anymore.
So I want to keep wandering through it.
Like, what engage can you find that works with Senna to play into Lucian and then maybe Emilio too? Like, if you pick a Blitzcrank, you're kind of asking to get blasted in lane.
Is there a world where Renata's? I know you typically want to go with like some kind of front line setup.
Not with Senna, yeah. I mean, you could have won
such an OP.
And maybe it's a Rovex pick and Ray pulls out something weird. Maybe it's like a Yasuo bot.
I'm down for it. So we'll see what it ends up being for Blue Water.
You're gonna go off into prison.
It's a hodgepodge lane. I would very much prefer Nami over Milio now.
Actually, before you do,
I think that Milio, like Tempered Fate.
You can burn buildings, so this is
Milio pretty well. Yeah, and I would really like a Jarvan here. Senna, no flash. Jarvan in later games, you can be that strong champion early on, and you can really play off flash timers between Lucian, Nami, and a Jarvan if that ends up coming through. So,
are you in the
terrain?
Milio or the Nami boat?
I just said Nami. I know it's game 5, buddy.
Not upset. It's just Jarvan that gets locked in there as well. So it really is going to that factor of giving the comfort, giving that.
How much attack do you have?
To Dark Zero while needing to land some things. I feel like that's a pretty easy bar to hit for them. And now you got to think about the final pick in the first phase for Blue Otter. What are they going to grab here? I expect it to be in the jungle.
I don't like Skirner. I think that Nami, Jarvan, Lucian, you have a million ways to play into Skirner. So
might as well go now.
It is locked in. And that is wow. I don't know what other picks were for Dryro as pulling up with champions here. But that was I'm a little bit surprised to see that.
I could see why though. I think we'll see in the second phase what these focuses are going to look like while you look that up. But the Victor is the focus, so it's all about mid lane now, and rightfully so. But I think both these mid laners have been bright stars for each other. It will be the Darius banned by Dark Zero.
I think that's
serious
just
respect towards Quacker.
Right?
Don't give him any.
Have you hand deliver while our shit is shut down?
Take away just another basic here from Toasty, and then maybe try and
who gets
snipe
counterpick?
York way. I think you give it to Quacker. Either that or like you find a Cassante here. I think Cassante actually has
here.
But you're still so
that
low
research
damage.
get more shit out.
Okay, Victor plus Ari. Look, Ryze. I mean, I think Ryze might be an option. I actually kind of like Ryze and Ari, but Ari has a lot of mobility to like help attack and play fast. I think it's more of a thematic fan. But thinking of Samick and champion, and away the Ziggs, that's quite a thing. Alright, Samick
there. I know we've been talking a little bit on social media
over there and help them too.
Alright, I'm let's get weird. Let's get weird here.
All right.
Vigar. I think it could be an interesting Vigar angle.
Just scale to infinity for Blue Water.
I mean, not even that. Just like able to like hopefully control Lucian Nami. I think the cage actually has a lot of power against Jarvan. But yeah, okay, they might actually.
Morgana. Mid Morgana.
And I have another person to burn shit.
Samikin?
I gotta stop attacking
I
terrorists.
think I like your idea better, but I will give Samikin the room.
Is it top starter?
It could, and that's the biggest thing. Maybe that's the thing they want to play around with. The flexibility. We'll wait until we get to the end of the draft for Blue
Spell
Water.
Shield's good. I like Spell Shield a lot. I think it has some power here, but yeah, that's an easy Cassante pick for me.
Yeah.
And then, is this going to be a Cryo Morgana or not? Is it really Morgana mid, or am I being teleported back to Season 2?
We'll see. We'll find out. I gotta ask though, what this mid lane matchup can be for Toasty. I mean, we've seen a ton of the picks he's willing to go for, except for the Syndra left open. Syndra will be the lock-in, and that is a strong comp for Dark Zero.
I love Dark Zero's draft. I feel like you could teleport this to a game 2, 3, or 4 in Trio's draft. It makes sense. They have ways to play out the game. They can pull flashes to play off Jarvan. And Blue Water, I'm not super signed up for the hodgepodge they've put together here. We're gonna have to learn where all the champions go. Oh my god, it's Morgana mid. That is crazy from Samikin. I think York's a good pick. I do think York's a good pick. Now you can hopefully get some side lane prowess going with Quackler. That is a winning matchup. Use the Maiden. Syndra, Lucian, I mean, you don't really want a team fight against that comp. But what is this Morgana going to do? Like,
Unlock the mouse.
Where's the I know Spell Shield's pretty valuable this game, but you're kind of forced to use it now on yourself for scatter, or like,
Does not
one of
look
the
like
most important target is getting scattered.
I think there's just a lot of things to Spell Shield, which, might not be the greatest opportunity.
I just think that you're so terrain gapped.
I gotta say, though, we have to give the benefit of the doubt. This guy has been cooking since he came into NACL.
Yeah.
He has found niches that he can do that other people can't in NACL, and that's what I love about watching Samikin, and he knows how much this series means. They talk about it all the time. I think to give that weight to him, give him the Morgana, I gotta see what it does.
I mean, we'll see what it does, but like I don't see the way that Blue Water plays this game. It is so easy to think about how Dark Zero plays this game. Think of their ability to force flashes out and then use Jarvan to punish said flashes being forced out, right? And then, like, how does a Spell Shield, like anyone play into that? It has to be crazy interruption coming out from the Robax Bard. I think Quacker can side lane, but early on, it really should be laning prowess for Dark Zero across, like, outside of top lane. It should be Dark Zero favored lanes. And I'm so concerned, like, I just think once Senna loses Flash, once Morgana loses Flash, Jarvan is going into that lane, and that person is going to get blown up. And so I'm really concerned for Blue Water here. But hey, you said it, they've been a team that has always cooked. Samikin's cooked a lot of good picks.
Oh!
I don't see the vision here, but we'll see if Blue Water and Samikin do.
Through the fog, maybe we'll see the vision. But I know coming into this game number 5, I said, I want to see ease of execution. I want to see the strength of draft coming in. I want you to set yourself up for success. There's definitely one side we're leaning on for that. But if you're leaning on either side, make sure you get your vote in to see who you think is going to take this final game. Who moves forward in the lower bracket, and who we have to bid adieu. DZ for Dark Zero, Blue for Blue Water. It's been the funnest series, I think, besides maybe some of the crazy upsets we had in round number 1. But it is a best of 5 that is delivering between these two top-tier orgs in Tier 2.
This is a fun series. It has been a lot of fun. So, hey, if you guys are joining us, hopefully you guys have been treated to a fun day. And hopefully that's tech pauses in Game 5.
Yeah,
hopefully our internet's been sorted out here on each side. But man, I've got to see. I know that I very much questioned the ability for Dark Zero to survive the poke, and they scaled. They won. This time I'm questioning what Blue Water were cooking on red side. We're gonna have to see if it works. I mean, they have York in side lane. I can see the set value later on, but dear Lord, Kisno's ability to force on Jarvan, the force between Lucian Nami and the Syndra 2. I think that these flashes are going to be so dangerous for Blue Water to hold, and once you lose out on the flash, the ability for Dark Zero to execute. It's a straightforward draft. No one has to look at their draft and question, how do you play this? Whereas for Blue Water, I'm questioning everything. I have no idea how they play that draft.
Yeah, a little bit. I do love it, though. At the culmination of the series, I think we've seen the strengths of both teams. And it's representative in the picks from the community, from the Twitch chat. How dead even this could possibly be. I think we lean on one side with that execution, all the logic that makes sense, but in the end, it's about who shows up in that final moment. It doesn't matter what else has happened before this time. It doesn't matter how the regular season went, how things went before even this game. It is one game that separates you from going forward and potentially having that run to that LTA North promotion slot or saying goodbye until 2026.
Yeah, like March of 2026 too.
Yeah, it's
like
a long time.
It's like a 6-7 month break, which doesn't kill me. It's the reality of the situation that we're in. Look, before we dive in and see who wins the series, shout out to both teams. They've given us a treat today.
They've given us everything.
Definitely want to see a lot of these players compete more in NACL or more elsewhere. Looking at moving up, we'll see who gets the right to continue to fight to move up and promote themselves into the LTA North. As Dark Zero, man, if I am Dark Zero going into this game, like I am so confident. I mean, look at our champs. Look at we can play all these champs. We know we can play them well. Our comp makes sense, and I think
they bleed, Cubby. They do bleed.
They do bleed. Yeah. I actually really thought it was Morgana jungle and Skarner top there for a second.
Would have been fun. I don't think the Skarner feels very good in that matchup, though.
No, probably not.
I think that sounds terrible.
And I mean, how much can Cassante really do after they nerfed him? So you just have to worry about the R. And he can just heat and run away, you know? Yeah, maybe I'll have to talk to Mixture about that one. He always played Skarner support.
There you go. Try to figure out any way you can implement.
Yeah, that Skarner support. Oh my God, when they reworked Skarner and people were taking Comet in the shield like max, you're just like, oh my goodness. I had that champ permabanned in every single game I was in, coaching and competing. Yeah, that was brutal.
Well,
that was
not banned here, and is locked.
No, it was the game 5 option.
It was the game 5 option.
Like, I'm just worried because as Skarner, I give ways to get out of the Cataclysm, but Jarvan can always force on you. And that's my real concern this game is where can Blue Water force outside of a Bardol? And like even then, is the setup good enough? I mean, yeah. I don't know. I don't think so. So we'll have to see.
Well, we're gonna find out now. One Summoner's Rift left to go for both teams. Who will come out the victor? Will the Blue Otters rear their fangs, become the carnivores that we know Otters to be, and continue their lower bracket run here, stopping Dark Zero? Or can Dark Zero live up to the expectations we've had for them all year long? So close to the goal they set for themselves, yet so far. Will this be the decider for them? And will this be the big game that Dark Zero wants to have in the stressful moments? Game 5, after those sweet, sweet silver scrapes, kicks off now.
Okay. Well, when it comes to Morgana, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be sciencing this one out a little bit with the rest of the chat in terms of what we're doing mid. We'll see if it ends up being the Blackfire Torch, which frankly I expect. And what else Samikin wants to do. I mean, I think that there is a real angle here for a Shirelia's, by the way, if you want to get creative. I know that there's been some Shirelia's Rush Orianna going on in solo queue. Like maybe that's a backdoor option here for Samikin, being a little bit more of a utility pick here for the Morgana.
Yeah.
But we're gonna science this one out. So that said, I expect the idea here for the Morgana mid, do your best to delete as many waves as possible and avoid giving Syndra as many stacks as possible. And meanwhile, the phase rush for Toasty, I think that's a pretty good pick this game. Just trying to get out of any and all danger, because if you can set up yourself for scatters, I mean, the follow-up between Lucian, Jarvan, Nami, very real.
Yeah. And there's very stark contrast to how these teams want to approach this game in general. I mean, you have a lot more priority, a lot more pressure that can be given by Dark Zero's side, and it definitely feels like we are to a place where Blue Water are willing to kind of give that early game, get to that stacking, get to these setups for themselves. But we've always seen, and even today, the conversation of like, how much is giving too much? And how much is that kind of that seesaw, I guess, of the two, and trying to get to that scaling, but while not also giving the enemy team everything.
Yeah, look, I think game 3, we definitely saw Dark Zero take a lot of scaling. That comp just wasn't good enough from them. Right? I just think they didn't have enough utility, and the Mel pick was really good from Samikin.
I never sent this guy in.
I'll definitely give kudos to Blue Water there.
Bye-bye.
You know, this game, again, the scaling, like, we can look at Yorick, Senna, and Bard and be like, okay, there is some scaling going on here, right?
But I've still got to kill
The
Lieutenant.
way they get there, or just like their way to play out the game again, that's my concern. I don't see a way, like a real way for them to play out this game.
Should have taken her because you could have assassinated and then fucking
everybody into an
went in.
objective fight and just stand there. That's
maybe.
That's pretty good.
Sujet Lucian has been fantastic in the few times he's gotten to this split. He's only played it twice, but it's been really good.
I was kind of hoping for the Vayne, but you know, Lucian makes way more sense here. Also,
play Vayne in the center. That's
no, definitely not.
You're asking to get farmed.
The best thing I love is that they are leaning into Sajed as a carry, right? They went ahead and gave him that kind of that low range, but very mechanically intensive AD carry. And I think we've seen when these games do go long, we do rely a lot on both of them, on both Array and Sajed. And
I'm gonna let this tick over and then I'm turning it off and I'm getting a casino.
In a pivotal game.
Yeah. Look, I mean, again, I think that you take Darkseid's grasp into literally any game of Fearless, and I think that you're pretty happy. Like, it's cohesive, and that's why we're grabbing ahead of Water, because it isn't cohesive, right? Like, I can't. It's so easy to look at Darkseid's graph and just be like, all right, at Grok, how do I play this, right? Whereas I'm looking at Blue Otter's draft, and it looks like Otter Chaos going on over there.
But Otter thrive in chaos, Cubby.
They do. That said, you know, you're teasing the carnivore. I feel like
he doesn't. He has to be at the building of the city.
Carnivore
Soul. That's right. I wasted all that money in that fucking taxi.
Well, hey, at least
Dare I
they're
say vegan?
omnivores, so maybe.
Yeah.
Dare you say? Again, I want to give the benefit of the doubt. I mean, you look back at the stories of both these two, and especially Blue Otters. I mean, for me, what I come away with this series with for Blue Otters, that they've tried to do it themselves, right? They've tried to do it their way, going with comfort picks in every single draft of this one, finding advantages the way they want to, especially being able to take that objective focus. And I think that's really nice to watch.
It is. I mean, it's been fun, and you know, props to them in trying to win their own way. I think it's important to have your own style and be able to play to that. We have seen that be somewhat beneficial for Blue Otter at times, but hey, other times, you know, you might need to play more meta or ask for some help, and that's why we have ProDiff.gg. So shout out to ProDiff. They have been our sponsor, have also joined us for LPL English, another product. Again, Armeo and NA.
Have loyalty been enabled.
Pros only for coaching. So scan the QR code, go over to ProDiff.gg. You are guaranteed to be working with a pro, and those pros, they know their stuff a lot better than we do up here, which has been very apparent if you listen to how I've talked about drafts today. I guess.
Hey, we've been keeping you accountable, all right?
I've been off on
accountable.
I mean, game
Been
two.
a couple. It's fine.
I was right about game two.
But the thing is, every time you're wrong, we've saved ourselves. We've given ourselves the caveat at the beginning of saying, but it could go like this. And that's
the art of
power
deal.
of being a caster.
Yeah. Art of deal, I guess.
God, we are just so unlucky, Cubby. We literally
Better off to just keep wasting it instead of letting it build up too, because that'll end up just getting
short.
seized.
I'm not gonna say unlucky. It's unlucky if they're long, all right? But no, we
what
have
if
had a
it's
couple.
just a bunch of short ones. Then at what point do you say these are long breaks?
I know we've had a couple
We're getting real
players. A couple of players struggling with latency from what we picked up so far. So maybe off the internet or something. That's actually something I really struggle with. Like I take it
Kicking
for
your
granted.
brother off of the internet?
Sister actually.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
because where I was growing up, I did story time in the last class. So we was in here. I actually wasn't able to stream like the house I grew up. I could not stream anything more than 480p in like by the year like 2016, right? So think about that. Yeah, so it's been. I actually always streamed at 720p just to like have my streams be more accessible to people. I've now gone up to 1080 because I feel like everyone can support 1080. But yeah, when I was playing solo queue for a few years, I'd have to reboot the router like every other game, or else I'd DC for a minute.
Oh my god,
it wasn't consistent enough. Yeah, it was brutal.
That sounds terrifying. But hey, luckily we don't have to worry about that anymore.
The router's rebooted.
We're back to 1080, baby. And we're into game number 5 between DZ and Blue. We will see opposite side starts for both junglers.
All right, well, we're back in it. We're gonna have to see what ends up happening here. As Quack attack in the top lane. He's got some buddies to join him. There needs to be a ducky skin for Yorick up there for him. I feel like there's a lot of potential.
You already have the panda skin.
Yeah, exactly. But think of how much more fitting it is for mallard ducks, whose kids like actually follow them. You have the mama duck, and then you drop the little ones around. We're just throwing duckies.
I agree. I think it would.
I think that's a great skin. Yeah, I think that has massive potential. That said,
the panda meow, the like meow skin is not used enough.
I mean the panda skin. Whenever Flandre breaks it out.
Yeah, it's so good.
I forgot this is shut down.
Put that way.
I'm producing.
As we take a look at who gets
delivered enough over there to
I
even
know we
fucking
said
fill up there.
Dark Zero definitely have tools to get involved early. I want to see at the culmination of these jungle pass if we do actually get some influence from either side.
Look, I think Kryra's going to go for the bot crab, and this is actually kind of a bad read.
Wow.
Well, no, yeah, this is a bad read. I don't think he wins against Jarvan here. It should be Lucian Nami able to impact this first, and Gizno.
Oh, it's already gone too.
Oh, we got
Wait.
it.
That's actually crazy. It will go the way of Kizdo. Now the fight after, though, they both have red, they both have blue. Here comes Blue Otter first and foremost, though, as they are looking to flip this early game. Magical Journey is going to be there to scatter the weak to get them away from it. They get the clay onto the Ray. They try to get him locked down here. We're going early and we're going often. Fights across this mid lane as Toasty stepping up here for Dark Zero. Nobody falls, but Summoner spells up plenty.
Again, those flashes being down, that just sets up so well for Kizno to have targets to attack now. So that bot lane, no flashes down there for Blue Otter. I mean, if I'm Kizno, he already based. He's going to be ahead of the pace in terms of Kryra and the camp clear. Just clear top down again and look bot.
Man, that's I like that both teams are kind of willing to get down and dirty early. But yeah, I mean, it has to think, or at least give us the conversation to think about as the Jet leaves the game. Now we know why. We had the pause.
Hey, we've interviewed his big brothers, all right? We got to get off the internet for now.
Get off the internet. You heard it here. Oh my God, we cursed it.
They're still on. What are you downloading now, Oxygen?
No! We were so close.
You know, if
maybe
my
that's
sweater
why
was...
they want to fight, because they're like, man, he just has a pause twice. Just want to fight.
If my sweater was red instead of blue, I could really just be Where's Waldo right now.
Wait, isn't it red?
Lost my money. Wait till more money comes in.
No, that's the
joke.
point.
No, come on. Like the gold and blue dress, you know, that whole.
Oh, I guess the colors are close.
We're not gonna start this all over again, all right? We don't need to make another viral sensation. About
If your shirt was smaller,
color.
if your shirt was smaller, it'd have a Magikarp logo too. No. I mean, I feel like, you know, Lennon, if one day you're lucky enough to be a dad, if you have a Gyarados shirt on, then you hand off a Magikarp.
Gotta have the Magikarp shirt, yeah, absolutely. There's so many options with that too.
There are, but you've opted for Gyarados for now.
No. Unfortunately, we have had a little bit more of an issue. We are gonna step away for a little break. Hopefully we'll be back as soon as possible for the culmination of this Game 5.
Set these filters too. Where do I see my... Hire one more. I'll start moving them up. A lot closer than I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, it was almost ready at the right time. Perfect. What the fuck, they extended it. Actually both going out again. Oh, he does not have burn building. I thought he did. like a tier 2. Tier 1. Maybe at least just these types of roads. We can move a little faster. Probably stop delivering. Feeling good. Get that research and 3 of them can go out. Oh, there's 65,000 now instead of 50, huh, for a bank? In New York banks. Speed your guys' deliveries up a little bit. Stop paying for that.
Welcome back, everyone. I know it's been a little bit of a prolonged break. We've been trying to work through some tech issues here, but I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we're getting back into it hopefully here soon to get to the culmination of this series. We just had to keep you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, I mean, guys, it seems like internet issues across both teams, so trying to patch that up as we go. It's been a long series. I know these guys are exhausted, but hey, I'm still excited to be up here. We've been treated with some really good League of Legends today. It's been a close series. I've had a lot of fun covering it. We've seen a lot of different comps clash, and definitely seeing a very different comp drafted by Blue Water to see if they can pull things their way in this Game 5.
And if you need a little bit of catching up, walk through the series a little bit here. Game 1, an absolute smash.
Oh, I haven't talked to people in forever, that's right. I gotta remember to keep doing it.
Expected maybe a couple big bounce backs from Blue Water playing in the way that they wanted to play.
You are Swan.
Some of these comfort
Oh,
picks
that's right. You
and
got this
making things
talk
work
where
that
everything.
maybe, DZ were a little upset about. And then in Game 4, despite all odds, despite the knowledge that we had going into it with the poke differential, it still ended up going Dark Zero's way, and that's how we got to this game.
Yeah, it's been a fun series. I'm hoping that we get back in this
I'm gonna need to
as
start
soon as
writing
possible.
down when I
Sounds
did
like we're ready to get in.
We're
Let's get off our
ready!
faces. No pause
Okay,
screen,
okay.
no us. Gameplay, baby.
I'm ready for it. Game number 5, continuing here. It does look like a little bit of a state here for these setups, but we go back to the conversation of the comps, and especially focus in on this Samikin Morgana pick. What Blue Water can do right time for themselves.
Look, right now,
I think you're
focusing
Swab.
on the bot lane. I see Array and Rovax. That wave is slowly shoving out. Item advantage already from the Lucian. And Kizno, he's got double smite for this dragon. Looks like he's going to be going on the take. We are seeing Kryra just wrapped up the Raptors. He's making his way down here, so could see a contest.
Love to see a little bit of early skirmishing there as well.
Intimidating.
6 for
Dragon
Samikin.
Pro is going to go for. Yeah, that's a big difference here. Toasty did hit level 6 now as well. The Power Unleashed is the ultimate outplay button, Cubby.
Oh, Samikin, that's a really nice bluff on the side
Flash
step. Yep,
in.
flash engage.
He's going to get it. He has the lockdown here.
They
It's
got
going to be
him.
the double root into
Beauty.
Kryra
Very
with the smash.
professional on him,
And that's going to be a huge smash and grab from Blue Water for first blood.
That was very, very, very well played by Samikin. I think
Like
that click
Swab.
that he had there was more than just a random click with the pink ward. It was a bit of a bluff, as we like to call it, as the scatter didn't get the stun. So that enabled Samikin to flash. It guarantees the root, guarantees the Q, and that's a really clean kill by Samikin and Blue Water. It also pushed Kizno off the dragon. So Kryra cleans up the ward and is now able to think about taking this one. Never mind.
Going to do it. He
has
will
no
back
mid laner.
off in the end. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a little bit difficult, but heads up play from a pick that we questioned. But the question marks are there for a Morgana mid in a pivotal game where it means your season on the line. And with the flash play, with the
stuck around?
fancy feet, he ends up finding first blood, and now it's looking like Dark Zero want to make a play on bot side. 4 members strong down here. Can they turn it around? Kryra's around the corner, though. They're not going to know he's here. He's stuck around. He's going to come in, but the Power Unleashed has already been unleashed by Toasty as they get one kill, but Toasty quick to get the
Samikin.
scatter of the week back out. Samikin
Oh my God.
doesn't have impact. He's a Morgana, man.
Yeah,
he's
he's
got
gonna
Dark
be-
Finding, and that's about it.
They did put off Kizno, though. He's going to flag and drag over. They've kind of lost where the Jarvan's at. We'll see if they can find Kizno here. They should be able to find him. Okay, he's going to keep on playing that game of cat and mouse. I think they did see...
I think he bought enough time.
No, Kryra's going to get him, though.
yeah, no.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well played here. As Kryra able to take down Kizno and really get something out of that dive. We'll see if it's going to be enough to actually get back to the Grubs, because Syndra has to respond to this wave, and we'll see what Kryra wants to do, because Grubs are about to spawn, and we haven't looked at that top lane in a little bit, and then York just continuing to get big and scale.
That will always be the side lane pressure. I think both top laners are going to have very differing impacts in these fights. That's something we'll think about a little bit later on, because right now we're going to focus on the Grubs, which will be spawning. Already coming down from Blue Otter's side of the table up there. And there will be a clear, potentially pathing up that way for Kizno. We could be looking at early skirmishes.
Yeah, look, if I'm Kryra, I think that you have a real choice here. I'd love to get red buff before we go to the Grubs, but I'm not sure if they spotted Kizno on the bot side of the map or not. I think they have, because the Maiden is up for Quacker, and the Grubs are going down in favor of Blue Water. Morgana can help destroy Grubs. Keep in mind that W, your pool, it gets cooldowns back based on how many, or what it's hitting. So that's permanently off against the Grubs, and a really easy 2 already secured here. And Kryra is going to let Clacker deal with the last one as he wants to play the rest of the map and maybe contest this dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they can move over and do so. So that's beautiful play calling coming through. They are going to fight through it here.
Okay.
Magical Journey is going to be used in the end to get Rovex away. No Summoner Spells burned there. Dragon had been started up, and that does mean the Dragon still sits waiting. It's the first killer.
I mean, Samakin can just start
jewelry
tweeting
store
because I think the breakpoint's level 5. He's well past it now, and he's going to heal a bit off it too. So even that poke that he eats from the Syndra is not. Yeah, it's not going to be really enough to stick at the moment. Honestly, though, I gotta give props to Blue Otter. We were kind of questioning the comp, the hodgepodge-ness of it. So far, it's been on point. Array?
He couldn't block. I think that was a little bit weird. I feel like he had to like re-proc the move into the journey, but doesn't do it, and that's a ton of damage that Array just took.
It's expensive for Kryra too, because he would love to clear his rest of his camps. The top side's been up for a while. He has to come support bot now. He's gonna find Kizno.
Instantly going in for the engage as Kizno gets away from the Dark Binding, and he just goes all in. Impale coming through, a lot of damage onto Kizno. He goes down, and Faith Speeds of Warfare completed by Blue Otter. Samikin masterfully putting in the damage here as that soil is doing work. The Tempered Fate goes a bit wide. The flash will be burned, and the heal from Blue Otter, but they are pumping the mechanics right now, Cubby.
They kind of gamed him there, as there's just not even close to being enough damage on the Jarvan to get through the Skarner. Syndra not big enough yet either, and that enables Blue Otter to turn the things around as the 2 ults that we've seen from Samikin have been very impactful.
I mean, that like, the pseudo damage that's coming through, I guess the subtle damage that's coming through from Samikin is starting to be felt a little bit in those fights with the kind of long skirmishes,
let's
really
chill
good
here.
play.
I don't think we're ever going to talk about Morgana damage again, but hey, the 2 soul shackles that we have seen have been very on point.
Pretty good.
Been very on point. So we do have to give Samikin credit. Obviously, this is a pick that he has practiced. As with everything that we see Samikin bring to the Rift, but yeah, I mean, this has been a very unique start. That's an early torch on the Morgana. I'm curious if that's going to be enough to maybe get through a dragon. We have had Kryra wrap up the rest of his clear. Heartsteel will be in the inventory of the Starter when he's back on the map, and we'll see how hard they're able to push for this dragon. Again, Morgana can really help push through this objective with the torch and with her Tormented Shadow, the W.
Yeah, I think that we'll be curious to see moving forward now. But it's still a state where Blue Water have a small advantage. Still need to find moving forward. And I wonder who this delay of the dragon takes really benefits here, Cubby.
I would say, I mean, look, I think Blue Water
It's a good thing I took him over there, and they wouldn't have had enough to fucking defend that.
Infinitely scaling, technically. Yorick, Sade Menace, absolutely. And we haven't seen Peter, like, we've gone to be a very straightforward game where they can make plays, right? It's, hey, who's missing Flash? Throw Cataclysm, throw Tidal Wave, throw the Culling, throw out the Unleashed Power, right, and the Scatters from Toasty. We haven't seen Dark Zero be able to punish the first round of flashes that were used. The second round of flashes used by Blue Water, we'll see if they can get those, but it's only Kryra and Rovax missing those, not the priority targets in Array, Samikin, or Quacker.
Yeah. Something to keep an eye on. As, so far, full neutral objective control for Blue Water. We can look back to a few games ago and see an example of that kind of control that Blue Water had as well. Maybe think of things that can go well for Blue Water in the long run of things. But that's where I want to look at Dark Zero, where we talked so much about their comp being so strong and finding kind of engages themselves. They really want to be on the forward foot here. It still is that one item spike I'm looking at to see if they want to get active.
At the moment, good interaction there as Cassante cannot W through the terrain. Well played there by Quacker, yeah. Well, yeah, the emote games got to be on point too. But hey, I like what Quacker did. There, he was low on mana up top, but only sitting on a phage. He waited till he got the Trinity Force and then used the TP back. And I'd say one of the common denominators we've had for this series as a whole, Mazel, has been Blue Otter's priority on the Rift Herald. They've sacked every second dragon to take Rift Herald. They're batting 4 for 4 with that objective so far. And they've gotten pretty good mileage out of it for the majority of their games. So just curious to see if they're once again going to focus on that objective.
And it's just a lot of standing gold that can be available to you. A lot of distractionary pressure you can have too on the map. We are finally to those first items. Do we feel like anything really changes? I mean, unfortunately, Array is pretty far behind on that. We'll
Honestly,
get it back off here pretty soon, but
on
does
paper,
the first item spike change?
I will just say that on paper, yes, Array is behind, but frankly, given the lane they've taken, I think that he's in a good state right now.
Yeah, for
like,
sure.
I mean, it's Lucian Nami, right? The
And they have
mandate's
the
not in
resonance
yet.
yet.
You haven't died yet. The one time you lost your flash, you were able to live. So, I think first items, like for me, I mean, again, the Blue Otter comp is a bit of a question mark. It's going to be, do they actually have real damage later on? That's the question for me, because Morgana damage is going to run out. It's very, very conditional too. York damage, it's going to be side lane pressure, but York in a team fight, I mean, how much can he actually do if he's not like just Thanos levels ahead? And then Senna needs time, so I still very much favor the Dark Zero comp, which I just, on paper, I think that as a team of 5, it's just so much easier to play this out. It's so much more straightforward.
That's the thing, Cubby. It's not always what's just on paper when you're in these stressful situations, and that's why I think we've seen this series maybe upset some of those expectations we had coming into it, where Dark Zero had looked like they had returned to their former selves, the dominant force we know them to be. But Blue Water show they still had some magic left in the tank from that round 1 upset.
I mean, we'll see.
The push.
Our producer Jetski is a big fan of the Blue Water magic. Samakin.
Oh.
Okay, yep. See the black shield there? It doesn't really matter against
too many
Jarvan.
things.
It doesn't matter. You just open with Cataclysm, and there was a flash burned by Samakin. Did not matter. He falls. And I think that's a play pattern that's going to continue for Dark Zero. Attacking Morgana on the side lane, especially now that Samakin is down flash. He cannot deal with the Cataclysm. Black shield doesn't matter, right? Cataclysm on top, you go unstoppable, you get through a few well. It's timed well. You are Kisno, and that should be fine and dandy, and definitely a direction that Dark Zero can play in this mid game, just attacking that more.
You have that Rift Herald play coming up now. We want to see if Blue Water maybe seed the first one of this series. There is also a conversation with Dragon. Up in about a minute would be a Mountain Dragon. Would be the second dragon for Blue Water as well, as try to get that stacking going for himself in the long run.
I mean, Dragon's up, but again, the trend we've seen in this series is the Rift Herald stakes for Blue Water. It's been very consistent that they're trading their second dragons to take the Rift Herald, so we'll see. Dark Zero, they do have the priority right now.
I'm working towards tier 3. Spend a fuck ton of money right here.
Vision play, you know? That's what we gotta go for.
If that was a Yankos J4, I think we would have seen the EQ and a flash or would have seen a flash Cataclysm.
University's already built, so I can't fucking build it.
Keep in mind, flash Cataclysm.
Over here.
As a whole, you are playing off a flash.
Means I need to kill a fucking lieutenant before I get to use the university.
Syndra, Jarvan, Lucian, Nami, any flash that is not available should be punished, and any flash that is up should be taken away. That's your dream scenario as Dark Zero, but at the moment, they're going to be Rift focused, and Blue Water looks like they're going to be looking at the Dragon, might just get a trade.
They won't have the ability to contest over that side of the map right now. They'll just go for that trade and go for that stacking I was talking about, for that in-game goal of Blue Water. We look a little bit at the runs, at least, that Blue Water have had, especially the first round. Obviously, the second round didn't go the way they wanted it to. But even in this series as a whole, it's been really good matchup making. A lot of reservation with some of the comps. Like, I know they lost the potent damage comp game, but the way that they showed discipline is so impressive.
Yeah, they showed good discipline. I think that, again, I mean, either of these teams are going to go out for how this series concludes. But still fighting to see who can.
I gotta let Terra go back down.
LTA North promotion spot, the opportunity to compete against Disguise to win a spot in the LTA. Dream.
The biggest split of NACL's history.
It really is with that nugget at the end of the tunnel. But Samakin, we're seeing a little bit more caution from this Morgana in the side lane. That was the opportunity. Here we go.
Oh, Samakin. He doesn't have flash. There's that cooldown timer you're talking about. Toasty got a flash for it. Power unleashed, and Toasty goes on a killing spree for Dark Zero.
That was well played enough by Samikin to net the flash of Toasty too, as of course Kizno used his flash to kick off the play. So, do want to give Samikin a wee bit of kudos there, but again, that's pretty done and yeah, that's pretty done and dusted when you're going up against the Jarvan Syndra, and that's why we were a little bit not convinced about him more time.
Okay, but he has flash coming up, Cubby. Okay,
he does.
He'll be safe. He'll be safe.
He will. And to be fair, that is every flash up for Blue Water.
True.
But that should be a goal. It's definitely a target here for Darkzero. You know what vision control can we create, or what pockets can we create where we can maybe just sneak one of those flashes away? Because look what happened with Samikin when he lost his own flash, right? He went down a second time. So that's still for me just the real straightforward game plan for Darkzero. Yeah. Get mid prio with Lucianami and use fog, find flashes, and then play from there.
I think if Darkzero keep playing to that kind of condition, it's going to feel really good. But we have about 3 minutes, which is a little bit of time till that next dragon. But something I really do appreciate is that Blue Water have tried to set themselves up with that. I mean, we've talked so much from the draft. They do have scaling options in ways, and I think trying to buy yourself as much time is an important factor as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, some of that, like, I'm still not sold on, because you're going up against a Syndra who, I mean, if we want to talk about scaling too, like, she has to be in the conversation as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's like, can we get the Senna to a point where we can outrange a lot of what Darkzero is throwing at us? I think that's the real conversation and the war that Blue Water is going to be at least talking about and playing with themselves. I am not aware of what stack Senna is at, so I'm wondering if I can maybe ask our producer Jetskis or get some information from production about that, because at 20 minutes, I think your goal, LTA North has such a great graphic. They talk about like Senna, the average stacks. I think it's about 68 at 20, like 70 is the pro average. So if you're above that, then you're beating the curve. And I don't think we've seen. I mean, Array's done a good job of staying on the map. I think the CS that he's down is very reasonable for the matchup. Like, this is about on par. But the stacks are going to matter so much later on. Because, yeah, you are going to find a world where you outrange the Lucian. You can maybe hopefully play at a range where that scatter is less threatening. That's the big one. Because that tool is so dangerous. So.
Very true. Yeah. I think we're at a point where we have second items for a lot of the carries here, starting to get to those build points, especially for Sajed, who I believe is on about 2.5 items for himself, but very tight-knit with Array, though I will say the Lucian spikes are going to be way more felt than the Senna until we get to that later part of the game. I think that's an important thing to bring up just because we've put so much focus on the solo lanes, especially the junglers and that pace play, but we are looking like we're going to a longer game. And when we have gone to those longer games in this series, a lot of that weight has been borne by Sajed and Array.
We saw Sajed really step up in the last game on that Kai'Sa. Was at 300 CS around the 27-minute mark. He did a great job of funneling it himself, and then that economy was really big later on in breaking the Blue Water comp. Now we're going to have to see if we can break the dragon stacking for Blue Water, because it is Darkzero in the hole 2 dragons, giving away a clown dragon. Maybe not the sexiest dragon on paper, but it is the highest win rate. Fun fact, Cloudstone.
True.
So, and honestly, in a game where you're playing like Morgana, Senna, Bar, I mean, I think giving away a Cloudstone is pretty dire for Darkzero. It's going to take away...
I updated this over your depot, but then it still never made it fucking useful. If it doesn't auto-bind, what the fuck is the point of it?
And the insurance of at least trying to deny this dragon is very big.
Let's go!
As we have the charge denied, which makes that dragon trade even better, as the Rift Herald didn't get anything, but that's a big cooldown down for the fight now.
How confident Sajed is moving forward. He just dashed straight into the face of Kryra. We do see side lane pressure still in favor of Quacker. He's going to be constantly pushing that, so I'm looking at what DZ want to get on this side of things.
This is a big dragon. I mean, I think getting Cloudstone points is dangerous. At any point, you're a flip or just something goes wrong, you lose Cloud Soul. That's a big tool for Blue Water. So Darkzero playing very cautiously around this one speaks to the stakes and really the tension that we have on the map right now. And yeah, I mean, you're right. This is okay for Blue Water. They can let Quacker win as he's TPing, should be TPing back after the base. He's level 15. Can Kryra get in here on time? I don't think so. Oh,
okay, Dragon going low. He's going to get in. He tries to get through. He is going to go the way of Kizno, though. They deny the scaling, that stacking for Blue Water. The fight's still prepped and ready to go, though, as K steps forward onto Blue Water. It's going to be Blue catching Toasty out. He's forced to flash as the Maiden has come through here. Blue Water feeling very confident in this one. He's going to get the multi-lockdown. Psycho is going to be forced to use the spellbook cleanse. Blue Water feel confident there in that fight as they brought Quacker down.
Well, I mean, Toasty Flash is big. They can punish that cooldown. I'm curious where they go from there, though, because the Otacon's up. Blue Otter won out on the health bar war. They can sustain it with the Bard Senna, and they're hitting this. And I mean, Otacon, again, for Blue Otter, this is a huge objective. Would give them a lot of levels, some innate power for the rest of the game. And this can be melted by the Morgana.
They're going to try to get over here. They need to contest this one, Dark Zero. They don't want to let this slip. Another permanent buff. They already got the 3 grubs, 2. 5,000 health on the Atacon. Blue Otter stepping up here. They want to swing this one out of the park. There's going to be DZ moving in. Temper Fate does connect on the Kid, though. They're going to try to burn it down, but they missed it. It's gone. The Temper, it's going to reset it. Now K, he's looking for an angle over here. He's pretty damn tanky, so he will be okay. Kizno was going for a flag and drag. They start back up the Atacon. I think they'll want to back off now.
I think that's it. That's null and void. I mean, Blue Otter, they still want to play out the long fight. I think they still can. The difficulty is that Quacker would love to hit mid. He wants to buy time for the Maiden himself, but I think for Blue Otter, a raise that's the biggest concern for me. And I think they have to return to the waves.
I think Dark Zero are realizing the situation that Blue Water put themselves in, now moving forward. The Dark Binding is going to go a little bit wide. Sajed looking for this turret, and they're going to turn on the Atacon. Now they're using some of Blue Otter's own medicine right against them, and Quacker, he's in mid lane.
Pulling goes out on the raid.
Flash.
Sajed
out. Sammykin, he's low. Sajed, though, he's gone too far. He goes flash out, though. It's going to be a nice pick, and Kryra goes on a killing spree. Quacker has gotten a tier 2 in that mid lane. Sajed stepped way too far, and that means that Dark Zero are heavily punished.
Last buy.
And they kind of have to do something because the York is smashing in the side lane, but you called it, he goes too far in the end. This is a huge loss for Dark Zero. They're going to be down the inhibitor turret, the inner, and potentially the Otacon as Kizdo reset, and Blue Otter are up big in this game.
It literally was dead even. They just lost everything on the map for a team that holds themselves to such high regard. Blue Otter have smashed that, and now
Quacker
you have to respect the Otters as Quacker looking for his exit. He did burn his flash, but he will be fine.
Oh my goodness. I mean, now this is a great game state for them, frankly. The fact they got Otacon, that's such a big objective. Gives you power now whenever you find a kill, and then the York just got massive off that. He took mid-inner, he took an inhibitor turret. All that gold was solo. He's level 16 with a Sterax now, and I don't think he can be slowed down.
It's always been about the magic, Cubby. Blue Water finding ways to make miracles, and it's been constant here for Blue Water in this series. All these gives, all these takes that they've had, and it's been against a team that is held in that top 4 conversation in Dark Zero, who find themselves in this lower bracket after stumbling coming into the playoff. They said this was their comfort zone. They said this was where they were going to thrive, and now they got to find a way back into this game.
This has been such a crazy series, man. It feels like every read on draft I've had has just ended up wrong. It's been really ballistic to see just how back and forth the series has been, how competitive Blue Water was today. Zyko's gone!
Oh, they got him in the end. Zyko, he's gone. Rampage to Kryra now, too. And that's a big pick over to Blue Water. Are they going to go over to this one? They can.
Quacker has TP. Kizdo's already down here. Dark Zero, they're kind of lost. They're between 2 plays. Kizdo showing bot. They should rip the Baron, and Morgana melts this.
We're getting a little bit dizzy over here, Cubby, as Kizno is getting chunked by Quacker in a 1v3 now. Here comes Toasty. He's going to miss the scatter of the week. Quacker's chasing down Kizno. Kizno's going to die. Blue Water, where have you been? As they find more God. The Timber Fate goes in, but the Unstoppable stops K. And that's going to be the Baron going down. Quacker takes K down too. Decides Toasty's gone. Blue Water, you beautiful beast. As they take everything from Dark Zero.
My absolute goat and Quacker, baby. I've played against this guy. I've scripted scrimmed against this guy. I coached against him. The fact that he comes back, unretires to do this for Blue Water, and everything comes falling apart at the seams for Dark Zero. A favor to promote, and it looks like that's just the game.
Do you believe in magic? Blue Otter have made it so.
Holy cow.
One of the biggest upsets as Dark Zero fall. Blue Waters rise, and the lower bracket run is theirs to claim.
Oh my goodness, Blue Water. Welcome to the NACL, baby. This is their coming out party. Taking down Dark Zero like this, a team of players. The core has stuck together 3 out of 5, but they were never able to find the playoff victories, find the same competitiveness that they found in the regular season. They took down Supernova in the upper bracket. They fall to the lower bracket. They take down Dark Zero, 2 of the teams that were a favorite to find themselves in that LTA promotion tournament. Blue Water have now beaten in the bracket.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Cinema. Literal cinema.
Dude.
NACL, this playoffs.
That
in
was
the most
crazy.
important NACL split of all time in its history. It
That was
delivers,
crazy,
man.
I cannot believe that we sent everyone to the York like that. And the Otacon stall that Blue Water had.
They were dizzy.
I mean, Dark Zero, look, I think the pressure got to them. Like, they just did not make the right decisions. You cannot go attack York as 3 when the other team already found a pick and they're threatening Baron. I mean, you can't play the Baron. You can't play into the York. The York got so big from the inner turret, from the inhibitor turret. And, man, the fact that Blue Water found that victory, I'm so happy for Quacker, man. That guy has been a good player, I swear to God, for 7 years. He's always been a good top laner. He's always played his picks damn well. I think Fearless was actually a great change for Quacker because it really forced him to play more champions. And you can see how well Quacker plays his champions, like his lanes. He understands them so well always. And to have him pop off in that way, in the end, I'm so happy for him, man. I'm so happy for him and Blue Water. That is a crazy win. One of the bigger upsets that we've seen.
I am repping old song votes here, but I think that's the biggest factor here for Anakin. Who you think should have taken that one there? But I am stunned. And a little bit of a section for Dark Zero. Disappointing. The fact that they aren't in the
delivering.
Disappointing. I think they're going to be living in those moments. I know Sajed is probably going to go back to that moment a lot of times, but it was a culmination of Blue Water just being the better team, the better execution in these games.
It was. I mean, I just think that was crazy. The way that ended too, everything just came crashing down for Dark Zero. Shout out to Blue Water. Again, those guys, they've been so competitive in regular seasons and just have not been able to find the same power in the bracket. Winning in the way they did, I didn't believe their composition game 3, the Morgana mid, I didn't believe. I believe now. Blue Waters, you made a fan out of me, as always. It's been a lot of fun to see this team grow, stick together as 3 out of 5, and now, I mean, they're a threat in the lower bracket. Like, if Supernova wins their series tomorrow, they have to face the team that sent them down to the lower bracket, and whether or not, like, you know, whoever won today, I think Blue Water proved they're a competitive team. They played Dark Zero so damn well today. And they're going to be a challenge to knock out. They are not just here as a lower tier NACL team. They're here to compete, man. And I know we talked a lot about the squad. We got to mention Kryra too. And Kryra just knocked out the team that passed on him in the jungle in the offseason. Boot camped over there for a month plus. They went with Kisno. And for Kryra to step into this team late and to find that win, that's got to be sweet justice for him too. I mean, you can't go wrong picking between Kisno and Kryra. But I thought Kryra had a fantastic series today with the rest of Blue Water. And man,
that's exactly where I was going to go with it. I think
exciting.
It's so important to focus on a lot of the storylines that came to a head here between the two. A lot of the cohesion, a lot of the track record between the two, and especially the way it went down. We're going to take a look back. This is pretty deep into the game. But these kinds of decisions, moments like this, gave hope to both sides, right? And we started seeing Blue Water pull away with this one. We were questioning the Morgana mid against Samikin the entire time. But guess what, Cubby? You might be questioning it. You might be questioning, but he got the dub.
I'm still questioning it. We're still questioning it. We're still questioning it. The Morgana was not. It did not win or lose them the game. Sajad just went too hard there. Dark Zero were so split looking back. And then the response after this just felt like desperation from Dark Zero. As they gave away the Otacon again, Zyko gets picked here, and then the response to just go attack the level 16 York with 3 items. You just can't play into him. And he got way too big in the side lane. I really feel like Quacker, I mean, I know they lost game 4, but Quacker, I think that he really showed his ability and prowess to side lane. in these last couple of games, and the dedication for that for Blue Water. Whether it's the first pick Renekton that they played for went full damage, the Olaf, the Yorick pick. I mean, he made max use of that 5 pick, and man, they just lost to like the cheesiest champions on the planet, man. You lost to Yorick top, Morgana mid, Bard support. Jesus.
It's crazy. I gotta say though, I wish, and if Blue Water socials are listening to this, I would love to hear what comms were like. Because I know this team thrives off of good vibes. I know that they are extremely emotional in those moments, and the dopamine that had to be spewing out of those comms had to be incredible. So please, if we could please get that, that would be absolutely incredible. I know we'll be getting ready to talk to one of the members here afterwards, and I can't wait to see the elation on their face after that. And it's still only one link in the chain here. They still got a long run to go, so you know it feels good.
I mean, if you guys have been sticking around for NACL, you got a 5-game treat today. I know, shout out to Toad, our co-streamer from Spain, said 4 a.m. the Otters win. Shout out to the Salt League there on Twitter. Toad's the best. I don't speak the same main language as him, but the support that he has for League around the world is great. The fact that he is a diehard fan of this league, I find so cool. And man, if you're a fan of NACL, you were rewarded today. Yeah. Again, crazy win. Blue Water, I said a DZ 3-1. I didn't think the magic would continue, but they continue to. We have to stop talking about this team as a blue shell team. They've really earned the respect, I think, around the league with what they're doing this split. Excited to sit down now.
All right, let's get to it. Let's go ahead and bring on the Quackmeister himself. Quacker, come in here. Come see what has been done. You guys have eliminated Dark Zero off the back of your stellar.
Just keep that cash there.
What is? I know that there's still a lower bracket run, but I know this was a tough one. It was a long one. What is the first feeling when you're coming away from the game?
Need to talk to everyone.
Honestly, like, just relief. Like, honestly, I'm just kind of hungry. It's like 9 p.m. and I haven't eaten dinner yet, but just been munching on snacks this entire series. But yeah, excited to eat a nice meal, and then.
And you were eating on the riff, so you know that.
Yeah, true. Maybe that's why I'm not feeling too bad, but.
You know, Quacker, that was a crazy series. A lot of, pauses. That was a long series you're hinting at. I'm hungry too. But I just want to pick your brain, kind of going back. You first picked Renekton. What were your thoughts when the response was Gwen Sejuani in that game? And what kind of went into that first pick Renekton, a pick that you haven't played all split, but I know historically you play really well?
I mean, like, Renekton's always been one of my best champs. It's just, like, kind of hard to play in this meta. Like, there's a few bad matchups. But after Fearless bans are out, right, like, I just told my team, like, oh, I can blind Renekton, and we don't have another B1 at the moment. So I was like, you know what, I'll sack for the team. I'll take the first pick so my team can get counter pick, stuff like that. And it worked out. I mean, I was confident. Yeah. As for, like, their counter pick Gwen Sejuani, I don't think it was that good. I think if they're going to do it, I mean, all I'll say is my Renekton wins like most matchups, so yeah.
Yeah, I was with you. I'm not as good of a Renekton player as you, but if I'm playing Renekton and I see Gwen on my screen, I'm a pretty happy camper. You definitely cash in on that one. Yeah.
I want to ask a little bit more about those picks though, because maybe it's a little bit distracting, but what did the last draft work out for you guys? What was the communication through that? Because I feel like on paper it's such a weird mashup of kind of different combinations. Did you guys feel confident coming out of draft with what you had?
To be honest, I don't think anyone's really confident or like sure about these Game 5 drafts. I mean, Game 5 Fearless is just different pieces. It's ridiculous. So, I mean, I was thinking about like, if I was thinking about like the trades and the team fights, like we can hit them, they can like hit us. But I honestly didn't know how the team fights are gonna go. But I never really had to team fight.
What's the Morgana, man? What was up with the communication with that? What happened? How did it get up?
It's been like Sammy's pocket pick for a while, and he like every time I watch him play, like he just like drops a nuke and like one shots everybody. So I'm always down. So
yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't know what you guys were cooking there. I thought it was gonna be Skarner top and Morgana jungle maybe, but it worked out in the end. The Mel was a hell of a cook against the really like one main engage tool in the game. Man, I mean Quacker, that's gotta be such a big win for you. I know that going back to collegiate, you've been competing against Maryville for so long. You've been in and out of debating, whether or not you're gonna retire or not. What's your thoughts, just like looking back on the fact that you guys were able to pull off a big win today off the back of you? I think you carrying the at least games 3 and 5 for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know. I mean, like, I don't know how I'm feeling exactly. I guess it's just as for like the retirement, like, it's still on my mind for sure. It depends on like how this split goes, of course, but for sure like on my mind. I've been competing for a long time, and perhaps it's time to move on. But yeah, if this split goes like super well, you never know. Maybe I just keep going.
Just as a personal note, I hope that we get to continue watching you.
I'm a happy camper watching you play, buddy. Yeah.
It is an absolute pleasure to get to watch you do what you do. I want to give you a last chance. Give any shout outs. Anybody you want to talk about? Any thoughts going forward for your lower bracket run?
Yeah, I mean, shout outs first of all to my teammates and my coaching staff. There's Dion Ray, Sneezes, Patch, the analysts. They're all like, our coaching staff's like smirking honestly, like, can't really understate. It's pretty sure we have like huge coaching advantage against most of the teams in NACL, and that's like contributing a lot to our success. I mean, of course, we have good players too, and like, especially on this iteration of the roster, I'm happy with everyone on the team. So, yeah, shout out to them. Shout out to my friends watching at home, and then shout out to my family. They've been supportive, which is not always been the case, but not recently they've been supportive. That's been great. So,
I'm glad.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Quacker. I can't wait to see what other magic you guys pull out in the future. We'll talk to you soon. All right, that's going to be it for our interview. Nice to hear from Quacker. Obviously, a humble king in a lot of ways, but being able to kind of strut on the Rift is what we saw today from him.
It hits me even like when Quacker kind of has to think and talk about, you know, being around for a while and retiring, just because I've always, he's like one of the OGs in terms of me going back to. So that kind of hits me as well, but man,
I still didn't turn loyalty on. I figured loyalty would get turned on after that.
Really plays his picks well, and just to see like him even talking.
Need to fucking control that region. I don't.
My best champs.
My fuck.
Win well split. Or game 4, like even the old opt that didn't work out. Like I think that he had a lot of confidence in himself today to go side lane against K, make that work for the team. And to have that cash in on the York game 5, and what we were calling a hodgepodge comp off here that I don't know.
Oh, he has assassination. I can kill someone on.
I'm so happy for Quacker and Blue Water. They gave us an insane series here in the Salt League, and yeah, just
what do you?
See what they can do in the rest of the lower bracket.
Well, we got to give away our MVP now. We'll go ahead and roll the drums and see who ends up claiming it. I gotta say, I think it's gotta be Quacker. As it of course is that big play.
He's wandering. I really want to keep him.
In the coffin.
That right
Dark
there.
Zeroes 2025.
That's a real man's KDA in the top lane, baby. Screw the number. It's about game impact. 2.6 high game impact for Quacker in today's series. And man, that Yorick followed himself. That was beautiful. Blue Water. As he said, you know, sometimes you don't even know what you're doing in your own game 5s. It really felt like Dark Zero had a very cohesive composition, opportunity to hit timers and make plays, and
now we get control of this. We get tier 3
to the max degree as Quacker and Blue Water find that win, move on to the lower bracket. They're gonna have to take a look at that bracket themselves, get more action tomorrow themselves
so
to see can face them.
Yeah, I've talked about that so much though. It doesn't matter, especially in tier 2, what anything says on paper. It matters what happens on the Rift, and I think we saw a beautiful culmination of that. But do we have any final words for Dark Zero, at least? Any thoughts or feelings? Because this is a team that everybody thought would be in the conversation for that LTA North promotion slot.
I mean, honestly, like, I think Dark Zero, they kind of, like, in a way, because, I mean, this is like a high-level conversation in terms of buyouts and players, right? I think that Sabuto.
Oh, he's gonna follow me? No.
I mean, if you keep that roster with Spyrax, obviously, I think the K and Kisno had a great split. Like, Kisno was, I think, second team All-Pro vote. But I think if you keep those guys, I mean, those guys didn't drop a single map for this team in Spyrax, right? So there is a mix of incentives in terms of, you know, buyouts.
Are they coming to me? Is it circling all the way around for some fucking?
Also being able to still compete for the slots. I do think that obviously letting Sabuto and Yuki go, and keeping Toasty, where you know he had a buyout on him too. Yeah, I think high level wise, like I think that Dark Zero still had a really positive year. I mean, you sent 2 players to the Pro League, right? Like that's a big goal too. Not being able to fight for the spot. That's kind of the trade-off on what you're trying to balance as an org that's looking to compete. Definitely have to take. I think it's an interesting look in terms of just how NACL and as a whole.
Oh, the police attacking them. Yeah, I see. Police are attacking them.
What's the balance between getting buyouts for players to go pro? I mean, if you're an org at this level, in a way you've done your job, but also buyouts exist because there is still a lot of incentive for you to compete at the highest level and compete for that LTA spot. I do think that Dark Zero deserves a lot of credit for getting buyouts for 2 players and assembling a roster that we felt like was competitive and a favorite to promote. So even if they don't, hit that end goal, I think it's still a really positive year for Dark Zero.
It is.
And I'm just really curious to see what happens here.
And we have research now too. Get that.
We won't see him in NACL now for like 6, 7
I have loads of fucking money.
Multiple players that should be getting pro look still in Toasty and Sajed, who might not have had their best days today, but yeah, I think that that's going to be really interesting. Definitely 2 players that if you're a fan of the LCA North or NACL, I think you'll find that in the offseason, because I still really feel like those players in particular, on top of Kizno, got looks too, and Kay, who was really highly lauded behind the scenes for coming in, stepping up to this team. I think they're going to be in a lot of tryouts for the next level. So, yeah, even though they didn't hit their goals, it's going to be interesting to see where they go from there. I think are really talented.
We'll be taking a look at the bracket now, exactly the damage done from today's series. It's all best of 5s, and only one team can walk away. Today it was the Blue Otters who move on to that L5 in the bottom bracket. Tomorrow, we get the decider on who will face them. Supernova and Dorado Gaming going at it.
Look, I mean, it's a pretty similar scenario that we have here in the next series, right? We have Supernova still as the favorites to promote, but Dorado knocked Dark Zero into that lower bracket, and are also looking to take down that 2-headed dragon, that the 2 favorites that we did have to promote into the LTA North. So that could be an interesting one. Again, Supernova, it had some on and off days themselves. Dorado, they're going to present some weird champ pools with what Shoshi can do, and also the champion Ocean that we know that
It was all my money. I just spent like 800k in research. Jesus Christ.
We'll see if Dorado Gaming can take down Supernova. I still think that looking at the bracket, Luminosity Gaming feels like an absolute buzzsaw.
Yeah.
And if Conviction are competing for the LTA slot, I think that'd just be one of the craziest things. I'm not as surprised as others. I had them ranked higher than most, but they have still very much surpassed my expectations. Look, I would love to see TF Boy play pro, man.
Thank you, Sam.
What he's done this year, and like individually always been good, but he's improved so much as a competitive top laner. Yeah. I think Cat Evolved is playing fantastic.
That's what I was going to say. We have like Evolved and Viper, man.
Yeah, like Evolved was my vote for first team All-Pro. Him going up
I think
against
this is over.
Great matchup. Viper versus Tactical. I mean, that's crazy, man. These guys were like almost old teammates in the past. You think about it, and now he's playing AD, and Viper's been playing just a level of aggression that we just haven't seen out of any other ADs in the league. It's been filthy to watch. So yeah, I think we got a fun bracket left with the 5 teams we have left.
We do. We have a fun one tomorrow as well. I already foreshadowed to it, but very important one. The lower bracket continuation. Supernova with a potential date with Destiny, with Blue Otter on the other side, or can Dorado Gaming make another upset happen?
I don't have to
I mean, I'm excited.
do their choices anymore. It's always just a dedicated choice. That's always right.
Excited to see Supernova versus Dorado, and look, our bracket just continues to create chaos.
Oh my God, why are you unhappy with me?
From what we've seen from our youngins in the NACL, so we'll see if that can continue tomorrow. As Dorado, of course, features their roster of 3 rookies. Would be really cool if they were able to win tomorrow and be a top 4 org with 3 rooks in their debut split. I think it's very impressive that they qualified. I mean, they're well out of the conversation of any promotion relegation and have been all year. So we'll see. I think Sushi has been playing really good the last couple of weeks, and Dorado has definitely stepped up as a team. So we'll see if they can do so against Supernova.
And if you liked what you saw today, or you didn't get to catch any of that, make sure you go check out our socials. They'll be scrolling in the top left of your screen as well. You can go check out all the missed action, the bracket updates, but as well as some of those crazy plays that we have seen today. Because boy, there was a lot of them. It was a long series, but it paid off in the end. Absolutely, Cubby.
Oh yeah, I had a blast today, Lennon. Thanks for joining me, man. Thanks for everyone tuning in too. You guys stuck with us for a lot of tech delays. And stuff out of our control.
It wasn't an hour and 15, all right?
It was not, but if you guys stuck around, I think you were treated to a really fun series of leagues. So shout out to everyone that competed today, and make sure
Have you ever gone to a restaurant and like really wanted a burger, but then you order it and then they're like, well, we're actually out of patties, we're out of lettuce, no condiments, no tomato, no cheese, we don't have anything to put on the burger, we can just bring you the buns. And then you start to think, well, like, wouldn't that kind of be just like a, I don't know, what could you call that? Maybe a nothing burger? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Beast has managed to find himself amidst yet another controversy, which means more Pegasus's bank account's about to get 5% larger. It's a big day for the unemployed. Now, it seems like every time we cover a new Mr. Beast controversy, they're all like equally as big somehow on social media, like the internet's reaction. But what actually happens is so laughably small compared to what went down last year that it's like, really? This is what we're doing now? Okay. If unfortunately you have a job, then over these last couple of days, you may have not heard of Mr. Beast's most recent drama, which began after he sent out a tweet complaining about his ranking on the Rolling Stone's top 25 most influential creators list. Specifically because in his tweet, he kind of targeted another creator, sort of throwing them under the bus when they didn't really have anything to do with this. He made a tweet that sort of targeted Caleb Heron, saying, according to this list, a guy with 1 million followers is more influential than me. What did I do to piss off the Rolling Stones? And yeah, that's kind of the entire thing here. But I do think that there is something worthwhile talking about with this, so here we are. I think this is a great modern day example of why sometimes you should just keep your mouth shut, even if you think that you're in the right to open it. You know, there was absolutely no reason for this tweet to go out. Mr. Beast knows that he's basically on top of the YouTube game and probably will be for the foreseeable future. Why do you give a shit about what a third-party article has to say about you? Even if you think you're right, like, why does it matter? Why do you care what the Rolling Stones have to say about you? Especially like when historically these lists are terrible. Not to call out anybody by name, but last year number 11 for the most influential creators on the planet was Anthony fucking Fantano. So if that gives you sort of an idea. Like, I don't really understand how these lists are made. For example, the number 3 for this year was Miss Rachel, and like Miss Rachel's a fucking gym. She's actively fighting against the next generation being brain rotted from birth, but I mean, third most influential creator on the planet? For babies, yeah, definitely, but I mean, like, how are we defining influence, you know? I did some research, and the Rolling Stones list is a little bit different than the Forbes list, which, by the way, the Forbes list of most influential social media figures for 2025 has Mr. Beast at number 1, so I don't know why that wasn't enough for him. But compared to the Forbes list, the Rolling Stones is less about just who's the biggest, who makes the most, and it seems to be a lot more about who's made the biggest moves this year, who's trended the most, who has made the biggest leaps. And I think if you look at it that way, Caleb deserves to be higher than Mr. Beast. Let's be honest, in the last year, Mr. Beast has kind of gone backwards. You know, people are just now sort of starting to forget the shit show that was the Mr. Beast drama last year, and I still don't think that he's fully recovered from that. He has undoubtedly lost influence in the last year. Given his size, given his numbers, given his reach, he's probably still the most influential figure, at least top 3. Some streamers might have him beat just because of that one-on-one connection, but compared to other people, he has lost influence where other people have gained a lot. So it's just like there's so many layers to this that kind of all boil down to why the fuck does Mr. Beast not have a better PR team at this point? Because there's just no need for this tweet to be made. Obviously, you ask anybody who has more worldwide influence, Caleb Heron or Mr. Beast, they're gonna say Mr. Beast. Like, this is not something up for debate. It's a no shit kind of thing. But it's kind of punchy downy when you go onto Twitter and tweet out in front of millions of people, why is this guy with only 1 million followers ranked above me? What's wrong with the Rolling Stones? You know what I mean? Like I mentioned earlier, sometimes you just gotta know when to keep your mouth shut. This is not something that needed to be said out loud. Like, this accomplishes nothing for Jimmy, you know, because people already know of his influence. All this really does is bring down another creator for absolutely no reason, other than to, I guess, maybe prove a point, but like I said, it's a point that people are already aware of. Like, anybody reading this list is probably just gonna read it as, oh, this is about influence gained, or specifically what's been going on this year. This is not who is the most influential person on the planet. Nobody's gonna read the fucking Rolling Stones top 25 social media figures and go, oh my god, Caleb's ranked above Jimmy. I've got to go unsubscribe from Jimmy. There's a new top dog. Like, you know what I mean? These lists are almost exclusively made by people who are sort of out of touch with what's really going on. Where you rank on any of these lists should not matter to you whatsoever. You don't see me crashing out over not making any of these lists, and everybody knows I deserve to be on them. Anyways, the one thing I find sort of ironic about all this is that the internet's reaction to all this is kind of like proving Mr. Mr. Beast's point. And that's not me siding with Mr. Beast. I don't think this tweet should have been tweeted out. I think it's a shitty thing to say and do, but the fact that so many people are talking about this, that this is being talked about and discussed on every social media platform, people are making videos about it, and it's just a single tweet about a list nobody cares about, really just kind of proves how much influence Mr. Beast has. Like, nobody else making a tweet like this would cause anything even close to this, you know what I mean? And some people are like actually really mad. Like Rosanna Pansino made this tweet after hearing about this. Imagine complaining about rankings when you literally made a video putting me in the wrong rank to try and make your boyfriend Logan Paul look better. Maybe sit this one out, little man. Which, you know, is honestly kind of a weird thing to tweet. Again, not taking any sides here, but like, what is this tweet? Seriously, it just boils down to like, haha, get it? Mr. Beast is gay. Like, huh? Like, you're supposedly going to bat defending this guy for getting kind of dogged on by Mr. Beast, and your angle is a gay joke? The guy that you're trying to defend is openly gay.
Research
like,
required stuck in my
doing,
screen.
Guys?
That
at
is
the same time,
fucking
all this is
annoying.
happening, Caleb is on Instagram, seemingly just kind of finding this all funny. Meanwhile, people on Reddit and people on Twitter are losing their fucking marbles. And like, sure, I get it. It's a shitty tweet. It's mean-spirited. But at the end of the day, I feel like there's sort of like an outrage culture over everything that Mr. Beast does. And at this point, he might honestly kind of deserve that with some of the shit he's done in the past. But it really does sort of seem like every time that Mr. Beast's name gets mentioned somewhere, the reaction, to whatever reason it might be that his name is being talked about, is always like 3 or 4 times as strong as it would be for anybody else. And I don't just mean by the numbers. That makes total sense. He's the biggest content creator on the planet. Of course, more people are going to be talking about things that he does, but it seems like the actual reactions that people are having are just so much stronger than they would be in other cases. And again, maybe that's just because of the numbers. You know, with so many people reacting to something, you're going to hear those loud voices more, but I don't know. I think some people could really benefit from just trying not to care what Mr. Beast does anymore. And when I say that, I don't mean like giving him a pass to do whatever he wants, but when you have these like big reactions and you turn everything that he does into a thing, you're helping him far more than you would be if you just didn't say anything. These dramas, these controversies, these situations, if you will, at the end of the day, all they're really doing is driving more traffic to his channel. And you might say, August, aren't you guilty of doing the same thing? Is that not what you're kind of doing right now? And yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing right now, but at least I'm aware of it. Look, it's 2025. The days of just don't talk about it and it eventually will go away are kind of gone, especially with a worldwide celebrity, you know what I mean? And a lot of the times talking about something and bringing awareness to something is what needs to happen. But when it's something like this, you know, something that 99% of the people that watch Mr. Beast are never gonna see, and even if they did, they wouldn't care, just don't try to trick yourself into thinking that complaining about it on Twitter is doing anything. And just know, while it's probably marginal, talking about it at all is likely benefiting Mr. Beast more than just not saying a word about it. That's all I'm saying. Don't get me wrong, I'm a yapper. Clearly, it's what I do for a living. I understand the urge, but just know, sometimes just saying nothing
there's no
is a
reason
better
for me to
choice.
take
Well,
the
guys, what are your
loyalty
thoughts?
bonus.
Like I said in the beginning, this is kind of a nothing burger situation, but like my boy Darman, I think there's always a lesson to be learned with everything. This is definitely one of those things where I think the actual 2 people involved care way less about this than everybody reacting on their behalf. But to be fair, that's majority of internet situations these days, it seems. So I guess that really shouldn't be a surprise. You would think at this point, though, Mr. Beast would just fucking hire a PR team or just like hire somebody to run his Twitter. It can't be that hard, surely. See ya.
We also have the duty not to infringe the IP rights in the process. It is in fact the manufacturers who have the relevant rights, not consumers.
From a standpoint of intellectual property, where in God's green earth or the Constitution are any of those designed to be rights that belong to the manufacturer rather than rights that belong to the owners of those 2 John Deere tractors?
Last month, I did a video on Echelon Bikes and Future Home. These are 2 companies that sent out firmware updates to their products that connect to the internet that disabled functionality that used to be free at the time of purchase. With Future Home, they sent out a firmware update after they went bankrupt that said that you have to pay the new company we're creating $117 per year if you want to have all the functionality that you had before we sent out this firmware update. Echelon Bikes sent out a firmware update to their exercise bikes that disabled the bike from working with third-party software. When you use the free version of this, you also would get ads on it, and hey, look at this, they have a subscription model, imagine that. I don't pretend to speak for everyone, but I don't want to see ads on a fucking treadmill. It's a personal preference of mine. That's why when I'm at the gym, if I see Fox and MSNBC on the television,
I understand why you
turn the
keep
remote,
attacking
change it
me,
over to
bro.
live
You're
stream my
dedicated
PlayStation.
with
And
me.
if I can't do
It's
that because
fucking
it's not a
pissing
smart
me
TV,
off.
that's what Mitch Altman's TV Begon is for. A lovely open source device that ensures that I'm never advertised to at my gym. People are getting tired of this nonsense. So Fulu Foundation, a nonprofit started by myself and Mr. Kevin O'Reilly, the executive director, a man without whom we would not have a lot of the right to repair progress we have today, he and I announced a $20,000 bounty for the first person who puts up a repair for this. Now, there's a reason that I use the word repair here, and it's very important. When you see words like illegal hacking or breaking digital locks come up, these are words that have been set forth by our adversaries, by people that don't want us to own what we bought and paid for. When he does that, that's a business model. When I say I want the device to be able to work again, that's considered illegal hacking. That man is an asshole. And I don't accept the premise of assholes, nor do I choose to use their vocabulary, because the moment you start using their vocabulary, you have lost the battle before you even finish your sentence. This bicycle used to work with third-party applications. They sent out a firmware update that stopped it from working with third-party applications. That's a bug. That belongs in a bug report database. Mr. Richard Witherspoon III fixed it. As a result of his repair, he won a $20,000 bounty. And I'd like to show you the bicycle working with his app.
This is my project with the firmware fix branch. I will now plug the bike in. It is currently off. Okay, it's on, it's flashing. Plugged in. I will now go to the Echelon app. This is a stock one to show you that the firmware is working. The firmware update. Here is the device firmware, same as my last video where it's not working. Firmware is up to date. We'll now close the Echelon app. If we go back here, we can see my phone is selected, and I will run the project on my phone. You can see that it installs. This is it. It is just a branch of my existing app from the store, so it goes through the regular download procedures. We can see the bike. I will hit start workout, allow, scanning for the bike. You heard the beep. It is now working. I will rotate the wheels. You can see it's at 6 miles an hour. I'll go much faster. You can see it goes down. And finally, here is the resistance knob going down and then going up. Now I will stop this, and you should see that it saves the data like it was previously. There it is. There are the metrics. Just like the app worked before Echelon went and broke it.
Now, I know a lot of you are probably rushing to the comments section right now looking for the video description. Where can I download this, Lewis? This is great. Thank you so much. I can't wait to fix my bike. And I'd love to see you fix your bike. But there is no link in the comments or the pinned video comment or the description, because what he did is against the law. It's illegal. He broke the law, and he broke a law that could get him put in prison for 3 to 5 years if he shared it with all of you. Section 1201 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, otherwise known as the DMCA, 4 letters that always seem to come up when somebody's ruining your day. I promise that was not supposed to rhyme. That just came to me. This law has a provision, Section 1201, that says that if you bypass a technical protection measure, otherwise known as a digital lock, you have broken the law. And if you show other people how to do that, you've broken the law to the point where you can be put in prison for 3 to 5 years. I am not kidding. If you don't believe me, read this paper from Harvard Law School's Cyber Law Clinic. Now, there is an exemption to this for repair, but that only applies to personal repair. Every year, everybody has to go to the Copyright Office and say, "Please, sir, may we be able to fix our devices? Can I just get rid of the ads on my treadmill without going sent to El Salvador?" It's pathetic. It's sad that we have to go through this in a free country to be able to fix what we bought and paid for. But we do. And every year, luckily, there is an exemption process where we fight back and forth with all these people like this guy.
We also have the duty not to infringe the IP rights in the process. It is, in fact, the manufacturers who have the relevant rights, not consumers.
And this guy.
I just put into my Google search engine, hack my Xbox Drive. Here's the one that comes up first. If you're tired of paying $60 for a new Xbox game or waiting years for them to get cheaper, you should probably mod your system. That's literally the first thing that comes up. Flash the drive to allow you to play discs that violate the copyright. Is this a vector by which people can use it? Well, literally, that's the first thing that comes up on your Google search when you put in hack your Xbox Drive. In this case, Google is your friend. Find the answer, hack your drive, flash it, and run discs that you want to play for less than $60. It's right there. First output.
I would encourage Mr. Reed to go ahead and give that site $60, and then they're going to sell your credit card number on the blacknet. It's a scam. There isn't such a hack. There are a lot of wonderful sites that will trick you and make you think that they will help you hack your Xbox. They'll happily take your credit card number and then not help you hack your Xbox. The Xbox One, the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 haven't been cracked, so that's a non-issue.
We fight back and forth with all these people who think that we should not have the ability to fix what we bought and paid for, and we win. But the problem is that this is only a temporary exemption, and it's only for personal repair. He can fix it for himself, but if he shows you how to do it, that's not part of the exemption. He can go to jail. This is like saying you're allowed to cure cancer, but if you show anybody else how to cure cancer, that's punishable by 5 years in prison. This is a horrible, horrible law, and it needs to be reformed. There's a lot wrong with it. Now, I know many of you are probably saying, Louis, I don't care what the law says. I don't care what Harvard law says. I don't care what anybody says. There's no way somebody would end up in prison for that. He should fight that. And yeah, if it was me, I'm not married, not like I'm putting money towards my kid's college education. What the fuck do I have to lose? I'd be happy to do that. I'm crazy. So I'd be willing to do that. But most people are not, or at least not as crazy as I am. And it's not me that would be being asked to do this, because I'm not the one that came up with the solution. Richard is. And when your average engineer hears that there is even 1% legal ambiguity over whether or not they could be sent to federal prison for fixing a treadmill, they say, never mind. Fuck out of here with that shit. Which is the sane and standard response from normal people that have lives and family and don't feel like spending 3 to 5 years. Because again, legal fees, you can always go fund me legal fees. You can't go fund me away out of prison. If we want to be able to claim that the United States is land of the free, home of the brave, not land of the free, trademark, terms and conditions apply, then there needs to be no legal ambiguity that when somebody fixes a treadmill or fixes an air conditioning plug-in on an application for a thermostat, that they have broken the law. There should be no legal ambiguity. The world that we live in should be one where if I put 20 lawyers in front of me, every single one of them laughs me out of the room when I ask if I have broken the law by making a treadmill work with the application it worked with when I bought the treadmill. Or exercise bike. You get the point. There are many engineers out there that don't bother challenging this because why the fuck should I worry about going to prison for 3 to 5 years when I don't have to? The people that make the plugins for Home Assistant, for Haier and Mazda, these people roll over the moment that they are challenged by these companies. And I understand why. Because they do not want to spend 5 years of their life in federal prison or 2 years in court because they made a free Home Assistant plugin for people to control their air conditioner. If you fix something that a manufacturer has bricked in the United States of America, you should be getting a gold fucking medal, not a legal bill for $30,000 and the potential to go to federal prison. Now, what can you do to help in this instance? That's a great question. Hulu Foundation is a new nonprofit that I've started with people who have been very, very helpful in pushing right to repair around the country. And one of the things that we'd like to do is reform the DMCA. This is a law that has a lot of issues, and the biggest one is Section 1201. We do not think that there should ever be legal ambiguity when you fix something that you own, nor should there be legal ambiguity when you show other people how to fix what they own. That is something that should be celebrated in the United States, not scorned. The concept that we're talking about here of it being illegal to break a digital lock in something that you bought and paid for, the concept of even referring it to that is ridiculous on its face. Imagine I buy my house, got a fixer-upper piece of shit, but it's got a really nice balcony.
What's up,
Imagine I go to
Duran?
the balcony, but I don't have a key to it because he never gave me the key. I go to try to open the door, and he says, you can't do that. You got to pay me $500 a month. So I say, fuck that. I pick the lock, and I get access to my balcony. Can you imagine if I did that and people showed up to take me to prison? When you buy a house, it's your house. You own the house. As a result of you owning the house, you have access to all the rooms inside the house. You own the property, you own the land, you own the door, which means you also own the lock and you reserve the right to pick it. The same should be true of your digital devices. Unfortunately, it's not. This law makes it so, and we need to start pushing back against this. Now you're going to ask, what can I do right now? Well, there's going to be legislation that we are going to try to push through Congress to try and get this changed, to try to get this reformed. And when that legislation comes out, we are going to need all of your help messaging your representatives and telling them why it is that you support this as often as possible. But most importantly, when we are speaking to our representatives and we are fighting with people that speak like this.
Legislation is in search of a problem that does not exist.
Of course,
this is legislation in search of a problem.
I want to be able to demonstrate that they're wrong. That's what ConsumerRights.wiki is for. ConsumerRights.wiki is a website that lists every single instance of a company doing this shit. I want to have a simple button on the homepage, ownership revoked, that when that day comes and Kevin O'Reilly and the lobbyists that we curate are sitting in a senator's office and the guy says, is this really a problem? I can click and immediately say, here are 2,000 devices that could otherwise be fixed if not for this shitty law. I need people to help me curate that website. I need people to help write articles on all of this. We have an article for Future Home. We have an article for Echelon Bikes. We're going to have articles for many, many more. There are thousands of articles on the site right now. We're going to demonstrate that this is a problem. And we are going to do everything in our power to reform the DMCA. There should be no ambiguity when an engineer fixes a thermostat or an exercise bicycle that there's a chance of him going to federal prison as a result of what he did. We need to change the law. And Fulu Foundation is here to try and make it happen. But it can't happen without the help of all of you. There's a newsletter. I'm going to link it in the comment down below. When this law gets presented, we are going to ask you to show up, to speak to your representatives, to email them, to call them, to do everything in your power to get that pushed through. And if you think that doesn't do anything, think again. I got a message while I was doing this video on Signal, sitting there, my notifications unread right now, that the hearing on those AI-powered surveillance cameras has been canceled because so many people signed up that they said, fuck it, we're done with it. Your voice matters. You have a say, but you have to use it. And you have to be willing to put in the time. Even if it's only 10 seconds to use a contact form or pick up a phone. It does something. People didn't even show up to this hearing. You probably simply saw thousands of people signed up to say we don't like this particular piece. It only works if people write the articles so that we have the evidence that we need to be able to present arguments that counter the bullshit that these people say. Are you willing to help me? I hope you are. The guy who made the Future Home one, he doesn't live in the United States, so that one has a little bit of a happier end to the story. You'll hear from that soon. There are people in Congress right now that are champions for this type of legislation, that believe that you should be able to fix what you bought and paid for, that think the idea of going to federal prison for fixing something is ridiculous.
If I remove from my BMW, at least during certain models, I remove the radio, unplug it, and then plug it back in, simply because I was fiddling around with the dash, I now have to go back to the dealer to reinstall it. Similarly, the transmission example, I've got two John Deere tractors. One's got a busted engine, the other's got a busted transmission. Currently, they will prohibit you from moving the transmission from one to the other. From a standpoint of intellectual property, where in God's green earth or the Constitution are any of those designed to be rights that belong to the manufacturer rather than rights that belong to the owners of those two John Deere tractors?
So those are a bunch of different situations, and so I think there would be underlying facts that differ with each, right? So we started on the iPhone, and I was going to point out that iPhone will actually give you the tool to synchronize it. In those other situations, I don't know the business justification for it, but if it's not an IP problem, like how is that an IP problem, right? So if that's locked up with the TPM, and you have to bypass the TPM, well then that's a violation of 1201. So that's how they can lock.
So what you're saying is that Congress has created impediments to the right to repair. Mr. Roberts, would you say that is correct? That in fact the right to repair, were Congress never to have done anything since, George and Thomas were our presidents, so to speak, knowing those two presidents, we'd be able to do things we're not able to do because they're now prohibited by acts of Congress.
We're going to work with them. We're going to work with every single person in Congress that believes this is bullshit. Because this is one of those things, one of those small issues that really does transcend the left-right dichotomy that we have going on right now. Whether you are a Republican or a Democrat. I've never met a Republican that wants to see an ag get stuffed into their treadmill. I never met a Democrat that wants to see ransomware installed in the thermostat. This is bipartisan. We're going to ensure it stays that way, and we're going to win. But that's going to happen with the help of all of you. Are you with me? If you are, newsletter. Sign up. Help me out when the time comes. Thank you very much for taking the time. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you on the next video. Bye now.
we also have the duty not to infringe the IP rights in the process. It is in fact the manufacturers who have the relevant rights, not consumers.
I assumed we were supposed to go left since that didn't work. I believe that, Johnson, yeah, that sounds about right. Oh my god! Well...
Shit to ship out because
I hate this
seized.
shit. Okay, so I can't go too slow and I can't go too fast. This is fucking dog shit.
They don't have loyalty, so I can do that for free.
I'm just gonna wait. And he fell off. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, this is terrible, this is fucking terrible. Oh my lord, oh my lord. I think you gotta wait, bud. I think you gotta wait.
I set up a block there.
Gotta wait for that to fall. Alright, now I think we're good. Oh! Okay. This is absolutely miserable. This is absolutely fucking miserable. I'm just gonna punch again. Maybe I can be fast enough. No, I'm not gonna be fast enough. It's gonna hit me. Oh. He died before it hit me. Because if you're too fast, that thing falls through and hits you. Oh, there we go. I outran it. Okay, please, just stay on my ass. What happened that time? What?
Still have the Residence Tier 3. It's still not being worked on. Should be soon, I'd hope.
going to assume that was a fluke. Didn't outrun it that time. It's super fickle. If you get a pixel too close, it auto kills you. A lesson I am learning. That's gonna. Oh, there we go. I outran it. He did not. Yep, seems like this is like the most hated thing in the game. I see why.
I need people with barge, near barge.
There we go.
As little fucking transferring through the city as possible.
I didn't beat it that time. A little too far left. This part is massively hated by the RE community. I always skip it. I wish I could. I'm getting so close to just skipping all of Jake's campaign. This campaign has been nothing but fucking boredom, and now this. The other two campaigns were fine. Like Chris, a little boring as well, because of a lot of just like stand still and do this. But this is just actually infuriating. Just actually infuriating. It feels like it's RNG whether or not you make it with that. I'm gonna just come to a full stop after clearing the first jump. I do remember that. That was fun, Riptide.
Doing research constantly. I don't know why you're bitching about it.
This is the one. I just feel it. I just feel it. That's the line. I'm through. Please tell me he made it. He made it. God, why am I drifting so much? What an absolute pile of dog shit this chapter is. Now this part sucks. There's no way it's worse than that part. There's no way it's worse.
Don't worry about me.
I see, this is gonna give way, isn't it?
Watch your step.
I wonder how deep this mine goes.
Might as well. No, that's right. We're trying to limit it because
you have to stealth in this section. Oh.
Delivery anyways. 144 and then 160.
I hate this. I actually hate this so much. That's just a normal guy. Why is he here? Avoid being spotted.
I think he's using those bugs to sniff us out. Be careful.
Oh, the fuck was that? Can I shoot the bugs? Can't shoot the bugs, now I know. Oh. Let me in.
Watch out for those bugs. They'll find us.
talk to everyone, yeah. Fucking asshole.
Does it ever turn around? Man, fuck this thing. There we go, got it. Can we just shoot that and make a run for it? Probably not.
Shit, he found us. Quick, hide!
I think he got him. Man, that scene really goes for a while, huh?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. I feel like you have to shoot these bugs. Oh, this guy's... Oh, he finally turns around.
Don't tell me what I want. Fucking piece of shit. Fuck all of you.
Go behind them and you can stealth kill. There we go. This is what Resident Evil's all about.
Seriously? Jeez, this guy doesn't miss a beat.
Todo en el mundo tiene un precio.
Tier 1 cyber.
¿Cómo estás?
Oh. Really did not cope with this.
¿Dónde le gustaría ir? ¿A dónde le gustaría ir? Selecciona, por favor.
Shit.
¿Cómo estás?
Oh, he turned.
Haz tu selección.
Looking good. Nice. Unlucky I got stranded. Okay. You playing with someone? Yeah, it's just multiplayer. Like open. Where am I? What is this camera? I can't hop over this. Really? This makes a lot of noise. Okay, that one I'm gonna have to walk. Ugh.
Then let's go get it.
Oh. No, it still makes just as much noise. Whew. I see, I could have distracted him with the remote bomb. Just run! So much dog shit in such a long game. Oh, nope, no. Why is it not detonating? Wait. Why can't I detonate it? Why can't I detonate it? What? What? Why would the... This is clearly a glitch because I activated it right when he hit. Why wouldn't it detonate? I was doing the quick shot to detonate and it just wouldn't work. What the fuck?
There you go, there's your building to attack.
Okay, let's try it again. Maybe this time it'll work. Oh, misclick.
Oh, because the warehouse is gone, I see,
Unequip
yeah.
when you boosted her. I don't think so, it's still here. I guess I can just do it like this. I thought I had the quick shot. Let's read this, Jamie. Thanks, Jamie. Thanks for resub Ando. Well, this is just
saying there's no
tedious for
road,
the
but they
sake of
keep
being
going to it.
tedious.
What?
How many doors? 20? There we go. Almost there.
Are you fucking kidding me?
We did it. We beat him.
That's the last we'll see of him. Please, God, just be the end of the chapter. Have mercy. Don't do it, Poobas. Don't do it.
That's the rendezvous.
About damn time.
Damn, I can't believe it. Nice, that was good. That was a good chapter. Okay.
These are not supposed to be in here.
I'm getting close to Firearms 3. Not quite there yet, though.
Selecciona, por favor.
It's only up from here. It can't be worse than that chapter.
Ugh.
Oh, easy.
That was pretty cool. Why aren't they shooting? They need me alive. If I do some Stephanie. Come on. Ha! Why not just pick up one of the weapons? You may not need it, but it certainly wouldn't hurt to have it. Sanctuary will appear in 9. I have no idea. I don't know enough about 9. That was pretty clean.
Finally, this fucking backup oil. Should stop fucking attacking me now.
Oh, I'm out. Hey, 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 can you see I'm winded? Oh. Damn, 2 quick attacks winded me already. Oh! How do I get out?
That has to be done so much earlier. I have to fucking be build over there.
Is this where I came from? I think it is. Yeah. There it is.
Oh, respect is finally unlocked.
I gotta stop using the quick attack. I thought it would do more damage. Oh! I think he's got me. Yep, there I go. You gotta aim the fist to use the combo, it uses less stamina. What combo? Because that doesn't work. I'm assuming you mean like right up on them? Oh, I thought I could definitely counter that. Okay, this is aiming his fists is not doing me any good right now. That is for damn sure. Oh my god. Brother, stomp on this guy! Oh my lord. I'm so cooked. Where do I go? Oh, come on, man. Why did that end up being a quick attack? Jesus. I'm just going back to normal. Aiming his fists fucking sucks. Gotta wait for him. That was a quick attack again somehow. Oh my god! Worth a try. Oh my god. This one can't shoot. Am I supposed to get a code there?
It's also
or?
club is what I need to build.
I think it's him. He has to come through here and use it. Thank you, Team Gift Subs, Gina. Oh.
Yeah, I'll do your favor.
Is it the same code as this one?
Do I need to talk to you guys yet?
Well, that's no good. That's what you typed in, isn't it? It looked like it was middle, maybe it was middle, bottom, left, right. Nope. Wasn't it?
It's resistance.
That, wasn't it? Nothing for me to do here. This is a dead end. Oh. I did not like Deftones' new album at all. There was only one song on it I liked.
What else did they say?
You know anything about Albert Wesker? They talked about him a lot. I guess he had an antibody that could fight off any virus. Apparently, he abused his gift, took it for granted, ended up turning himself into some kind of monster. There, just dead beast of God. A freaking nut job that almost destroyed the world.
Your father's actions.
Membership Amelia. And yeah, I did, Blake.
The whole reason why we're even here. Come on. You really think that crazy doesn't run in the family? That nothing of who my father was didn't somehow get passed on down to me? You of all people should know that.
Father all you want. But at some point, you have to take responsibility for your own actions.
Very cool.
I have to let my superiors know.
Oh, come on, man, really? Oh.
I never saw anything outside of what you had had.
The hell's this?
Yeah, until I talk to my superiors, I don't even know where to go.
Everything has to be such a pain in the ass.
Need one more. Oh, nope. Oh god, okay. Oh, did he get it? He must have, yeah.
Where's the fucking...
So, what have you doing for the past 6 months?
You name it. I'm trying to research the virus in your brain. It was the same thing I went through after Raccoon City. It was shitty the second time.
I'm sorry.
then the fuck is the point of breaking these? Nothing comes out.
I don't have tier 3 of the lab yet. Is our chemical plant, which is being researched right now, so I'm gonna wait for that.
Let's see what's on the table.
Oh.
How the fuck do I get to this? You have to blow it up with C4. What if I just didn't have any? Then what? So that's definitely. They're more than 10. Ah. Right now we only have 3. Or maybe I only have 3. There's one in the water. Is there?
We'll set. Pretty soon we're just gonna move her straight up to heroin. We're skipping everything.
No, no. Oh, maybe there's another. No.
So we get the fucking level 3 chemical plant.
I've got 5. How many does he have? 6. Surely he's found at least 4, right? That hit me. Nope. That was his first one. 3 more. You put 3 in, so you only need 7. Ah, you're right. We did already put 3 in.
Go ahead. I don't fucking sell cannabis. Cannabis dealers are probably pretty pissed right now.
Okay, you don't need any more. You don't need any more. We're good. Where is he? Please, come on. We're good. If you missed the bear commando, it's gone forever. What is the bear commando? No, he's lying. You get it next chapter. some iframes in here. Agreed.
About to come in.
Let's go. These guys aren't much for conversation.
Good.
Whoa.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, can't go that way. I was gonna try and plant C4 on it. Oh, no way, he just hit me out of that. I'm not, what's happening? Oh. Oh my god, man. Wait, what are you doing? Don't you just come up this way?
Jake, I need some help.
Come on.
Okay. Okay. That was pretty awesome.
And we need drying rack over here.
Go and get him. Come on, enough already.
Let's do it.
Oh.
Do them over here.
I'm coming. to go around and I pull them up, huh? Motorcycle.
That's built, so now we do this.
Bring off that statue if I got it to the right angle.
Remove the statue, I'm in position. Or, no, it only moves that one.
Do actually this.
There we go.
That works. Let's try it again.
Do I do something?
So stupid, you can't set filters until it's built.
It really locks me onto this. I feel like I do something here, but I don't see anything to shoot.
Come on, just a little more.
Feed these back into here.
Is he turning it or am I doing something? Turn it one more time.
This doesn't have a fucking road connection.
Is it the tank hitting it? Ah, that's exactly what it is the tank hitting it.
Thanks for the opening.
Dried.
Sherry, found a bike. Hold on.
This is done. This is done.
I don't know why I bothered. Might as well.
Actually, I need to.
Let's get it. Shift or space R, I'm calling it.
Give me this.
Nice. Actually,
is
a short
going to
chapter. Holy fuck, it's about
be-
time. I got the bear commander. So much for that being gone forever. I picked up 2 huge chess pieces and got pretty much no skill points. Unsurprisingly, I didn't kill a ton of enemies.
I
feel like the
can
chicken
hire a
will be-
lunatic.
Yeah, but Homie Mommy will be restocked, I think, next week. We'll have the restock in.
Our fucking shit is full. You want me to... Oh my god, dude, these missions are pissing me off. You're literally giving me shit that's impossible. Like going and fucking starting a war with someone.
What did he say?
He gave me the rendezvous coordinates.
Man, there's so much of this shit in here.
Trying to call us now.
Yeah, thanks. I have ears. Who knows how we're gonna get out of this?
Nice, it's looking good. Holy shit! What the fuck?
I don't think my cartel is more powerful than anyone, so I can't take anyone, bring anyone into my gang either.
Wow.
Hey, shoot that thing, would ya?
Oh, he is the lowest one, the one that I've had fucking problems with.
That was interesting.
And I'm not even, I'm still needing another fucking 13 more power. I'm pretty sure it has to be more, it can't be the same.
This is hype. Ah.
Everything off right now is we have no money coming in. And let me do this.
Get it, Sherry. You're on the helicopter? Holy shit, Sherry. You prankster. Oh.
Yes, you can. I'm coming.
I'm gonna pay legal money for all these. Should actually pay legal money for just everything.
I'm here. I actually can't move. Oh, I see, because it's a QTE. Got it. Didn't expect the QTE. They get you with that Shift R when you're least expecting it.
I'd much rather have Shift R than fucking FV. That combo was so bullshit. And here comes the dried fucking opium. But yeah, this. Only gonna do dried opium and that. Heroin.
Shoot him!
I never said this. The cargo is only heroin.
Man, this is a
Back into
long
that.
section.
Oh, and back into that too. Here we go. Start going here.
Oh.
Now we start making fucking oodles of money.
That guy blew himself up. Good for him.
As if we didn't have enough problems. Watch out! Here we go. Hold on.
Ooh, that was close. Yeah! Fuck, finally. Intersection! Hey, it's Satoshi again. Who could I possibly be intersecting with here? Because I don't remember any of this in the other campaigns. It must be Ada. It's Chris and Piers? What? When did this happen in Chris and Piers' campaign? Thanks, Brian. A little bit. Oh yeah, you're right.
$52 grand coming in.
Chris's team will protect us.
We don't need their help. I didn't ask for it either. All right, all right. Enough about Redfield. Jesus, get lost. These guys know what they're dealing with. Time to clue them in.
Come on, man. How is he still alive?
Dropping like flies. We'll have this mess mopped up in no time.
Jake, he's the last one.
Izzy, take this. Oh. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, make them all have their own dedicated. Because I'm going to be getting more of them anyway, so.
And I thought we'd be here all night. This way.
Oh, Satoshi and Whale. They're playing together. Oh.
Now I need to start fucking moving a lot more money. I need to turn all these back on now too.
Is there a ladder I can kick down or something for you?
Screw all this running. I'm taking that chopper out.
How? With what?
Not sure. Kind of making this up as I go.
Here, come up here. Over here, I gotta boost you this way, I think.
Take that chopper down.
Not
Yeah,
going
come
too
here.
well for him, is it?
Is this gonna increase? I'm assuming it's not gonna increase it
There's another ladder over here.
It's gonna be this one.
He sees it. Right here, it's right here.
Maybe it would, because it does increase their allegiance. But I'm assuming it would do more than.
No, God. He just DC'd. That was incredible timing. Oh boy. Luckily, it's a really long loading screen. Yippee! 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 Oh, Satoshi's in. There's a good run, Omega. I don't know why the game keeps DCing.
See the kind of helicopter they sent after us? A bird like that cost about $15 million.
What's he doing? Ah, he's picking up skill points. I was just gonna leave them behind in the interest of time. Ah, big skill point.
Oh, that's why that fucking thing can reach it. Make it so it stops receiving us. Only heroin. Stop delivering opioids to the fucking, or opium to the fucking port.
No, oh, I made it nice, clutch. That should be fine.
We need or C.
Come on. Are you stuck? What's happening?
Oh, we don't need H. Thought it took all three. It's just C and O we need. Switch these to O.
Looks like he just wants to kill all.
We'll have a dedicated warehouse for one each, and then one shared.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's stuck. Wait, it's glitched? There we go. I pushed you through, right? No. Oh, come on. Let me try. That's so unlucky. Oh, this is a new face. I'm just gonna hang out. There we go. I will be streaming the new PoE, yes. And yeah, drops will be on. I'm very excited. They fixed everything that I needed fixed. Well, I don't know, I say I needed fixed. They fixed everything people wanted. Which includes me. And they even fixed trading. God, the new trading system looks so good.
I ain't gonna start no war. I'm happy with everyone. Everyone my friend. If you got some beef with someone, you gotta squash it yourself.
Don't have that healing factor of yours.
Too bad the fall didn't knock the light.
Really, man? Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why can't I... Oh, I see. Well, I'm cooked.
The deal is fucking OP, you know? There.
Yeah. Well, that was a fucking shame. That was an unbelievable shame. Why is he here? This isn't open, is it? No, it's not.
Another bolted door? Seriously?
I got it.
Oh! What's going on here?
has opium in it too.
Sounds like they have infinite magnum. At least I think that's what I'm hearing.
Okay, turn that back off. It's back to drying. That warehouse back on.
I see an emblem.
Oh, I never connected this.
I don't understand what's happening. Is she on the door? What is happening over there? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. I can't do anything. If it's a high five, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Okay. Is she lagging? Is that what's happening here?
What the fuck?
I don't understand what's happening. Oh, this is a supreme waste of time.
Can I level my fucking lieutenants yet?
This whole chapter seems incredibly bugged.
No, still not getting any experience.
The last guy couldn't go through the other door. Now this guy can't seem to interact with this. So what's the solution? So I just have to... Yeah, when she was in the corner, she had like the prompt to interact, but couldn't. Yeah, I guess just kill herself, and then we can try again. If it doesn't work, then I guess just go offline. This is a very interesting chapter full of glitches. Working? Doesn't look like it. Yep, it just teleports her over there. That's crazy. How is it so broken? No, she's got it set up to go on the door. Like, this is like the interact with the door. It's 100% just bugged. It's just it is literally just broken. That's unreal. Hold on, just stay there, just stay there. Let me try this. Let's see if that resets it. Yeah, that set you by the door. Now try again.
Now she can't interact with it.
Nope, it's just completely bugged. They gotta leave. You can rejoin, but looks like you gotta leave. That's crazy. What a weird glitch. And I'm pretty sure they had infinite Magnum too. This is a huge loss. Just back out and rejoin. That's unreal. Hello, AI? Oh my god, the AI is stuck. No, my god, why? This is such a disaster. Holy shit. Okay, there we go. Worked with this guy. This guy probably doesn't have unlimited Magnum though. This is a big loss for us. This is a big loss for us.
Don't get too close. You'll be ripped to shreds.
Yeah, thanks. I know what a chainsaw can do.
Sure. I'm rebuilding a set to max launder. You know what? I've got this. I got that shit done. I'm gonna fucking demolish this. Get a better building.
Oh,
Produces
we
more
don't fight
money.
it? Okay.
Pay me $3 grand. I can give a fuck less. Nothing. Got almost $1 million in legal money.
Nice. You believe Resident Evil? Do you agree Resident Evil 7 saved Resident Evil from itself? It's not even something to agree or disagree with. It is factually, provably true that Resident Evil 7 saved this franchise when it was at its lowest.
Resident Evil 7 was like one of
Man,
my
the
favorite
online is
Resident
really
Evils.
fucked up right now. Holy Jesus.
Wish I could just fucking immediately pay you and get this mission over.
This game still sold well. Yeah, but it wasn't received well, and it kind of killed interest in the franchise, because think about the next couple games that came out after this. After this was Umbrella Corp. This is 2013. What the fuck? There was Umbrella Corp. And there was like 2 other games, both of which sucked. Revelations 2, right. And the Raccoon City, yeah. No, Raccoon City was 2012.
I heard you became an agent.
Why are you here?
I'm tracking the man behind all this. Chief Security Advisor said.
There must be some sort of mistake.
We've already seen this cutscene. I doubt anything changes because we go right into the fight. Holy shit, a purple badge, I haven't seen that. I don't know if I'm wasting Magnum or not. Does purple name mean big gamer? I hope. The hell was that? That's kind of true, Rico, I suppose. Oh! The fuck was that? Did the AI just come over and shoot me?
And you capture another seaport, huh? The only other seaports are fucking controlled by other gangs.
Oh, he jumped up. I was unlucky.
Can I actually upgrade my people yet? Can I get my fucking gang stronger? Doesn't look like it. Looks like none of them are still getting fucking experience. Oh, oh. She has a molecule of experience. Maybe there are.
That's not really getting it done.
Like I said, indestructible. I was hoping you were exaggerating. Afraid not. Doesn't mean we gotta make things easy for him.
What is the point in coming up here? Ugh. Nice, I was just about to push some explosives down. Alright. way.
Selecciona, por favor.
Oh, Dreadnought. Yeah, I can't wait to get to Resident Evil 7, man. Especially after this. Holy. Holy. This is so long.
Escucha.
Good shot.
Jesus Christ!
Extreme. Jake's campaign is so fucking awful. This is ass.
Yeah, people are finally starting to get experience.
He's back. This prick won't give up.
Oh, I thought that would work on him.
That's most likely not happening then.
Found us another boat.
I can't wait to WASD, 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 WASD. Ow. Jesus Christ, when do I get to fucking... Oh. Watch out!
What?
Ah! Stay laying down. I see.
Oh, my GPU crashed.
Those Scoot, I will not be playing those though.
I don't know, but whoever they are, they just saved my life.
Dreadnought and Cindy. They've been here the whole time?
That's the rendezvous point.
Didn't even notice.
Worst boat ride since the Titanic.
Are they not shooting? Oh, I see. Wow. Oh my god, into DC again. I'm getting really tired of that. Very good. Very good. The DCs have added so much time to this chapter for me. It's despicable. Boss.
Oh, I'm back. A whole lot of fucking money. Is this how I got to pay him? No. This is as soon as I got the 2 fucking seaport mission. Fuck me.
Okay. Another new Sherry. Oh, Shiny Lily. I remember them from last time. I think they had infinite ammo something, right? Didn't they? No. Maybe not. I don't remember. He was. Thanks for membership, Zach D.
Haz tu selección.
Agent Birkin, impeccable timing. Kindly take these 2 into custody, won't you?
We've seen this cutscene already.
Is it true?
What? Are they screaming it to anyone who'll listen? It's for the benefit of the United States and global security.
It's different in the end. Okay.
Good for the country. Well, dispose of them.
one more chapter. Oh, I'm so close to Firearm 3. Thanks for resub. Leppy.
I'm sorry. I trusted Simmons. I should have been able to see through his lies. This is all my fault.
Just following orders, right? You're doing the right thing. The vaccine. Save the world and all that. What the hell just happened?
Ugh, of course. They took our weapons.
Hey, there's our gear.
How do we get in here?
Good luck.
Thanks.
Sherry,
I'm all right.
you sure? She don't look up. Hey, break down the door.
¿Dónde le gustaría ir?
Nice.
Not bad for a girl.
What the hell is going on right now? Okay.
Electricity temporarily rerouted to incubation chamber. To activate elevator, please attach reserve battery.
Uh-huh.
Reserve battery?
Where the hell is it?
¿Cómo estás?
Find it.
Do I have to interact with this first? Because, I mean, nothing's gonna happen here. Oh.
Activated. 25% charged.
That's hardly practical. Got no choice.
Really? There's no other way up? Well,
You didn't make it. You gotta wait. Nice. Oh yeah, he's definitely got infinite magnum. This is great news for us. ice cannon. One more. Whew. Whoa! Oh, skill points. Wait, is that all that was here? Oh. Oh.
He's really
I
close
thought
to
I was gonna have to like
leveling up.
open something here. Yep, that's all
He's
that's
getting
here.
close. He's got nothing. To get experience, it seems like
Oh,
being
nope,
in
it's not
town,
this
so
one.
you're gonna move over here.
This way. Right? No? Not this way?
I'm gonna take the infamy of him being in town so he can get experience. And we can come help him.
No, it's not that one. It's not that. Maybe it is. I'm just gonna follow him. I'm pretty sure it's F though. Oh no, this is open now.
Wait, this is. I was thinking there's a fucking other thing with free. You don't need to help him. You can deliver those. So
Does one of us have to go around?
Alright, go take out them. Yeah, yeah.
Which side do you go around? Let's see, this side.
2 days, I can do another deal with her.
All right. Huge.
Oh, they're going to shut down one of mine. I
Save
actually
us,
need
big
more
crane.
dryers.
Whoopee!
'Cause these are filling up.
Even hitting the animation cancels here. This guy's good. Oh, it's just ammo.
Fucking what now? Probably not gonna fucking happen. Oh, maybe it will.
Looking good. Go, go, go!
So does it want this one or the other one? Let's take this one. Where's he at?
Almost there! Ah!
He's in a city, yeah.
Nice. That's terrible, DJ. Yeah, that's no good. I got no good advice for you, but wishing you the best. Intersection! Woo!
Okay, he has to be in a farm, I see. Alright, well there you go. That's fixed. I actually gotta fix it. Yeah. Right, was it him? Yes. You can start controlling this city for experience. You can get another fucking lieutenant now too.
I can't. No, I can.
Take him, he's got a lot of power. That's all I need to do is just raise my power.
Giant cocoon hatches.
We're in trouble. We gotta get out of here.
Oh yeah, I'm loving the finals. Congrats on hitting plat. I just hit plat. Well, I hit plat yesterday. Then I had to hit plat again today because we lost quite a few matches. But yeah, I love the finals, man. It's so fun. Whoa! God, I forgot how tedious this was.
Just not ready for promotion. It's so fucking
Quite a ways
close,
to go, I
Jesus.
think, still. Actually, maybe not.
He's available again? Really? That is funny. We need to...
Nice. Good intersection.
Yep. Yeah, got another 3 power. Yeah.
Yes, I will be playing Delta.
We got it from here. Let's go.
Wait!
Hey, we've got a job to finish.
There is no way they can take them. But they're gonna get killed.
Then that's their choice. It's a sacrifice they're willing to make, and we can't stop them.
Jake!
What are we up to? 27.
I'm not my father. I want to make damn sure that it stays that way. We're getting out of here.
What did they have to... Nice. Okay.
You're right. Let's go.
Let's go. We're at the finish line. What an interesting arena here.
The area is fucking tiny that he boosts, so let's go like right here. Actually, if you're right here, yep, that gets him in those farms.
Yeah, just kill him. Let's take him down. Let's fuck him up. I thought I could stun him or something. Maybe we just shoot him now, right? Oh!
sell cocaine. People are gonna be pissed that are selling cocaine.
Oh, I missed.
I only deal in heroin. Which, by the way...
Battery low.
I really need more money. Just give them the power. I need more power so I can start
I hit F instead of V.
taking gang
I had
leaders.
to wait for the inventory to go down.
I need this place. $35. I'm at 30. I still need fucking 6 more.
Oh.
Settle this mano a mano.
There we go. There's another 4.
Okay, my god, he's fucking me up. Oh my god.
There we go.
Okay, space R is just not really working for me right now, I'll tell you what.
Where'd he go? The fuck is he?
Oh. I've got him stun locked. Okay, am I supposed to be doing something else here? Finally. That's pretty badass. Is membership vampiric?
It's definitely not gonna be fitting in there.
Some kind of warehouse. Way to move shit in and out. Go and get him.
Nice.
Go and get him. Yeah, there's no goddamn steering.
Holy shit.
Christ almighty! What does it take to lose this guy?
How did he even find his way onto the the platform to boost himself up here.
Alright, I was gathering people to go attack that place.
Almost there.
Alright, well, I'm gonna have to start making cocaine now, huh?
God damn it!
It's already gonna get delivered by these.
This shit ends now.
The Father, Son, Kamehameha. How sweet. One of the very few romances in Resident Evil. One more campaign, just one more campaign. Holy shit, just one more. Skip, 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 skip.
Jake Wesker's blood sample was handed over
Thanks
to
for 5
the
gift subs, War Hero.
researchers, along with 6 months worth of test results retrieved from Neo Umbrella's archives. With the data now in the right hands, things seem to be finally settling down.
These should be dirty, not fucking clean. I hate that it always fucking auto switches to clean. If I wanted clean, that's what I'd pick.
Thanks for your sub, Mike. How sweet. Thanks for sub, Sarah. We did it. One more campaign left. Resident Evil Giraffe Blowjob is almost done. Oh, I lose all my skill points, don't I? That's a shame, because I'm pretty sure I actually had enough to get the final Firearms 3. Shiny Lily, join my game ASAP, please. We can finish this in 15 minutes. Quick, get back in, Shiny. No, it's Dreadnought. You better have unlimited ammo, I swear to God. This is like the OG Intersector. You better have infinite ammo on one of your guns, or so help me. Yeah, Ada's is the shortest campaign. Whoa!
Not long enough. I see you still like to play games.
Besides, a phone call can be so personal.
What is it you want?
I've received some very interesting intel, Miss Wang. Intel that will greatly influence your future.
Okay, and then I need to start working on these.
I'm just here to find out what you're up to.
Then by all means, proceed.
What do I need to make? Coke.
I've made sure you'll be recognized.
You've got my prints on file.
Oh, so just go straight to lab from dry. Okay, so that's nice and easy.
Oh, I've got much more than your prints, Miss Wang. You'll see. Good luck.
All right, Simmons. Let's see what you're hiding.
Let's go! Too slow!
Let me do this too. Build another warehouse on this side for. Do it like over here, right off the main road, for the coke to come in. Also gonna need one of these.
Oh, nice move. Wait, this guy's got the speed strats. Kind of. He's a little lost in the sauce there. Everything else was great, though. Oh, come on.
This must be the new breed I've been hearing about.
Oh, I never created one of those over here either. I need one of those over here too. Dried and
Clean.
This needs to be.
Oh, he just immediately
fucked up.
DC'd. Oof.
This is Coke. This one's gonna handle the other two.
That's gonna slow me down. The DC. Could have done this solo. It's more fun to do it with co-op.
Damn it, an alarm.
Plus, I think it's faster. Oh, pardon.
This apparently doesn't have a road connection.
You never did that first, did you, Simmons? Locked. This is going to require a little effort, I assume.
Crack the code. Oh, what? How do I want to just switch things. I can't interact here. How do I switch the things on it then? Oh.
The view's blocked.
Nice, very cool. I just want to. How do I start switching things?
Jesus Christ, that's so loud when you're close.
Oh, now I can go through and switch over here. Nope. I wanted to get off.
Why are they slowing down right there? What? They're not slowing down anymore. I need more, don't I? Yeah.
Come on.
Well, that was a pain in the ass. I'm guessing teamwork isn't a strong point around here. Stopping your own crew's gotta be bad morale.
Ship salami
Wonder
and
what else he
bloodless.
has on file besides my prints.
located in the Republic of Edonia.
About to drop. Just do that again before it does.
Antibodies to the C virus. We cannot allow a vaccine to be produced. Agent Birkin will be sent in to acquire the target. Your job is to ensure they escape the country.
Thanks, Simmons.
That was dated 6 months ago. That can't be right. I don't remember those orders. Maybe they were passed on to someone else. I see you were expecting me.
Okay, okay, how the fuck, where do I go? Where do I go?
I am actually full on coke right now. Holy shit. Heroin, not coke.
I don't know where the fuck to go. Oh my god, how did I miss? Oh, oh. Okay, the fucking crossbow sucks in this too. It's crazy. You a friend?
Sorry, boys, no time. My dance card's already full.
Wow, that's a classic reference.
Maybe he's trying to manipulate me. I hate playing other people's games. The rest of the subs should be close. I've had enough fun here.
Agreed, plenty of fun here. Get me the fuck out. Yeah. Pick it up, please. Thank you.
Oh.
What? Where do I go? This doesn't do anything? Oh, do I drop down? No? What? Okay, I'll just take a death here, it's fine. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? You have to shoot the guys across. Finish me! Jesus, man, what the fuck? Thank you. Oh my god.
Maybe he's trying to manipulate me. Other people's games.
It's unfortunate. Jesus.
More of these.
Okay.
It's fucking ridiculous how loud it is when you zoom into those. Holy fuck.
I see. Needed him to blow it up.
Think about where you are before you shoot.
Up.
The hull has been compromised. Prepare to evacuate immediately.
This sub isn't going to last much longer.
Go, go, go. Almost there, I bet. Oh god, just open it. Fuck.
Loyalty went down to bring back. We might as well just keep supplying this one, I guess. Keep that shit going. I just don't want it to build up.
Go, Ada. Just use the grappling hook. Now would be an incredible time for it. Almost there. Fuck!
Come back with the money.
That
now.
immediately
There's a
depleted
coat.
all of my
There you go.
stamina.
It's time. Now I need to start producing math. Fuck, what do I need to do to make math?
So much for the rescue sub.
Just H and O.
Plan B.
I would have preferred plan A.
Only way to go is up. The torpedo control should be up ahead. I wonder if you'll watch this segment.
Hello? Awesome camera. Okay. Oh, there we go. Why couldn't I climb up that a second ago? Did I hit this? I might have hit the side.
Just do it right. 78. That's the one I get.
Sub is sinking
Oh,
fast.
come on. That's gotta be end of chapter. No, it's not gonna be until I get off this fucking sub. This is not feeling all that much shorter than all the other chapters so far. Oh god, I am just so ready to be done with this game.
Oh, so math is the one that could take all three, I see.
Okay, that just made a circle. Ooh, why are you climbing that? Oh, it worked out. Nope, no it didn't. I thought that's where I was supposed to go for a second. Is it? It's not. This is so fucking tedious. Holy shit.
Okay, stay underwater and I should be fine.
Where's the other one? Oh, Jesus, the fucking underwater camera is so annoying. Nothing this way. This just brings me all the way back to fucking. Oh, I'm gonna actually fucking squeal, man! Jesus! Did I miss something over here? and this just leads me to a fucking empty room. Oh, wait.
Turn on the power to get this open.
No. It's for later. It is the other one. You press Q to show the route.
We have no problems with nobody. If you have beef, squash it yourself.
Ah, there was one here. I even looked and couldn't see it. Probably because the fucking camera doesn't show anything in there. I think Batman 8 is the worst.
Another gang,
This is
Alpha
so much
Gate,
worse than
goddamn
Jake's.
way.
This is so fucking awful.
Haz tu selección.
Oh, just please stop. I just stop with the shaking.
This is not set to pick up fucking C.
What?
Fucking whole time we have been making mouth.
Interesting story. I want to do some fact checking though. I don't work for someone. I've got nothing to atone for.
I know everything about you, Miss Everything. I know what it is you're looking for. A world of chaos. Am I right?
If you know me so well, you shouldn't need validation. Not number one on my list, but it would make some sense. So I might be considering it.
Authorization approved.
Perfect answer. Now, a final question. Are you ready?
Hold that thought. It's my turn. Who are you?
Don't hold the thought. Just fucking finish the thought and get me out of here. Oh, fuck me.
Identity verification complete.
Oh.
Waiting for you. I'm looking forward to seeing how this unfolds.
Authorization complete. Releasing locksmith.
Everything can go to that one.
This is definitely not shorter than the other campaigns. That was already so much longer than like the last couple of chapters.
Find anything interesting?
A recording
back on after. Sure.
Nice. Oh no, the skill points carried over. I still got 71k. We're almost there. Hey, Cindy's in.
There's the cathedral. Now to find my way into your labs. Can't believe you went through with it. Poor town.
So chemical plant 1 is actually useless.
Yeah.
Because you need H and O to be able to make meth, and you can't get O until you get tier 2 of the things. I don't think they thought that through very well, did they?
That is one rusty lock. Shouldn't take much to block it out. This looks like it might come in handy.
Huge! Just those two, nice.
Done with that one.
I think you need something particular to unlock it.
Okay.
I think I want to start
But where's the rest of it?
I guess I have
a
to
game
activate
where
this
I
first.
unlock everyone.
Evidently.
Starting capo is gonna die, everyone. I mean, essentially the capo is just gonna constantly die. The fuck is that? Oh, scaredy cat.
How do I get to the other side?
I just saw.
Thinking about just someone I can use for the beginning at least. It'll be good for me.
Oh god, just go ahead. Thanks, Fluffles. Oh, I can't just even go across that. Huh?
Oh, this isn't that big of a deal.
Alright. Do I send you down? Oh, I see. Oh, no, I do not. I thought they'd drop something needed. I'm pretty sure I just send you down. No, that's not it.
I don't want there to be gangs. I just want to.
Can I do? Oh, I can push it.
Unlock shit.
Where do I want to push it? I see.
And keep that normal duration down super low. Come down. Where is it?
There are more missing pieces.
Let me see. Can I still unlock capos with the custom shit?
Oh, what the fuck, man?
Okay, so it doesn't. Alright, we're good. All that matters. What's up, Noah?
Don't make an impression. There must be a clue around here somewhere.
Jesus Christ, these are some small patches.
Oh, where the zombies at? So I clearly need to crossbow them. Oh, off the wall. Oh, I see. I already got him there. You stuck? Okay.
Better hold on to this. I might need it.
I took my eyes off the game for a second.
Escucha.
can't start with him, he costs money. I'll start with him, I guess.
Thanks, Jill. Yeah, I can't wait to get to Resident Evil 7 as well. I want so badly to be done with this one.
Here I come. Now, who's first?
This has really overstayed its welcome. What? You cannot be fucking serious. Oh, I'm out of stamina because of the quick attack. That's so unlucky. This couldn't be worse.
What's
this
up,
couldn't
Wrath?
be fucking worse.
What's up?
So, Refined Power has an update. Did you already update that for the server or no?
Probably not.
Well, if you get a moment, would you mind doing that real quick? I'm about to get on the server. How's your day going anyway?
Alright.
Do I need to waste a shot for this? Nope. Does this do anything?
You're a twisted man, Simmons. As twisted as they come. Let's put my theory to the test.
Oh yeah, and there's another mod that I was wanting to see if you wanted to do. The Fixmas Everyday mod.
Not really. I fucking hate that shit.
Or you don't like Fixmas?
No, it's fucking annoying. Shit dropping everywhere all the time. Always disabled that when it was on.
Well, you do realize the presents dropping is a good thing, because this presents gets you a Christmas tree that produces presents. And you can produce different items like the snowballs, which are literally
Oh,
nobelisks.
an intersection. What the fuck? Who intersects here?
No,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, we fucking can create
That's the main
novelists
thing I
like no
want,
tomorrow.
is the True. I've always loved the snowball novelist because they look like the snow is just exploding.
Yeah.
Leon. When? It's been so long since Leon's campaign, I don't remember. This game is so fucking long. It's the Deborah boss fight. Ah, that's right. The Deborah fight. That's right. That's right. Thanks, membership, Zelly.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Ada, what the hell is going on here?
I don't know if I was hearing correctly or
Already seen
not
this scene.
about if you wind up downloading the update 8 from the Epic, if it wind up going to 1.0 and up. But I'm gonna try and install the version 8, see if I'm hearing correctly that
How is he barely
people
at Resident
actually
Evil 6? What do you mean barely at Resident Evil
go
6? It's the
to
final campaign.
newer versions, and there is no
Chapter 3.
version 8 anymore.
What do you mean barely? Also, there's 30 Resident Evil games, man. So yeah, it's taken a while.
I want to see exactly what all was different back then.
Deborah, where are you?
Here.
A ring?
Don't get the wrong idea. It'll make sense later.
Okay.
He's the membership Briggs.
Oh yeah, I ran into a problem yesterday with the nuclear.
Yeah.
The modular reactors don't work. The only thing that does work with the uranium, plutonium, all that is the
big
nuclear heaters. So I decided I'm just gonna go ahead and use the regular Mark II reactors from the BAM.
Yeah.
I mean, if the nuclear actually worked with the modular reactors, then that'd been one thing, but like I said, you could
Actually, no,
run
it's not.
5 of the
Both of them DC'd.
high voltage generators, which that's basically 1,500 megawatts instead of the 12,500 megawatts per Mark II reactor, so I'm just gonna do it that way. Unless we could probably get more power out of the nuclear reactors.
What?
The nuclear heaters mean. If those wind up actually making more power for less fuel, that might actually do those and make a blueprint. Just wind up all connecting somehow.
I hate this fucking crossbow, man. In every single game it's been in, this has just been like the most miserable weapon. Oh. How many more?
Or actually might just go for the Icarus. Go straight for that and use super high voltage turbines. Because like I said, each of the receivers is a total of
That's gotta
30
be it,
gigawatts.
right? No? Not it?
Because each
It is.
super high voltage turbine takes one 600 pipe, and each generator for that makes 10 gigawatts. So 4 inputs water, 3 outputs steam. That's 30 gigawatts total. So unless I need more than just the one railgun, I might just go ahead and do that. Because if you think about it,
need my help?
we're making
No, the AI is
for
fine.
2 nuclear reactors.
Elena's just one tap
That's 25 gigawatts. You get 5 extra for the Icarus. And that could wind up being less space used also. Because if I'm correct, we only need one of the railguns. And we could probably do multiple receivers for that. Or could just do 4 total and 1 for each repair kit. And just use receivers that way. The biggest problem is it's gonna be where we need to create it.
Almost there.
Saludos.
I didn't remember Ada was here for this whole thing. I thought she left before then. Now, can I just stay laying down? Like, is this a time thing, or do I need to do damage to her? You can just lay down.
next thing I'm gonna be working on, because I got the plutonium set up, we're dealing with nuclear waste from uranium. I just need to get this set up to get to fixonium.
Go, AI companions. Yeah, it's just timed. I just settled it. You guys got her. Yippee! Chapter 3. I am so tempted to just call it. It's just so tedious. Ugh. You're almost at the end by now. I know. 4 campaigns, 5 chapters each. So much repeating content. Okay, this cutscene's exactly the same. The only difference here is Ada leaves.
Jesus Christ, this area is so fucking tiny, bro.
Oh yeah, and by the way, unlock the alien power matrices.
You missed
and
the call. You can just tell me what
those are
Simmons
basically
said.
useless to
I'm not
put
watching
into
the entire
alien power
cutscene again.
augmenters that's got a lot of power. So I'm thinking I might try to set that up after I get the nuclear done. Because by the time I get a few nuclear, at least we'll have a lot of power going. So by the time we actually get the power matrices going and put into these alien power augmenters, it should wind up getting us a lot more power that way, hopefully.
Is multiplayer down right now? We haven't had anyone join again in a while. I'm assuming multiplayer
Then I
is
might
down.
also set up
Good.
like a
Oh,
permanent
fuck
factory
you,
for the
man.
singularities that we need to put into portals, and just have the portal right here at the main hub. And actually have the ores being mined right there and processed and everything. Because those are going to constantly be running.
Didn't even have the decency just to end after
Be better than
the
having a
fight.
train bring it in and all in the portal closed because
What the
the train
fuck?
didn't make it in
What
time,
the fuck?
you know?
What the fuck, man? Open it!
Leon, tell me you didn't jump down that chute.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, I didn't know if this actually gonna work. Apparently 150 does not work at all on the reactor for overclocking with the Mark 1 shielding. I got the Mark 2, Mark 3 shielding unlocked, then put the Mark 3 shielding on here. And apparently 150 is working just fine. So now, we're making 25K off one reactor.
Yeah.
Actually, now I think about it, we don't need nuclear anymore. Because this one is making 2 reactors worth of power in about the same space.
I'm gonna start working on loyalty soon.
I'm actually gonna set more of these modular reactors in. And get some more of these casings in to get more fuel into the reactors.
The fucking...
Okay, that's just too slow.
Put residents in over here. A little money in the casino, and we'll turn it back off again. Yeah, for some reason only made one trip.
Yeah. Gotta be close. Definitely gotta be close. He's the last one. Not the last one? Okay. Now she's gonna learn the truth.
I'll be right back.
Holy shit.
Let's get farms upgraded. You're real. They can.
She handled that really well. I thought she'd care more.
They can reach it. They don't even need a fucking transport company.
Revealing. Well, correct me if
Thanks, Syrup.
but isn't it you on this tape? Ada. You're the one behind Neo Umbrella. Don't know what you're talking about.
Wow.
Simmons would never be foolish enough to show his cards. He and his family want one thing.
To stabilize and sustain the system they've created.
But you destroy it. And the world will blame.
Damn, that was a hard read. He's a tier 1 ranch.
She wants a game. She'll get one. With the real Ada Wong.
Who is this?
An old friend, Simmons. Ada Wong.
Ada.
Let's ditch the pleasantries and get right to it. That little doppelganger you brewed up just told me she has her heart set on destroying the world.
What?
Looks like the race is on. Let's see.
I'm back.
That was pretty badass. Nice. Big S. I can get firearm 3. We did it. And Satoshi's here. Woohoo. He doesn't have infinite magnum, no damn.
HQ, this is Alpha Leader. I need a location on Ada Wong.
Just so you know, I am replacing all these belts that we had for the DT blend stuff.
New membership, Matto.
And replace them with the Mark 6 belts again.
Alright, I'm gonna pee real quick and fill up my water. Hey, go get him, Satoshi.
Repeat, Ada Wong is heading south for the harbor.
They're throwing a party for me. And I'm not even there yet.
Oh, wait, not connect that one. It's really in the way of it.
Oh yeah, also gotta tell you, I found a cool mod. So you know how there are people that usually stack buildings one top of another? There's actually a mod where it adds like a stackable buildings. You just gotta put your conveyors and the pipes the way they need to be. But they're actually stacked by default when you build them. It's like stack of 6 or whatever on the stuff. I think that's what the mod said. Which, in my opinion, I think it's kind of cool that they have a mod for that. I mean, I might use it one day. Might not be for this run because we already got this much stuff going. But if we were on a new world, I'd say we should use that mod.
I'm back. Has Satoshi cleared the game?
Okay, we got the problem with all the
so I can finally fucking
belts that were all the higher tier than Mark 6 vanilla. I got all those replaced over here by the whole DT fuel blend stuff. And the modular reactor all replaced with Mark 6 again.
I see. Satoshi's just playing on the slide. Cool.
His just keep freezing.
Oh, that wasn't even a bad guy. That's just a normal man who's dead.
These are the same kind of soldiers I saw in the sub.
Oh, and I just realized you cannot use the band machines daisy chain on the reactors. There's the one thing that does not daisy chain, but the modular reactors have. Dang it. Try to sound foundation for one and crash
Is this
my
an
game.
eliminate all enemies? I think it was.
But what I was saying, the reactor foundations for the modular reactor wound up having 2 connections, so we can daisy chain that.
It wasn't.
And I wind up setting up another one right now and trying to get the fuel all built up so I could just kickstart one. Even if it's just the one ring at the moment.
Oh. You just DC'd again. Oh, this is making it take so much longer. DC's on like every cutscene now. Oh, it didn't! Thanks, Tier 1 Shadow. I'm sorry to hear that, Scarface. I hope it gets better soon.
Zero
Stay strong.
power. The one that has power is her that's gonna fucking just constantly complain because of her.
Chainsaw, huh? How elegant.
Selecciona, por favor.
I saw Satoshi go for the slide and just barely miss it.
Hey, Wrath.
Yeah.
You know, step 1 is gonna be getting these modular reactors set up. I think step 2 would be getting the setup for the alien power matrices. And get those sent into array of the alien power augmenters. Because you gotta produce for each alien augmenter.
Stop fucking
gotta
doing
produce
that to
5
everything.
a
I'm just
minute.
trying to sprint. Christ.
So, with the band machines, I mean, 2,000 a minute, that would be 400 alien power augmenters on one belt, right? It's just the fact I'm trying to get the arms into it is going to be the problem.
Yeah.
Because you gotta use heavy modular frames, and then you also gotta have samplex shredders, and I forget the other 2 items, but that's gonna be the only problem, trying to get those into machines and get it produced. But if I need to, I can just set up several machines to get enough. And then after I get that set, step 3, get portals set up for each individual factory. Which is gonna use a lot of power. Which is the reason why I'm thinking step 1, modular reactors, step 2, alien power matrix. Because that's gonna boost our power a lot. And each modular reactor is gonna be 25k per. only problem we're gonna have with that though,
Oh, fuck me.
along with the belts, is just trying to get the pipes set up and then machines set up
I
for
didn't know it was
DT
gonna
fuel.
keep going.
Other than that, once you get enough of the advanced casings in there, then you just put DT fuel into a packager, send the casings to the packager, and then send the rods into a reactor, and just recycle them easy.
God, you spend so much to get the resonance too.
Okay. I was even hammering space R, didn't matter.
Another fucking 56K still.
What's happening here?
Haz tu selección. Escucha. Selecciona, por favor.
I guess I could spare a few more minutes for you.
¿Cómo estás?
Oh, fuck.
¿Dónde le gustaría ir? Saludos.
If I do shadow.
¿Cómo estás?
Oh, immediately. I didn't realize I was there.
Well, guess I'm heading to the canal. I'm tired of playing cat and mouse.
Huge.
Baker.
Almost there.
Ain't that the truth?
She does have assassination.
Mysterious doppelganger of mine.
Preparado.
For each modular reactor, we're only using 3 water and 3 coolant in the rings.
24
That's
hours
what it's
until
looking
the
like
PLE2 leaves is pumped.
150.
Me. I'm very excited. Wait, is it 20? Oh, it's 24 hours now because today's now Thursday.
Per reactor.
Yeah.
Level stat.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it's Friday. But that makes sense. Because tomorrow is Friday, technically.
I was thinking.
Now. I am extremely excited
We
for
can
the
run
league.
1 600 pipe of the coolant and water, and it's gonna be really good that way. Run several of these reactors on one.
Sherry Bergen. And he must be the host of the C-virus antibody. Looks like I'm all alone. Guess the rookies can be smart.
Sure.
Suppose I should return the kindness their parents showed to me. This is as good a time.
Thanks, membership Doge. Have you watched the second season of Twisted Metal? No, not yet. I forgot it came out. I will though. I actually liked the first season of Twisted Metal.
Or is it only partial? Tomorrow, the last episodes of it comes out. I have to binge watch that.
Why is it that nothing stays dead anymore? I hope that's the last I have to see of him.
Saludos.
Why aren't you?
It's not easy working with the big guys, is it?
Damn, we sniped from here? Holy. You gonna play Lost Soul Side out tomorrow? Yeah. There's so many games now. Because PoE 2 New League is tomorrow. I'm gonna definitely do PoE 2 on Friday. 100%. I'm at least gonna do New League on Friday. I need a bit of a respite here before starting another new game. And I've already sunk hundreds of hours into PoE 2, so I really want to do the New League. Then after that, probably Lost Soul aside, then probably Metal Gear Delta. Still gotta try Sword of the Sea, might be my game of the year. I do still need to do Sword of the Sea as well. Yeah. Then next week is Silksong and Chronos. Oh, fuck, you're right, that is next week, isn't it? What a stacked 2 weeks. God damn it, right at the end of the Resident Evil marathon. They couldn't wait just one more week for me? So I could finish the marathon. Do I have to shoot this?
These things are so hard to kill. I think we've all had enough of you.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have exactly 8 over here to build.
It's gonna be really nice to have this done though, before all of these great games come out. Because then it's nothing but good games.
Worst boat rides in the Titanic.
And shit's completely
No, I'm
empty.
not
How much
keeping
is
on the
like
15th
85
too.
in the
That's
casino
right.
good.
That is
It'll
on the
last a
15th.
while. more money for that to pay shit.
Satoshi DC'd. Thanks for resub pre-law. Membership Aiden. Fuck.
Right, it's bad for her to deliver because she's infamous. At least the city.
It's Metal Gear, Lost Soul Aside, Hell Is Us, Silk Song, Chronos, and Borderlands 4 all in the next few weeks. Wait, Borderlands... Oh my god, you're right. That I'm going to be playing with Matt and Danny. I think that Matt especially loves Borderlands. I know, it was so close.
10k win, get the fucking second residence finally. I'm gonna reach more of these fucking things.
I'll be right back, Ian.
It's gonna be really hard to get that to fucking outrageous. Considering I disabled all the buildings. And there's no gangs. What I need...
Oh, that was a nice short chapter. Holy shit.
There we go,
we're so
do
close.
these two.
We're so close.
That means they will fight forever.
2 more.
That'll help bring up the...
2 more.
Shit.
Alright, someone get in here. Shiny, Cindy. Oh, Satoshi got back in. Nice. Satoshi too. Satoshi was going crazy. That was so good. We're almost there. We are so close. I can be done with this. We are so close.
I'm back.
I really wish you would stop running.
She's already unlocked as a fucking thing, so I don't need one. I don't need her to be Capo. This is another fucking person. Keep getting all these people that want fucking terror high, and it's really annoying.
Good. Good. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Saludos. Haz tu selección. Preparado.
Thanks for the passcode. 2 more and I'm in.
¿Dónde le gustaría ir?
Oh, I thought it was this guy. What did he say? He doesn't sleep good?
What? Oh, scaredy cat, right.
Okay.
Yeah, here's gonna be the biggest problem. So we need SAM fluctuators, power shards, and then excited photonic matter, which is produced out of thin air in the converter. We also need superposition oscillators, which produce the Empire Matrix and dark matter residue. When you make the oscillators, that also makes dark matter residue, which You can make dark matter crystals, which actually that might not be that bad. Now I think about it, because that makes.
I think I already got all the research for it, didn't I? No.
Dark matter residue. That's 49. With both the things that are making it.
Is it back
And we use 10 for 1 dark matter crystallization recipe. Or you can use diamonds or even time crystals, which use 5 per to get the dark matter crystals.
Yeah, that's how you get to that.
So I might just sink those. If there are any extra, just keep using the dark matter residue, keep making more. Maybe use the time
We're doing
crystals.
a Twilight re-release in theaters. Is that what that message said? I didn't get to see it in
The
time.
diamonds.
That's pretty cool.
Use 5 the dark matter residue. Just 1 diamond makes you 1 dark matter crystal, but you use 2 diamonds to get the time crystal, and 1 time crystal gets you 2 dark matter crystals. And it's even faster that way, and that's without the doubling though. Without the summer soups in there, so yeah.
Okay. Okay, can you just let me through? Oh, come on! Just fucking stop it! Why? Why is that guy lunging at me? Please! Thank you, Satoshi.
Casino's almost out of money again.
Can't a girl get 2 seconds to herself around here?
Alright, I need to do this too. I need to increase the range of it. And more connections.
Wonder when I'll get to meet this doppelganger of mine.
Wow, it doesn't reach that, huh?
You're barking up the wrong tree. No time to explain. I'd rather avoid these guys. Wonder There's another way.
Go ahead and take whatever you want. When he's coming.
I prefer to stay out of the spotlight.
I just realized something though. I haven't really built anything ready for production after we started in the whole train thing. You basically been doing all that while I've been basically doing all the power for us.
Good work, Chris.
I mean, either way, it's getting done. I done a little bit of production here and there, but main thing is everything's getting done. Nice and well.
Finally, I can crawl again.
It's up her pay. She gets to be promoted too. That's what we'll do next. We'll wait until she's about to fucking freak out and promote her. 'Cause that takes them all the way to Zealous. She's gonna have to be the first capo. I really want to get this.
Oh, it can catch me when I'm laying down? Oh shit. Oh well. Okay.
The hospital built. This is empty. We just demolished this now.
These are 5 new subs, King.
Go fight until the hospital's built. No, you guys can go recover at the fucking hospital.
Damn! Guess how many tickets we have?
Oh no, probably over 500.
1543. It's like, damn! And that's just off of the nuclear going for one night, really.
I can definitely stand right. Well,
You know,
I can
it
probably
sucks.
stand in here.
You can't get a stack of 500 coupons. It's like, why do coupons stack like that? Why can't they have an infinite stack for it? Just because coupons.
Yeah, I mean, there's a custom stack mod that I never use. It can create a bigger stack.
But why even limit the coupons though? Like, everything else is one thing, but coupons, I believe they should have a way higher stack than what they do.
Carla, huh? Pretty cool. Good test subject for, well, a good subject for it, I suppose. That's rough. Don't look Satoshi.
And stupid fucking endurance update,
tragic.
man. If they didn't have that endurance, I could keep them fighting forever. It seems like it's almost better to let them get them injured because it seems like they recover that endurance faster.
The elevator doors hurt him.
Alpha team, this is HQ. We've confirmed that Wong was telling the truth. There's a fully armed aircraft carrier in open water not far from your location. Satellite imaging indicates
Fake Ada killed off screen. No, she wasn't. That was part of the other campaign.
stop them from launching even a single one. Copy that, HQ.
Wasn't off screen.
Your hatred for Simmons drove you to tear down what they created. It's your conscience, Carla. It's how you failed. After all, isn't that why you brought me into this? It's a shame.
¿Cómo estás?
¿Dónde te gustaría ir? I would have helped you.
What are the odds?
Fucking froze again.
Get over yourself. Help me?
Where's homeboy?
Tiene un precio.
I don't need help from anyone. They're thriving.
He has it too? Are you fucking kidding me?
And soon, this frail shell of a society.
¿Cómo estás?
Society. Society.
See if I can get it by just having her
Plants.
start going everywhere, I guess.
Air. Water. That's not true.
Hell will rise, and chaos will reign. And I, Ada Wong, will be queen of the
I really don't want to have a feast. I'm not trying to get into idolatory where fucking offense or terror drops lower.
Hate to break it to you, but you're nothing but a cheap knockoff, at best.
¿A dónde le gustaría ir?
Haz tu selección. ¿A dónde le gustaría? ¿Cómo estás?
She must have injected herself with a powerful dose of the C virus.
Siguiente.
Oh, baby.
They go until they get injured because I'm just gonna pay to fucking heal them.
No, I'm Dirty Dan.
I'll hold off on that as long as possible.
The fuck was that? Okay.
There it is, she's hurt. Evacuate. I'm getting somewhat close.
Okay, the biggest problem with these modular
They're still
reactors
pissed on me? How?
is they don't go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then fifth one. From just 5 rods. They go first one, 500. Second one, 500. Then the third, 500. And so forth, so on. They don't evenly spread. They go on the bottom one to top and fill them up.
Yeah, that's anything.
I mean, I assumed with there being 5 stacks, it would split them evenly between the 5, but...
Hey, whoa, holy.
I mean, either way, you get...
You
Oh, is
blasted
it
the
5,
fuck out of
10?
both of us.
2,500 rods. You're filling up one whole reactor anyway. So... Yeah.
He's gonna be getting
Other than
injured
that
soon.
problem right now, with me trying to get more of these fuel rods in. The main problem of trying to get these up is crafting their casings. And the Mark 8 is still kind of slow. It takes seconds to make 2. But they're making like, I don't know if it's turn 25 or 31, 25.
There we go, we got it.
Either way, they're coming in quite a bit though.
Man.
To be honest, I might just make a whole set for that. Because all you really need is quartz crystals and then the heavy modular frames, which no big problem right there.
Okay, that did good much. That still hits me mid-roll?
I forgot to do the work-life balance. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, her other ammo for this is explosive.
She's happy with the terror level right now too, so that's good. So she won't fucking freak out so much.
We were almost through there. Oh, there we go. I made it.
They tried so hard to destroy the world. Now you destroyed your body. Hope this is what you wanted.
Yep, final chapter. Final chapter. And we're finally done with Resident Evil 6. We're finally done.
Okay, apparently, whenever the server restarted, I had trouble with the... I don't remember what it said now. But I had to close out Server Manager and then reopen it before it showed the servers back online for some reason. I don't know what happened there, but apparently if it's restarting, it does mess up sometimes since it doesn't say it's online. Like right away.
Well, yeah, it's restarting. It's restarting. It takes a minute to restart.
Yeah, I'm saying it's
There's
online.
the final chapter. It's there.
As I was setting up a new game, then it said something else saying it couldn't connect or something
Right
like
there.
that.
Battery critical.
I really don't. Gameplay is good. I love the cutscenes. The story sucks. But no, like the gameplay is like very, very good. The problem is it's just way too long. It has beyond overstayed its welcome.
Charging battery.
Big issue. Thank God. It's just one of the small bugs that the game probably has anyway. Which, in my opinion, a small bug like that, I'm not going to really complain too much about. I mean, the dedicated servers are really buggy compared to single player world still. But maybe because we're in the 1.0 and up now, they might start working on the dedicated servers, make them a whole lot better. A lot less buggy for everything.
Long before you can be upgraded again.
I like a little box I can move in.
Where's she at? She's like way the fuck up here.
Can you guys move a little faster? God damn. Holy shit, come on. Having to do this with AI sucks.
Now, since the only problem with
Did
the
no one
reactors right now is just waiting till they fill up, I'm basically just keeping an eye on these cores, make sure they keep producing. Hopefully filling up storage at some point. That way, whenever we have a problem with power, need to set up another one, we'll have way more than enough for a whole stack. And just go right in. Because, like I said, each of them, this full stack is just the one. You use one DT reactor core for 40 seconds, and it's 1.5 minute that's using. So that's what, 3, 6, 7.5 per stack. So, with being that much, we can run several of these off of just the one loop. The only problem is going to be the water, because 3 per minute water, 3 per minute coolant. And coolant isn't that bad because we're making...
Probably get research, huh?
Basically, take 120 a minute cloudy coolant to make 720.
They both take 4 and already have hospital here, so I'm just going to do it here.
And a cloudy coolant is made 800 a minute using water and coolant powder.
That got increased too.
Which is literally just limestone, coal, and bauxite. Instead of setting up a whole train, I just set up the one minor mark K on a coal node to put it in there. So that's way more than enough, really. It's just the reactor core is going to be a problem. Either it's going to be reactor cores getting dose blend, or it's going to be the DT fuel blend. That's a problem. Those are going to be the 2 biggest things for these reactors. But like I said, each individual is basically 2 Mark II reactors, so. And it's about the same space if I'm correct.
Yes, an intersection, thank God. And it's shiny Lily. The Magnum Master. Are we playing RE7 after this? No, it's actually going to be a little break in the marathon because we have
just
to
put a reactor
do a
basically
lot of
right in the middle of this one.
Lost Soul Aside and shit. So there's
Even
gonna
though
be a
it's
little
a
break,
tiny bit bigger.
like 4 or 5 days.
I mean, it's basically the same size roundabout. And that's just one reactor. We're basically having 2 in one space.
And that's important.
Tell me I get a bit.
Lost
Okay,
right
good. I
now.
get a bit of drying rack in here.
Only 2 more games though. I know we're right at the finish line.
I can fit more than one, I think, if I need to. Probably will only need one. Takes a lot of opium per one drying rack.
Lily failed to connect? No, it said Lily joined, but then Satoshi got kicked. Right?
Back for more.
Apparently it's kind of bugged still. But the shielding Mark III shows like blue lines on them sometimes. I don't know if it's supposed to be there all the time or just when it's starting up. Or it might not be bugged at all, it might just be the starting up phase. Which in my opinion,
How is
I
our
think
girl
that's pretty
doing?
cool.
She's still on. Still plenty good. She's halfway through a level. See if we can stall it out as long as possible.
Nope, god damn it. Shiny Lily did not connect.
Alright, well, we need to fucking get marijuana. There's some right here.
Go hit him! Go hit him! Oh my god. The AI is not... What is the AI doing? Are they even here? Where are they? God, I can't even skip this even though I've already seen it.
Oh, come on, really? I just do this. I can move this road a little bit.
I can't move. Like, I can't move my helicopter anymore. one's going and doing the QTEs. Maybe you don't need to?
I did not get these upgrades. That.
Yeah, the AI doesn't do it, so maybe it's not necessary.
Go get money from here.
There we go. Oh. I probably shouldn't have skipped that one.
I'm gonna make sure it all.
I thought there was one more phase.
Maybe I can at least buy these people some time. We've all seen the senseless death for one day.
No, nothing changes. Oh, okay, cool. That's good. I didn't miss anything then. This just feels like filler right now, just going around saving some people.
I hope they've got insurance. I'd like to do more. I really would. I'm hearing we're going to have some options. Excuse me, I'm trying to land here.
This is a 5-building town. This is where we'll be. All our big sellers, all our big launderers, I mean.
Okay.
Now, time to clean up the last of Sam's mess.
Do I have to pick it up or do I already have it?
Still not unhappy. She's pretty close to leveling and starting to come to the unhappy point.
For Leon.
Okay, last item on
I
the
don't
list.
remember him using it.
Eliminate all traces of the theft of my identity.
Stop delivering to the
Nice.
casino.
Shiny Lily's back. Thank God, this is the perfect time for that to work. Ugh.
I'll let the casino
I
get
just
one more
realized
tick of money and then move her.
For just a single pipe of water. We can run 200 of these reactor rings. Which,
Leon,
if we divide that by 5 for each stack,
oh well,
that'd be what?
no rest for the weary.
40 reactors per pipe? If I'm doing math correctly.
Can I get it in the time? We'll try. We'll try.
Perfect.
Let me double check. Yeah, 600 pipes divided by 15 is 40. So we can run 40 of these reactors just off a single pipe of water and a single pipe of reactor coolant and a closed loop of DT fuel cores.
Oh wow.
Which are just producing the DT fuel constantly and then recycling the cores. That is a lot of reactors just for a single pipeline. And that's not even doing it with the turbines.
What in the fuck is happening? I'm getting teleported everywhere.
Let's fucking up the shit out of this production here too. Fucking that 93% is so close on that edge.
Okay.
So how did I get that 93? There's 100, but I had a 93 right here somehow. And I can't get it yet. Whatever, just fucking stick it here.
Oh, you're still alive. No fucking way.
He's off to kill the competition.
Oh, it's not gonna be able to fucking fit through there.
Nice. Oh, come on, man. Grow up.
Ada, can you hear me? Don't let it end like this. Not if I can help it. Come on, wake up. If you're really, I know you can pull through.
It really doesn't reach that. Are you kidding me? And I already got the fucking range upgrade. Oh my god.
Nice.
I could take another. Just give me her, I guess. Wait, can you deliver? Yes.
What the fuck? What the fuck? God damn it.
Apparently 150 making it.
Jesus Christ.
87,000 or 100,000? Huh? Are we making 7,500 megawatts, not 5,000 like I'm thinking? So we're making 100,000 megawatts
there.
just from these reactors. Or I think that's what it is. On.
What else had a connection to there? Was it this one? No. This one. Yeah.
So I don't know what the power
really
usage
tragic.
for these reactors are exactly. They use some
No
of the power,
way.
just like in fusion. You're gonna use a lot of the
Shut down
power
the farm,
to
go for
keep it going.
You do this too.
But for each stack, we're making 37,500. Which, if you take that into 2, that's 75,000 megawatts.
Okay, maybe I have to go up in melee.
Then you have to take out wherever it's using, which I don't know what that is.
I forgot about that.
You really should have moved on, Simmons.
We did it! We fucking did it, it's over. All campaigns done. No more. All that's left is 2 really good Resident Evil games and we finished the whole franchise. I feel like there's no other there's probably not another franchise we do for a marathon that's going to be this long. Yeah, just Final Fantasy. That's really the only other one.
I guess I can fix this for now by doing this. And then you won't deliver anymore. It's only this one that will deal with the dried cannabis.
So, this is where Carla did her experiments, huh?
I don't know about that, Fluffles.
Alright, I got that done. I'll pause this and send it there.
Tell Simmons that we're busy. I'm on the verge of solving this. Are you refusing my orders? You're the one who chose me as test subject, aren't you?
No, Simmons. You forced me to. Please, don't do this.
Oh my god, you want coke now?
Will be my greatest work yet.
Do we even have access to coke? I guess there's some light. Well, that's in his city. I don't have access to that. Oh my god, are you shitting me?
Thanks, Finn.
Well, I might just restart his quest line then.
We're beyond humanity.
This is full of money. Let's get this built over here. They have the casino built. Can't fucking reach the casino. It's all the way on the other side of the fucking river. Oh. She's about to freak out.
Nice.
They're kidnapping. I don't care about either of them. Where's she at?
We fucking
I never
did
moved her
it.
from
It's
there.
completed. Oh, it's smooth sailing now. I wouldn't like that if they did that clever. That'd be a terrible call for this story. Oh, that feels good. That feels good.
Doesn't need to be connected to that other pier anymore.
Oh, secret cutscene.
Okay, let's get our fucking university.
Are you going to keep your promise?
That's never going anywhere. That's the end of Jake Mueller's story. Because this game was not received well at all and nearly killed the whole franchise. What did you think of it? I think this game is overhated. The gameplay is really good. The cutscenes are extremely hype. But it does have problems. The story super sucks. It is beyond dragged out. It is unnecessarily long. The inventory system really blows ass. I don't know what they thought they were cooking by redoing the whole inventory system, like with tablets and everything. But I don't think it's a really bad game. I think it's fine. I think it's a pretty enjoyable game, actually. Oh, after playing the shit games of Resident Evil, it looks like the opinion has changed. Yeah, but even if I didn't play all like the actual really shitty Resident Evil games, this one's still fine. It's a fun action game. It's a pretty bad like Resident Evil game, but if you can set that aside, the game's pretty fun. It's just way too fucking long with some glaring issues. Okay, I'm calling it there. Only 2 more Resident Evil games left. Alright everyone, thanks for tuning in. Sleep well, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
I mean, this is like, bro, that's a fucking fact, right?
What's up?
You want to play finals?
Right. And so anyway, Cracker Barrel stock. Let's see here.
You're in it?
And
I said in a
we had
minute.
things go down. Like obviously things got bad, and they have actually undone the Cracker Barrel logo. I don't know if anybody's seen this before yet. Let me go back and pull it up.
I'll be back in here for
But
you.
Cracker Barrel even went and they made an. I didn't even know Cracker Barrel had a Twitter. I had no idea. But they went and said, "We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. And we said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away, and our old timer will begin. At Cracker Barrel, it's always been and always will be about serving up delicious food, warm welcomes, and the kind of country hospitality that feels like family. As a proud American institution, our 70,000 hardworking employees look forward to welcoming you to our table soon." So basically, and I obviously replied to this, another big win for gamers. That's right, boys. It's big. Big news today, exactly. So this is another big gamer W. Now fire the CEO. I saw somebody made a post about this, and I don't really know if this is real or not. People are saying that this is what the CEO said about it. Oh my god, fuck it, I don't care. What is even happening? The CEO of Cracker Barrel just posted this to her Instagram stories and quickly took it down. I think that what you're seeing now, from like 2010 to like 2020, I think, there was like, actually I'd say like 2008, there's been like a modernization of like everything, right? Where like everything nowadays has been modernized to where it's more like, you know, it's more uniform. And you see this with everything. You see it even with like video games,
I'm
right?
back.
Like video game menus, you have this happen where every menu is the same. Like gotcha games are
And by the
awful
way,
about
Wrath,
this. Like if I pull up
I did not play the
gotcha
Battlefield
game,
2042
right? I'm just
for
gonna look at
a
the
small
images.
amount of time.
How
I
many
played
of you
for like
guys,
25 hours.
if you look at a gotcha game, you immediately know
25 hours
everything about
isn't
the
that
game,
long.
and you've never even played it
No,
before.
I know, but that's
Because
longer than
every
most of
menu
the
is
games that
same,
Math and I
every,
buy for each other.
loading screen is the same. Every fucking,
Okay, what's
you
the
know,
most
like upgrade
time
token
out of
system
all
is
the
the
games
same.
that you
It's
had?
all the same because it works.
That's
It
not a
does.
fair
It
comparison.
does
That's
work, and they
Hunt.
just keep getting people with this over and over and over. And I'm
We've played
shocked,
Hunt
honestly,
for
I really am,
literally like
that people just keep buying
1,700
into this
hours.
shit. But they do.
But I
They
also
just
just
keep
don't
doing
play
it, and they don't
games for
even
the same
care.
amount of
So
hours
yes,
I
I
have
believe
in the
being basic as
past
fuck,
because
exactly.
of working.
And so anyway, you've got this going on. Every single one
Yeah,
of
work
these
I
games.
mean, you were
is
working when
amazing.
you played
And
Hunt.
so
You've
have
always
like
had a job essentially while playing Hunt.
homogenization of every
Yeah,
single
it's
fucking brand,
I had
right?
different
And so
hours,
every brand had the
like
same type of
different
product. Every brand had the same
times
logo. Every brand had the same
for shifts.
merchandising,
Like
etc.
I worked
And
less.
so big
it feels
surprise.
like
I know
when
you
had
guys.
those. We've also had Hunt for a very long time. There's games I want to play with Wrath. I want to play Dark Tide with Wrath, but he doesn't want to play that.
That game's fucking cheeks.
Alright,
Wrath?
whatever.
I am so confused right now. Why are some of these trains looking like they're yellow and the rest of them are white?
No idea. Oh yeah, the Twisted Metal is out tomorrow.
The next season?
Yeah, most of the season is already out. Tomorrow is the last 3 episodes being released, so I want to be binge watching that soon.
Okay, can you watch it with me?
If you're gonna binge it, I'm going to binge watch it.
Fuck. It's just I'm really busy tomorrow.
Well, so I still got to get it right. It probably won't be for a couple of days.
Okay,
Plus-
I am working all weekend.
Oh.
Alright, I'm on here.
Apparently my fucking headset wire took a shit while I went to take my mom to the dentist today.
Yeah.
No. I thought it was the USB controller on the computer fucking up again. And just constantly kept fucking saying unknown USB device. It was driving me absolutely up the wall.
I know, dude. That PC is cursed. It's cursed. I don't know why.
It's there's something wrong with either the motherboard or the CPU. It's one of the two. There is some sort of USB problem within the controller of the CPU or the motherboard.
Oh, dude, it made me nuts.
Right, because sometimes my mouse will just like sit there and teleport around too. There is USB problems with it.
You don't have to tell me. I believe you. That was my PC.
Talking about mice having problems. Logitech is just downright stupid at this point. Because there's this mouse that has a literal button for the AI assistant.
Yeah, I mean, I could create a button for that if I wanted to.
I mean, it's literal. Right under your scroll wheel, there's a specific button only for the AI. An AI assistant that you have to have a subscription for.
Well, I mean, I like Logitech. They make good products, but still, I agree.
I mean, Logitech is just downright stupid on doing that.
I mean, the only thing Logitech I've ever had was one of their headsets and a cheap keyboard. And the headset was terrible. Not as the headset itself, it's just more what they did with it. The fact that they basically reduced volume when it was connected wirelessly.
Was that to reduce?
Yeah.
Was that to reduce battery life?
I don't know. Every headset I have, I pretty much always keep my computer at 50% volume. When I had those Logitechs, it was always 100%. Because it was so fucking quiet. But then when I plug it in with the 3-point, right, because it had both of them. It could be 3.5 millimeter or wireless. Plugged in with 3.5 millimeter, it'd be way fucking louder. And so it came to the point, right, my computer was always at 100%, and then if I wanted to listen to music loudly, I had to have a fucking audio booster to be able to listen to my music loudly. Because otherwise it was just like normal volume at 100%.
That really makes no sense. I mean, I love Logitech, but they just make no sense sometimes.
What do you want to play? Will?
Alright, I was in the bedroom. I couldn't talk.
What do you want to play?
I want to play World Tour.
You want to try ranked? Because we have ranked open now.
I don't know if I do. You play more games than me.
My game crashed. Looking at fucking the lobby.
Rip.
We could also play head-to-head. Reddit also described that.
Oh, my GPU crashed.
Game. But, TDM. Here, I gotta fucking kick the cats out.
Yeah, my screens are just black right now, so.
Monday gets fixed today.